Okay, so we're now live. I'm here with my guest, Sargon of Akkad, UKIP representative. I'm glad you're showing up on their behalf. By the way, there is a ton of fake news going around saying that you got kicked out, or they're going to block you, or whatever nonsense like that. Didn't you meet the leader of it? Isn't that who was in the photo with you? And
yeah, he was the UKIP leader. Yeah. Jared Batten.
So I take it that he met you personally to specifically tell you in person that you're not welcome to the party, right?
Yeah, he was like, well, I received an email from some guy called Niggerfucker24. No, sorry. But you know, so some email from an alt-right guy, and he was saying that you were using naughty words, and so but yeah, no, obviously not. He was he was interested in seeing how we could help, because we are interested in helping.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like you have two YouTubers, one with 800,000 on his way to 1 million, and one with well over 1 million. It's like, nah, he's gonna fuck off. No, I'm not interested. Oh man, I just thought that was so hilarious. Like the idea of like a guy in that position in politics is just going to be like these guys with incredibly large audiences with incredible reach that will attract youth. Like, no, they could go away. They're both British. No, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Well, three British guys with huge audiences. What possible use could we have for them?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Dankula.
Yeah. He was just unable to come to the meeting, so it was too short notice. He's up in Scotland, so
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting, because I don't think they have much understanding of social media. I think a lot of UKIP are kind of old and normie.
Yeah. Most of politics is like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like they were just like, well, you're never going to win an election through social media. It's like, well, 5 Star just did that in Italy. So I would really bear in mind that generals always fight the last battle. They're always fighting the last war. We're not. We're fighting the next war, and we're doing it effectively. And basically, just let us handle your social media presence. Let us be the social media presence for UKIP, and trust us, you'll be fine. But what you're going to have to do is, like, you're going to want to have us on a platform to speak. That's what you're going to want to do.
Yeah, I think it'll work out for them
I think so. I mean, like me, Dankula, and Paul Joseph Watson, if we'll put our video saying, right, we're going to the UKIP party conference on the 29th of September, all 3 of us are giving like 10-minute speeches or something, and we're going to be there. You'll get to hear us speak, and we'll be milling around, and you get to meet us and stuff. Like, I mean, I don't want to sound like a dick, but we're gonna vastly increase the number of people who come to their conferences.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. It's a smart strategy on their part to remain relevant, especially now when I've listened to Raheem. I forget his last name. I'm speaking. Yeah. He was saying that UKIP's in really dire straits at the moment.
It is, yeah. What I think UKIP needs to do is effectively not just be about Brexit, because I mean, originally I can totally understand why it was just about Brexit. Completely legitimate pressure group, in my opinion. And the fact that they got such a share of the vote before the 2015 election goes to show you everything you need to know. It's like this is a problem and a conversation whose time has come. And it happened, which is proof that they had a just cause. But the Conservatives never really wanted it. They did it because they thought they could get away with it. They thought that we'd vote to remain. I bet they were thinking, look, the closest it's going to be is 52 remain, 48 leave. That's the closest it's going to be. So it's like, this is a safe bet from our point of view, and it gets us 5 years in power without having to rely on the Liberal Democrats. I'm absolutely certain that's going to be the conversation that happened.
Well, yeah, and I'm not surprised by that, because I don't think that the Tories there, to my best understanding, really want to partner up with the Liberal Democrats, because as far as I can tell, they have just become the corporatist party, as I've mentioned to you before, and they are your Democratic Party. And unless you want to have, unless you want to be political syphilis, I would stay away from them.
Yeah.
Because they stand a worse chance at winning jack shit than the fucking Labour Party, and Labour's fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, like, come the next election, if Theresa May is still leading the party, the Conservatives will not win And that puts Jeremy Corbyn dangerously close to winning Downing Street.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get to the articles that I have, and I have quite a few of them. And one of the reasons why we were so delayed, for those of you that were upset about the delay, it was because all of my tabs for Google Chrome just got turned off. They just shut down, and it was my anti-malware program that just, for whatever reason, for the first time ever, was like, hey, all these tabs you're looking at, and just close them all.
I mean, I agree that the BBC probably is malware.
Yeah.
Adverts on it.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of websites that I go to that are pretty mainstream that have ridiculous ads with like Trojans and shit.
The BBC has adverts.
Yeah. Well, they got to make their end.
No, they don't. No, they fucking don't. That's why, mate. That's why they're a public broadcaster. Like the BBC, the TV stations, the BBC don't have adverts. I am genuinely shocked. I did not know. I guess I should have checked it without using my ad blocker.
No, this is the American version. They just send ads our way. They can't. They don't even barely let us use their. They don't even let us look at the material, but they still fucking throw ads at us like it's nothing.
I'm literally going to go check now without the ad blocker on.
I don't like the BBC, especially because like they're like nativistic for their material. It's ridiculous.
This is interesting. Yeah, if I access bbc.co.uk, no ads.
Wow.
It won't let me go to bbc.com. Sons of bitches.
Weird. Well, anyways, for this article, how do you feel about the new diversity fence at the Eiffel Tower and the turning of Paris basically into a massive prison camp?
Yeah, it is. Paris is effectively what a police state looks like.
Yeah,
I went to Disneyland a few years ago, and there were literally dudes with assault rifles just patrolling the streets around Disneyland, and it was like, okay.
You're talking about the one in France?
Yeah, Paris, obviously. It looked like they were under occupation.
Well, it's not surprising since, by the way, you said something about in your stream when you're doing your political compass test about Macron. Macron appears to be a continuation of the status quo. His poll numbers are taking a shit, and it's because people don't like him, and they realized, oh yeah, we voted a guy that represents the status quo. It's terrible.
Here's a neoliberal globalist corporatist. Yeah. What do you think you're going to get? You're going to get progressive politics.
Have you seen the shit he's been saying about Italy? Have you been seeing the shit he's been saying about Italy? Like, basically,
no, what's he saying?
He's just been posturing, saying that he doesn't like Italy. Italy represents what's terrible about Europe, and like they're aggressive, and we're not afraid to use aggression against them, and all this other shit. and it's like, dude, like, you know, if you go to war with Italy, bro, I'm siding with Italy. Fuck you guys.
Oh well, I mean,
you as an Englishman probably will as well, but for different reasons.
Yeah, in principle, I'll side against the French, but the thing is, there's this kind of sacred bond between the English and the French. It's like we don't let anyone else go to war with them, and then we go to war with the French. So if the Italians declare war on the French, then I'm afraid we might have to side with the French, under the principle that no one else has the right to beat up the French.
Yeah, but you.
It's like a national inheritance. It's our heritage. You know, it's like. No, seriously though, like the European Union, one of the touted achievements of the European Union is it prevents war in Europe. It's like, I think World War II did that. I think the millions of dead bodies strewn across Europe prevented any further war. Everyone was like, it's just not worth it, is it? It's just not fucking worth it. I don't think anyone wants that again. And I love the idea that it's like, I don't love the idea, but you know, it's hilarious that the European Union itself is fomenting further unrest in Europe. And it's like, this is what happens.
It really is.
It's what happens when you have a bunch of elitists that basically hate the natives of the countries they're ruling over.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there. All I know is that like every nation now, including Germany, is like and Sweden, like you see like what would be considered right-wing parties just flourishing in every one of these countries now. And it's like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, what did you expect to happen? Like, you can only crack down so much and be able to change people's minds. Like, you you can't force people. And that's the thing is like, there was a video of some left-wing journo in England and some other guy that was like an aristocrat on some British like station. I forget what the guy's like a goony beard man, Englishman, blonde hair. And he said basically their conclusion was him and this aristocrat were talking about the European Union, and their conclusion was democracy is the problem. You have just all these plebs voting.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, good luck, you fucking assholes. Good luck. Good luck convincing people of that kind of fucking bullshit.
Well, the problem is that they are the cause of people's concerns. I mean, they invited in millions of foreigners who don't care about Europe and who are just here to take your money.
Yeah.
You know, they invited, like, you know, draconian legislation. They love it. They passed it through the first stage of the process in the European Parliament to basically censor the entire fucking internet for the benefit of a few elitist journalists. It's like,
yeah.
Like, if you guys want to continue being as elitist as you are, why would you not expect a right-wing backlash?
Yeah. So we'll
Even
move.
though
from
Jones can see it coming.
So this article is actually a pretty crazy article from InfoWars, but what it's actually describing is actually pretty accurate, and it's basically what people on the right call the uni party, which is basically the argument that the Republican Party is in essence the Democratic Party. They're both the same. They're one party. And what's amazing about this is that this is a small article from some guy that doesn't even have his name on here from InfoWars, but it actually depicts very well the fact that what this all of this is about is money. That's what this is all about. And it basically explains there's a reason why the DNC, the Democratic Party, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which is a well-known right-wing lobbying group for businesses, why all of these different groups, all of these different channels, all of these different interests are together united around one thing, and that is basically continuing the open borders policy that we've had. And they basically go through and say they go through and they say like this is like billions of dollars that this is that would change. Well, entire companies would go out of business.
It's basically the same with Labour and the Conservatives in this country. I mean, like we complain that Labour opened the borders back in the early 2000s and like late 90s, but the Conservatives have kept them open. Yeah. The Conservatives are the ones who have been in power for the last 8 years, and we've still got 250,000 people a year coming in. It's like they're basically the same party in all but name.
Yeah, and so what's amazing about this is that there's this good video, and it's on Fox News, and it's by some English guy I've never heard of on Fox News, and a panel of Representative Nunez, who's like a Democratic stock former congressman, chick who I forget her name, and Ann Coulter, and Ann Coulter basically says that the thing that's destabilizing the Republican Party, and the thing that's like the reason why you could basically take the Republican Party and just throw it in the bin and dissolve it, is immigration, because she says that this is the thing that is driving Trump voters, and this is the thing that ultimately undermines the party. Is you have people that ultimately agree with the Democratic Party that still call themselves Republicans on the issue of immigration, and that they're not in favor of enforcing the laws on the books. She doesn't say it in this, but I've seen her say it before, that it is purely a monetary issue. That is why. That's what this is about. Yeah, here's the next article I want to get to. Let me
have to keep citing InfoWars. Not that I don't love InfoWars, but not for my political.
No, I usually try to link other articles here, and I got a ton of New York Times articles here, and I do that on purpose. But I just do this for the sake of being concise. So what's amazing is that Donald Trump tweeted out, and this is another Donald Trump news cycle story, where he said that one of the issues in Europe is migration, and that we are not going to do in the United States what has been done in Europe. And so as an American, especially someone that is in an area with Muslims in it that don't exactly they're not exactly cohabitating very well. They seem to segregate off into ghetto parts of Buffalo, but this is a worrying thing. I don't want more Muslims in the United States because they come in, they're coming from third world nations, they self-segregate and they radicalize. That is the thing we're seeing. And Donald Trump is very cognizant of that, by all appearances.
Yeah, it's not untrue at all. Did he actually get his Muslim ban passed?
No, that didn't happen. It's part of it's still in place, but it's definitely not as far as I would go. That has sort of waned. But the real thing now is just the southern border immigration issue. That's really where everyone's at the moment. But what's amazing about this is that he cites that this has been an issue with crime. And the New York Times printed an article basically saying, like, oh, this is totally bullshit. There's no problem with migrant issues in Europe. Like, it was a total bullshit piece.
Yeah, there's no problem with migrants in Europe.
And the fact is that,
really racist.
Studies in Germany disprove that. Their own studies disprove the fact that they haven't seen a massive spike in urban crime because of migrants.
90% of the increase is to do with migrants.
Yes. So it's unbelievable to me that anyone at this point can deny this. And if I were Trump, I would double down, I would triple down, I would quadruple down. I would say it over and over and over again, because people are going to look at this and they're going to realize, by people like Paul Joseph Watson linking articles like this from mainstream outlets, it's bullshit. This is true. This is undeniable. This is a consequence of these policies.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's get to a funny article. Well, we can get away from all this bleakness. Okay, that's the article I don't want to get to. Hold on. Let me find. Okay, so I said this to you before, but Trump went to the G7, which is the meeting of all the different major powers in the world: Japan, US, Canada, blah, 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 France. They meet with each other and they basically discuss a litany of issues, and it's usually around economics. That's one of the reasons for the meeting. But Trump went in and was just going crazy, just saying, like, basically he threatened all the other G7 members, and this was confirmed. He did this. He threatened to fucking hit them all with tariffs, and then later did it. So he did this. It wasn't just a threat. He went on and then actually created tariffs against the European Union, Canada, and a whole bunch of other Western nations. Now, again, this is linked to any autists in the chat. This is not forever and always. The specific reason for doing this is leverage, temporarily, for negotiations.
At least he didn't just throw some starbursts at Angela Merkel and say, at least I never give him.
No,
he fucking did.
No, hold on. You spoiled it, but... So he did that. He did this.
What a fucking Chad.
Then he showed up to the equality breakfast at the G7 and just, like, in the middle of a conversation late, just walks in, pats somebody on the back, and sits down. Like the biggest Chad in the fucking world. The video of it was great. Here, I haven't seen the video, actually. He just fucking walks in, like, nonchalantly. Like, they're in the middle of a conversation. He's just like, he doesn't even wait. He just struts in.
I'm sure you're all happy to see me.
Yep. Just struts in. Watch this. Watch when he sits down. It's great. He's just like, yeah, how's it going? Yeah. And then they just continue. Oh my God. People went fucking ballistic over that. So this is something the verifieds are going crazy about all day. So then, okay, this was actually later on. We'll get to the story. But yeah, so we'll get to that. This was after the G7. So one of the big stories to come out of the G7 meeting was, and this went very viral, was, and I can't confirm it, and so people that say this is absolutely true, this absolutely happened, I haven't been able to verify this with a second source. So what was reported to happen was, during the discussion, Trump at one point reached into his pocket, pulled out a couple of Starburst, like, candies, those rectangular candies, and tossed them on the table. And to Merkel, basically threw them at her and said, "Don't ever say I never gave anything to you." And did so basically in front of a whole bunch of people. That was the story, that a whole bunch of people that were part of the G7 were around them when he did that. He said, "Don't say I never gave you anything." He said, "Here, Angela, don't say I never gave you anything."
That is just the most dickish thing I can imagine.
Yeah, if that's true, the whole point was to be disrespectful.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the fucking point. It was a domination move to be, and this is the thing. This Ian Bremmer guy went on CBS and reported it, and basically did so from the position of, oh, isn't this inappropriate? Isn't this rude? Isn't this such and such? But the thing is that to anyone who likes Trump, this is such a hysterical fucking story. You'd be like, yeah, that's right. Fuck Merkel. You show her. Because the whole thing is the journos who hate Trump said that, and this is a big story of Merkel is now the leader of the free world because of Trump.
Yeah, they've been saying this for ages. The progressive elite.
Yeah,
been saying this for ages.
And so Trump disrespecting her in that way and upsetting them is him fucking with them as well. Yeah. So it's great.
And it's even better because Merkel's authority is collapsing at the moment.
Oh yeah, she's looking terrible at the moment.
Yeah. Let me find. You carry on. I'll find it.
Okay. So now with the story, the problem is this true? That's my big question. Is this true? There's only been one source, Ian Bremmer, that I've seen. So is this true? So we go to this article from January, where that says that Trump actually may like Starburst candies, and that he may have been gifted Starburst candies, and that he actually may carry Starburst candies with him because he has a sweet tooth. So this story hasn't been verified with two sources either. This is from an anonymous report from inside the White House back when they were talking about how he eats fast food all the time and that he has a sweet tooth. Now, but I've seen other people say, I've even seen Bannon say that he has a sweet tooth. So the thing is that he actually may carry around Starburst candies in his pocket all the time, like an old person, like carrying around candies. He may actually carry this around. So when people ask, like, where did he get the Starburst when he was in wherever the fuck he was for the G7, it may be just that he carries them around. So this may actually have actually happened.
There's the link to it's a Fox News article, but Merkel's government almost collapsed this week. How much time does the chancellor have left? Then it's got the picture of Donald Trump just arms crossed while Merkel's leaning over the table.
I love how they tweeted that image out, thinking it made her look badass.
Oh no, it made her look cucked.
Because the thing is, Trump just looks bemused. Like he just looking at her like, what are you doing?
No, but you can tell Trump is at the point where they're demanding something from him, and he's just got his arms crossed. He's just looking at her. He's just like, I don't give a shit.
The best image is actually, let me Merkel Trump. Let me see if I can find the image when he's leaning like that. Okay, here it is. So my favorite part of this is fucking Shinzo Abe, just like not looking at it, they're just looking off in the distance. Yeah. He's just like, it's just such a like God, I'm here. Well, this is what's happening.
If you draw a line from Trump's eyes, he doesn't look like he's looking at her either.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking at Macron.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking past her.
Because Macron is talking to what's his face, not the defense secretary. He's I forget his name, but he's a war hawk guy. Mm-hmm. This guy with the mustache here.
Yeah. But nobody's actually paying attention to Merkel, and she's trying to dominate the conversation. It's like, sorry, Angela, you look weak here.
The other guy is this Asian guy right here, like staring at the cameraman. That's another good shot.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to your article. Yeah, it's not looking good in Germany for Merkel right now. And guess what? That's the grave you've created for yourself.
Yeah,
good luck,
this is the future you chose, Angela.
Good luck. This story is also a Trump story that went super viral. And the thing that really pissed me off about it is, okay, so what happens is Trump on Twitter said that people in Canada smuggle products over the border through border towns. They come to the United States on border towns, shop, and then smuggle items back. And they don't pay duty on it. Yeah. Okay. People were mocking him as this being fake news. This is bullshit. Oh, like this has nothing to do with NAFTA and taxation. And it's like, no, I've lived in a border town my entire life. This is an entire industry in this area. Canadians come over in the amount of hundreds of thousands a year and shop in my town alone. Hundreds of thousands. It is $1 million industry in this area where Canadians, especially in Toronto and Ontario as a province, come over to the United States, buy shit, like leave their clothes in the parking lot, and then go back to Canada wearing the clothes they just bought. This happens every single day of the fucking week in the United States in a border town. because they don't want to pay high taxes, the high regressive tax rate that exists in Canada when you buy shit. So it's just amazing to me that like they can say, oh, this is why he's wrong about NAFTA. And it's like, no, he is demonstrably right. Ask anyone that lives in a border town if this happens, and they'll say, yeah, it's a cottage industry of this area. You know, millions of dollars flow into this area because of that. It's half the reason people are coming over the border. So I just saw this story, and it went super viral. Like, this is one outlet with like 45,000 shares of this one article. It went super viral on that day. It's just like, bro, this is true. All right. And then quickly, Donald Trump, greatest Nobel Prize laureate or great Nobel Prize laureate? Which do you think?
Well, I'm gonna have to go for greatest, obviously.
Because by all appearances, it's gonna fucking happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I'm personally, I'm certain that Trump has this in the bag. I think Trump has already won this hands down, and he's just leading them in now.
Yeah, I hope it does happen, and I hope it's because he succeeds in East Asia. And
yeah, and like, okay, for example, like a few weeks ago, Kim Jong-un pulled out, and so Donald Trump basically rescinded everything.
Yeah,
and then suddenly North Korea comes running back like a whipped dog, you know, and it's just you know,
it's happened more than once that's happened.
Yeah.
Every time they've rushed to the table.
And Donald Trump has just been like fire and fury, and it's like, yeah, you aren't getting out of this. You've now accepted it. You're trapped in it.
Yeah,
get used to it.
And they put out a propaganda video at the White House. They put out this propaganda video they got beat up over. And I just did a video talking about this, why it's such an insane issue that these people are saying this, because, oh, they have a terrible human rights record. It's like, yeah, China. No one cares. No one cares about China. No one cares.
Saudi Arabia.
Anyone
up about human rights records.
Anyone that supported the TPP wanted us trading with Vietnam with no considerations to their fucking history.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I know.
Nuking, no, not nuking, but you know, they're bombing Yemen.
Yeah,
they're enslaving people, women. Yeah. Fucking non-Muslims.
They exploit workers every day of the week that they import and just discard like they're human trash.
Yeah, and then they deported like 50,000 Pakistani immigrant workers.
Yeah,
because they were worried about terrorism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fucking sorry.
I mean, you know, I'm not saying they don't have a point. But
yeah.
Like,
so another funny story is Duterte, who is the president in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Is basically a lunatic, and right now he's trying to socialize a plan to just hand out guns to the public.
Is this to kill communists or drug dealers, though?
Well, he's saying the latter, but I'm hoping the former, honestly.
Yeah.
And I just thought this was the funniest fucking thing in the world, because this is basically like, this is what like the social right looks like, the socialist right. Yeah. Where like we're socializing guns. We're going to give you guns. And by the way, I'm in favor of East Asian nations having a Second Amendment. I'm in favor of them standing up for their own rights and being armed in that capacity. Because guess what? That's how you get individual rights. You want the government afraid of their fucking population. And I think this is what you need to see more of in the world. I think we need to see more. And my thing is that I think they need to be buying more American guns. We need to be shipping. We need to get rid of the tariffs. Any tariffs that we have with American manufacturers for guns, we need to be getting rid of those so we can ship them to the Philippines so that they can use them to kill drug dealers.
Honestly, I'm seeing communist revolutions occurring under your ideas.
Oh, with an armed population? I don't think so. Maybe in Latin America.
Well, yeah, and
not in East Asia. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they're headed in that direction.
Maybe not, but definitely in Latin America. Holy shit.
Yeah, Latin America is not in a good place right now. They seem to be regressing pretty dramatically, and it's crazy.
Fair, right. We say right now, but you can't really point to a time where they were in a great place. I mean,
I guess so. Yeah,
they've got pillars of skulls.
South America,
we kill everyone, and then everyone's dead, and then it's back to socialism.
It's kind of amazing to me because despite how materialistic East Asia is, and they very much are like hardline materialists, like human life is worthless, so you're gonna die. Fuck you.
Yeah.
They've almost always been like that to some capacity, even with Buddhism, which I don't really get. I don't like. I'd have to read more about it, like why that is, like why so many East Asians are like pure materialists. But in Latin America, that actually hasn't been true. But they're still like way more chaotic. It seems that South America and Central America is very chaotic.
Yeah, I put it down to the poverty.
I guess so. I don't really know what it is.
Yeah, but there's a lack of a strong rule of law in Latin America.
Yeah.
And that's a real problem, man. Because I mean, like, if like the Mexicans, what the Mexicans should say is like, America, help us put these gangs in order.
Yeah, I don't like, because the thing is that, and I know that you and I agree on this, is like if we were in a situation where like we lived in basically a narco state, which would be where like drug cartels basically roam the country, killing people, discarding their torsos on the highways as they do, killing politicians, killing police chiefs. Well, the answer to that is basically an authoritarian crackdown.
Yeah,
that is how you solve. It's not, and it's not because like, oh, liberalism is wrong. It's, well, like we have to do this in order to get rid of the drug dealers so we can live in a free society. It's not an authoritarian crackdown. It's not an unjustified use of government force. It's totally justified and absolutely fucking necessary. I would say that it is authoritarian, but it is justified in that
No. Okay, this is the same as the alt-right going, you want to form a group that makes you collectivist. No, authoritarian doesn't mean exercise of authority. Authoritarian means an unjust exercise of authority.
Fair enough.
This is completely just, absolutely necessary. And if you don't do this, you end up with your presidential candidate saying, yeah, I promise that everyone's going to move to America.
Right.
That's his fucking campaign platform. It's like,
yeah, I know. I saw that.
Are you fucking shitting me? Like, what kind of politician says, yeah, I'm going to fight for your right to get out of this shit?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that basically when you say that kind of thing, you are conceding that your own country is shit. And like,
they must know it. They must know it if that's the case.
I couldn't, like, I mean, maybe if I was Swedish, I could understand that, but like, I could never, like, I mean, like, any American that considers themselves to be even minimally patriotic, like, if somebody were to say to you, especially in the United States, like, oh, America's shit, like, the immediate response to that isn't, oh yeah, there's all these multiple reasons why there's problems in the United States. The response to that, it would be, my response is, fuck you. Where do you live? Yeah. What third world shithole do you come from? One without free speech? Oh yeah, that's right. That's everyone but this country. So shut the fuck up. Like, that should be the natural response. But the thing is, in Mexico, apparently, it's like, no, yeah, we're a shithole. It's like, and it's a president. It's the president.
Well, it's a presidential candidate anyway.
The guy's likely to win, by the way. I didn't know if you knew that. I didn't know that. He's likely to win. The guy that's like, yeah, Mexico's a shithole, bro. Get out. Go to America. It's like, that guy's about to win.
See, if I were a Mexican candidate, I'd be like, okay, look, this is what I'm going to do. We have massive fucking problems, and 90% of them are caused by corruption. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to massively expand. I'm going to take loans from America, massively expand the army, and then we're going to fucking scorched earth every single person who even looks like they might be a member of a cartel. And then once the dust is settled, we're going to have a police force. We're going to have the rule of law. I mean, I saw like a little Vice mini documentary about this young girl, like 18 or something, in a northern Mexican village or town where the mayor had been shot, or the chief of police had been shot so many times, different,
they didn't have one. They elected a little girl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was just like, listen, right? Like, you can't just let that go on. It's not liberal to let that carry on. You have to stop this for everyone's safety, and you have to do it with as much prejudice as you can muster. Like, just go in and fucking demolish these people, take their ill-gotten gains, and just kill them all. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Like, if they're not going to come peacefully and accept peaceful punishment, which they're not going to, shoot them all.
And I think that you and I agree on this, that basically, if you were to look at what would be considered like a civilized, liberal Western nation, like the foundation of that, where all the pillars are based on this. So like, civil liberties and all the rest, prosperity, economic liberty, all the rest, all of that's based on the foundation of order. Without that, you don't have a liberal nation. You don't have a nation.
Exactly. It's every citizen's duty to restore the rule of law.
Yeah.
That's what it is, It's your duty to do this. And if, everyone, I mean, if that means literally conscripting 1 million people into the Mexican army, then it means conscripting 1 million people into the Mexican army. Like, at this point, like, if the thing is, if this was in Northern England, just literally, like, it was as bad as Mexico, I'd just be like, look, we just do something, you know?
Well, I'll tell you this: if it was the United States, man, you would have militias in every town and city in a second. In a second.
Like, it's abominable, and like, there's a part of me, I can't even necessarily describe it, but it's like, you know, that it's like an itch in the back of my head, you know, that won't go away. And I felt the same way about being ruled from the EU, you know, like being in the EU. No, it's just this nagging, annoying, this isn't how things should be, you know, and things should change.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the issue is that when you basically live in a narco state, which is what many people I've seen argue Mexico is.
Well, in northern Mexico, I think you could definitely certainly not within government control.
Like, when you exist in that kind of state, it's like you have regressed to basically living in like a mafia style principality. Like, that's where you live, and you're not a liberal nation. You're not even you're something out of like a different century altogether. I'm stumbling on this, but it's basically like you are so far back in history. It's basically before there was a governing set of laws by which it was like the prescription by which the society would operate. Like, you are living before that, and that is like in another century altogether. And that's what I've seen people say that Mexico basically is. And I find it hard to agree when their next president's basically like, yeah, this country's fucked, get out. Great fucking campaign message there, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine winning on a platform of my country's shit, let's leave. Like, what's he gonna do? Build secret tunnels?
The thing is that, like, if the CIA wasn't completely fucking useless or wasn't malevolent, and that's my opinion on the matter of the CIA, because every fucking CIA director of the last 40 years that's left the agency is in the media 24/7 denouncing Trump 24/7, and it's all of them. It's all of them. And
really makes you think.
And you look at that, and you say to yourself, like, again, the thing is too, okay, right? With the CIA is an executive agency. It's supposed to answer to the president, and yet every former director is. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just to add quickly there, the criticism under Bush was that it was the president's private army. That was always the criticism leveled at the CIA by the left, is that it's a private, unaccountable, like military force almost.
Yeah.
You know, and it's, you know, secretly funded, completely unaccountable to anyone outside of the presidency, doing exactly what the fucking president wants. And who knows what black operations are on the books. And it's just like, suddenly they're like, we hate the president. It's like, yeah, okay, that's how I know that Trump is not the object of the deep state.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I know.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because I've been reading more and more. I haven't really sat down and read it as much as I should. But basically, like, there was once upon a time in this country, especially when Nixon was president, when the CIA and the administration, like the executive branch, were in sync, and they were doing evil shit all over the world very effectively.
Yeah. I mean, the CIA has been responsible for loads of dodgy shit.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, and I said this in the commentary I just uploaded, like, basically, if let's say, like, the missile that was launched from North Korea, and I had someone, I pinned the tweet in that commentary because someone said that they stated my point that the missile they've shot two missiles over Japan for so-called test flights. They weren't GPS guided. They were just, yeah, we're doing the best we can here in terms of the calculus for the trajectory. So let's just launch it. We can't guide it, but whatever. And so the thing is that if that missile, instead of landing in the ocean, would have landed in Japan, the CIA would have immediately created a fabricated story to say that it was a nuclear test. It wasn't a test launch. It was a launch. It was an attack. And they would fabricate that, and they would do so reflexively, because that's the point of the CIA, is to justify our use of our intervention in the world. That is why they exist. So it isn't, you could say it's an immoral organization fabricating things, doing other things, but the thing is that the reason why it exists is to justify everything we do.
I don't know if I'd say justify it. What do you mean by justify?
Basically, Gulf of Tonkin with Vietnam. We want to intervene in Vietnam. We need a reason
to create the justification for, right? Yeah, so, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that's the purpose of it in large part.
They're the men behind the curtain.
Yes, and it's basically like I don't even think like the president, and this is my theory. I don't even think the president says like go do this, go do that. They just do it. It's their reflex. So if let's say again, like if North Korea launched the missile and it landed by mistake in Japan, the next day the CIA would be putting out articles saying they did this intentionally through proxies, that this was intentional. It was an attack. That's what I think. And it wouldn't be because Trump told them to. It wouldn't be his direction. They would just do it reflexively. But in any case, we can move forward.
Yeah.
So this was another fucking thing that I thought that was hilarious about Duterte was he was at some kind of like meeting or some kind of rally.
I saw this, yeah.
And it was in the Philippines, and this Filipino woman like comes up, like is on stage with him, and he basically, and she's a married woman.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why they're playing this, but he just basically teases her and then kisses her on the lips. And I'm trying to get here it is. And he kisses her on the lips. And it's funny because like people got angry at him and he basically just dismissed them. He's just like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care if you're upset.
Just for fun. Don't take it seriously.
Yeah. And so I just thought I'd cover him. He might be, as far as I know, he's basically similar to that Hungarian guy who's kind of crazy and fascistic.
Oh, Viktor Orban?
Yeah.
I would be amazed if Viktor Orban went this free. Like Duterte seems to have no restraint on him at all.
No, he seems pretty fucking crazy.
Like, I guess when you're 73 and you're the president of the country, you're probably thinking,
yeah, fuck it.
Fuck it. Just like that's probably what a lot of what Donald Trump thinks. Just fuck it.
Yeah.
Have some fucking starburst, you unfuckable.
So this is another big story that's actually more serious, but we've withdrawn from the UN Human Rights Council, which was chaired by the Saudis, by the way, or China, I forget which. And I got to say that, like, I like on paper, ideally, I'm actually not in favor of it. But the problem is that the UN Human Rights Council is a fucking joke. It's run by fucking lunatic totalitarian states.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, like Saudi Arabia being on the Women's Council or whatever, Women's Rights Council.
They're the chair of this, by the way. They're the chair.
The chair of it. No, not even on it. The chair of it. I mean, like the whole thing is a joke, and I really don't blame them.
You know who's the first nation to condemn the withdrawal?
Who has?
Who? I'm asking you. Who do you think the first nation was to condemn the United States for withdrawing from the UN Human Rights Council?
Oh, who's the worst violator of civil rights?
Think on a mass scale.
Iran?
No, they're not on it.
Well, they're not on it. No. I don't know. You tell me.
China.
Oh, fucking ready.
Yeah, they were. They condemned it, and I was like, okay, like it's because
communist China, the single-party totalitarian state.
Nikki Haley argued that it's being used as a proxy of totalitarian, or she said authoritarian or something to that effect. It's used as a proxy for authoritarian states to argue against the United States. That's what her position is.
That's true.
Or the position of the White House.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they condemned what was going on in Israel, and I think that's probably the reason why we're doing this is basically to genuflect to Israel yet again. But the thing is that like. It's hard for me to even condemn Israel because it's like they have a right to defend their fucking borders. Yeah. And when you have like hordes of fighting age men like running at the border, like what do you expect to happen? You know?
In many ways, the Israelis are a lot more restrained than they could be.
Like, well, I won't necessarily agree to that, but I'll say is that like they're put in a position where they have no choice but to use force.
Go back 100 years, and Israel would have just eradicated Palestine by now.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. Yes,
I mean,
they would have done what the Chinese did to their own minorities, what the Japanese would have done to their own minorities. They would have just genocided them with no questions asked.
Absolutely, and 50 people dead. It's like, yeah, but there were massive protests. It's not like the Palestinians don't have a penchant for giving old women knives and then trying to get them close to Israeli soldiers and stuff. And that happens all the fucking time. It's like, look, the Palestinians consider themselves to be at war with Israel, a perpetual war against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Like, Israel is going to have to defend itself. And the thing is, I'm not even really a big supporter of Israel.
Yeah, neither am I. I really don't like Bibi Netanyahu.
No, I don't. I don't like Netanyahu. I don't like a lot of the things Israel does do. I don't like the attitude with which they do it.
Yeah, but I really don't like the fact of how like they come to the United States, and this is what happened last time Bibi came here. He just throws his weight around.
Yep, he knows he's in charge when he gets in the room, and that annoys me. Israel should genuflect to the United States in almost everything.
Absolutely.
Is responsible for the existence of Israel at this point. So it's just like, I'm sorry, watching Netanyahu like act like the big man. It's like, dude, like, I mean,
because I will say this is that Israel, if let's say Israel went to war with any of the nations around it, I'm pretty sure Israel will kick the shit out of them, decimate them. So to credit to them in that regard. But the fact is, one of the reasons why they throw their weight around so much, even here, is our protection. We're the big, like, fat hawk that's flying in the air that's ready to swoop down at any moment and just decimate wherever we land.
You're the guarantor of Israel,
Yeah.
And so if they lost the war, which I don't think they would, but if they did, you would prevent it from being complete destruction. And that's the thing. A lot of Israelis will say to me, "Oh, well, we just have to lose one."
You cut out there. Oh, did I lose you? Still here?
They're not going to let that happen.
You cut out there. Still.
Sorry. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
The US is not going to let that happen.
Okay. Okay. So how about this article here? I don't know if you saw this clip.
Yeah, I saw Bill Maher go off on one. Yeah. Honestly, I don't necessarily disagree with him. Like everyone's being precious about this, and it's like, look, if Bill Maher legitimately, I mean, I don't agree with Bill Maher on this, right? So I don't agree we need to get rid of Trump. I think Trump's doing a fucking amazing job. He's doing everything I would want him to do. So like, I don't want to get rid of Trump at all. I don't think anyone's going to come close to being as awesome as Trump has been in his presidency. For the forces of like the people who aren't a bunch of elitist snobs. Mm-hmm. Trump has done more against those people, and those people are the ones who end up fucking societies up because they're out of touch.
Sure,
they're not in contact with the problems they create, and this is exactly the problem we're seeing in Europe right now.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Donald Trump is the antidote to this, right? And so I don't want to get rid of Donald Trump, but if you're Bill Maher, if you're one of these out of touch elitists, and you're like, well, I just want to get rid of Donald Trump, I think it's worth the cost. It's like, that's a principled stance. I don't think, and this is something I went to the Remain rally on Saturday. I'm going to upload a video of just like me asking people why they're doing all of this, and most of them literally were just doing it for money. One of them was like, yes, absolutely. One of them was like, yeah, but like most of our mayonnaise is made in Brussels, and mayonnaise will cost more. I'm like, wow, you would give up the sovereignty of your country for the price of mayonnaise.
No, cheap, dude. It's the cheap iPhone argument. What can I tell you?
Another one was for the protection of Cornish pasties, so the Italians couldn't just make Cornish pasties and ship them here. I'm like, wow, the protection of the Cornish pasty. That's patriotic, And then loads of them are like, yeah, but what about the car industry? The cars are going to cost more. Dude, I don't care. I don't
buy
care
them from us.
Yeah, exactly. And so if Bill Maher essentially is holding true to these convictions and saying, look, the money's, but I mean, it's easy for Bill Maher to say because he's not in that position. I mean, it's like it's easy for me to say because I'm not in that position. My to be honest with you, actually, I say that, but it's actually been way like, it's like nothing changes for me personally if Brexit occurs. I just pay more for my groceries, but everyone will. But
yeah, but how long will that be before the market actually adjusts to that?
That's exactly it. I mean, we've got a conservative government, so you think that they would be able to make a firm moral argument for cutting taxes and corporate taxes to encourage investment into the country to boost job growth and wage growth?
Because the thing is, like, regardless, and this is the thing I can't stand about the cheap iPhones argument, is one, branding, and that's why I say iPhones, but two, it's like prices on goods fluctuate every single second of the day. So it's like, oh, they went up $1. Like, let's say the mayonnaise goes up a fucking $1 a jar. Okay, it's going to go back down. It's never just going to stay static forever at $1 more. That's ridiculous.
I've got a great example of this, right? It's the 2008 financial crash. It increased the price of milk in my local shop 50%. It used to be £1 for 4 pints of milk. I don't know what that translates to over in America. And then it went to £1.50 just overnight. And I was like, holy shit. And 2 years later, it goes back down to £1. Prices naturally go down. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's scarcity that makes things go up. And if something is in demand, scarcity goes down.
And by the way, the other thing about the cheap iPhones argument is that it all presupposes fucking production just stays exactly the same when technology every single day is advancing.
Production's always increasing. That's what I mean. Like, the scarcity goes down because production increases. And so it ends up, the prices end up going down. It's like, that's good for everyone.
I think that people have kind of bought into this Milton Friedman-esque like neoliberal bullshit of just if you outsource another million jobs, that means somehow society is going to change for the better.
And
I'm not on board with that. Like,
well, that's the thing. I'm not a neoliberalist. I think goods and services, yes. I should be able to provide a service or trade a good with anyone in the country, anyone in the world. There's no good reason to refuse that deal, but to allow like foreigners to buy up vast tracts of your country.
Yeah, that. By the way, that's happening in Canada. That's happening in Australia, and it's creating all kinds of fucking issues.
Arabs own most of London. I'm not joking. Like Saudis, Yemen, Qatar. No, dude, it's just property ownership. They just buy up massive amounts of fucking property.
That's what they're
sensible
doing in Canada,
for them to do so.
Yeah,
we're basically financing their ability to buy up our country.
Yeah,
and it's like, well,
I'm not on board. I'm not on board with globalization. Really, I think that I'll import. Like, let's feel free to import BMWs and fucking Japanese hentai and fucking whatever else. But the fact is that like the investment that's going in between countries is really creating some serious issues. And if you want to elect people like me into a fucking office, like let's keep it going, because you're going to get people that are a lot less like Trump and a lot more like me that are actual protectionists that actually believe that globalization has had a real downside to it and don't overall support it.
I mean, I'm not saying like I want to be a hardcore protectionist or anything, but I just think there are certain kinds of things that are done. Like, I don't want to start raising tariffs on foreign goods necessarily. I would rather not have to do this. And it encourages people not to raise tariffs against you. Blah blah blah. There are lots of good reasons. I don't want to do like aggressive trade wars, but I just want free trade. That's why can we not just have some free fucking trade?
The issue is if you were to just put it from the position of goods, you're right. But the problem is the investment. Like I said, it's this exchange of our money going into these different nations and us having no effect. Like, oh, we're going to invest in China, and China's going to become a liberal nation. That was the reasons for why Nixon met with the chairman of the Communist Party in China and basically set up the permanent trade relations. We believe that was the whole ethos of the neoliberals and the conservatives of that era, the international conservatives, that we were going to liberalize China by doing this. And guess what? We invested fucking trillions. Didn't change an iota.
Well, that's not true. China has changed. I mean, it not necessarily. It hasn't become liberal, obviously, but like it's got these specific areas. I can't remember what they call them, but they're basically capitalist cities. Like
well, God, what something zones?
Commerce zones or something. It's literally just free market areas within China. And it has created a wealthy class, like a middle class in China.
Well, that's great. Great for them.
But I think Nixon's plan is obviously like a generational one. Because like by the time that this current generation, the centralizing authority have died off in like 20 or 30 years' time, the people coming up under them are probably going to think differently to them.
You better hope.
Westernized.
Better hope. Because I definitely see a 2-track of like lazy, entitled middle class that demands rights, or extremist middle class that are completely detached from reality, that believe wholeheartedly in materialist doctrine and want to expand China.
There was a thing. Hang on, I'll find it.
Because every one of their fucking generals, all the way to the top, are fucking expansionist lunatics. Every fucking one. So I like the whole middle class is going to weigh them down thing. I don't see. Like
here's a thing from Newsweek from 2017. It's called "Chinese Young People Are Rejecting the Communist Party Propaganda and the Government is Freaking Out."
Well, like I said, they better hope that these are the future of the country, because like they just, that guy that is pictured there, who's the premier, whatever you want to call him, he just very recently cracked down and centralized more power for himself, and it's like, again,
but
like
it's a desperate move. You only have to do that if you're in desperate straits, because a truly powerful person decentralizes power. You know, they go out of the way to do it because they know that they've got, you know, all the power that they need, and in fact it maintains their stability to decentralize somewhat, right? You centralize power if you're getting desperate. You need like if you're going into a period of uncertainty and you need to make sure that you're not going to be the one who has to be uncertain. That's why you centralize power. Otherwise, you wouldn't. You'd act confidently, and that would help increase you as well. But literally, I mean, this Wally Lam, an expert on Chinese politics at the University of Hong Kong, says Chinese people are increasingly ignoring party propaganda and are much more interested in movie stars who represent a new lifestyle with more exciting aspirations, as in capitalism is conquering China.
You better hope. I'm not as
is,
my view is not as optimistic.
Well, the thing is, what it is just reality overtaking ideology. And in this case, like, you know, communist ideology would have them believe that capitalism is obviously an inherent evil. But if it starts making everyone wealthy and giving everyone like a private life where they talk about movies and they don't have to worry about what the Communist Party's thinking or whatever, that it's like, you know, people are going to choose it. It's just good for them. It's in their interest. You know?
I don't know.
I think so. I think it is.
I just look at it for more of like from a cultural point of view and like geopolitical, because like the whole reason why Japan is the most individualistic nation in East Asia is by our own intervention. That's the sole reason.
Of course. But I think that basically the Chinese bourgeoisie are going to go liberal, and then in like 50 years they'll end up going progressive. Which will be really amusing.
Well, I hope they do go progressive, because that'll sink their whole fucking nation, and then I can rest easy. Because I think
they're not rich enough yet.
I just think, like I said, I very deeply worry about Chinese influence in the world, and I think that if I would say to you, talk more with people that live in Australia and Canada, and they'll tell you that they are also very worried about Chinese influence.
In the near future, yes, but I think, like I said, in 20 or 30 years, I think you're going to see China changing, just because the people who start taking the mantle of leadership have changed, and I think the Communist Party knows that, which is why they're centralizing power.
Fair enough. All right. So getting back to this article, the reason why I brought this up was because I actually really, really didn't like this. I found this to be personally, I don't know if offensive would be the right word, but just I was repulsed by it because of like the recession that happened in 08, 07, like deeply impacted my family.
Yeah.
And so the idea of someone like wishing for another recession, it's like, you do realize like it would potentially throw millions of families out of the middle class. Like, do you even consider that morally at all?
This is the same as what the argument middle class people are making against Brexit. It's like, well, it might hurt, in the short term at least, it's going to hurt the economy. It's like, and I'm saying, yeah, I can accept that, because I'm personally not going to pay the price other than increased groceries, which everyone will suffer for a short period of time.
Well,
so it's easy for me to say that, and that's that. And so when you say I'm offended by Bill Maher saying this, it's not illegitimate at all. It's completely legitimate. I mean, like exactly as you say, he's operating directly against your own interests for his moral principles. And so if I found like a working class guy from the north who was like, you voted to leave and that's hurt me, fuck you, I wouldn't be able to say, well, that's not a legitimate complaint, because it is. And I'd say, look, I'm really sorry, man. I just think this is really important. And
I guess so, but I don't think it's an equitable comparison at all.
I don't agree that it's an equitable comparison either, but that's our opinions on it. Bill Maher would say it is exactly equitable,
I guess because the thing is that the difference of opinion would be that your national sovereignty is at stake, so that's why it's necessary. But in this case, Trump is a nationalist. So what exactly is the problem?
Yeah, but he would just hit you with liberal democracy's at stake. Trump's an authoritarian. Didn't you hear him say that he wished he had the sort of control over his nation that Kim Jong-un has over his? And and he is an authoritarian. He's just trapped in a system that isn't an authoritarian system. So there's only so much he can do.
I guess I would say that Trump sometimes has authoritarian vibes, but it's like.
He does.
But the thing is that like he's threatened to do lawsuits and then never done them.
Yeah, but the threat,
and he's defamed every fucking day.
Yeah, but the threat is the thing in and of itself. Like that's showing that you're prepared to defend yourself, but this might not be a battle worth fighting. That's what he's saying when he threatens to do that. But like, Trump probably runs his companies like dictatorships.
Maybe so. Maybe. I don't really know. I haven't really read much in terms of his actual governance of his companies because I've read some things.
I bet he does. But I mean, I don't care. They're his companies. He's bound within a system that supports individual rights by writ. Like there's nothing he can really do. like this. There was fascism's going to take over. Okay, exactly. How is it going to do that? How is it going to do this? Tell me what they're going to do.
Especially when the CIA hates them.
Exactly. Do you think that Trump's going to order the army to march on the White House so he can take personal control of everything? Do you think? No. Oh, right. Okay. So does he have absolute power of the other two? No, he doesn't even have absolute power over his own branch.
The Congress isn't on board for half the shit. Like. The FBI hates him. Is like using their own powers against him. Like none of the power structure likes him.
Yeah, and he's whining that he can't get anything done. Like he needs 50 Democrats to vote for him in the what was the thing he was talking about? The family splitting up thing.
Yeah,
exactly. He's not a fucking dictator. He just doesn't have the power. So his personality is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah. The other thing is too, he's not signing executive orders left and right either, which to me would be another say. Like if I was
he did for the first 100 days, didn't he?
I don't know if he really did that many.
No, there were loads in the first 100 days, but these were things that he literally said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this.
Right.
And so he just signs like 100, like literally in the first few succession days, signs hundreds of these executive orders, and everyone's like, oh shit, he's going to do it. The madman's going to do it. The madman's going to fucking do it.
One of the things that if I was in his position, I would absolutely do executive orders just in principle, because it's like, my whole thing with the presidency is like, oh, he's got all this power. It's like, just take it away from him then. Like the reason why the executive office has so much power is that Congress has continued to give and give and give more power to the office. Just take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Congress can literally prevent any war the United States.
What's amazing about, especially, yes, but the thing I can't stand is like, oh, he's pardoning people, blah, blah, blah. It's like, take it away then. Take it away.
Don't you pass the laws?
I hate the argument. Anytime I ever hear somebody that says the president has too much power, it fucking drives me up a wall, because it's like
he does.
Every power, with limited exceptions, the power the presidency has been given to it by Congress.
Yeah, but you know why this is, don't you?
Partisanship, as far as I can tell, and laziness on the part of
this is class, right? This is the elite class, right? They all thought they would always have one of their own.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this is, man. And so they've been like, yeah, the president should be effectively the person who decides whether the US goes to war, even though that should be the Congress. And it makes sense that it should be the Congress. And it's very much like the president has taken on the role of Caesar back in the Roman Republic.
Oh, yeah.
Congress is just like, it's the Senate, and it's just going to rubber stamp everything that he does, because they know that really he's the one in charge. And they made it this way. They made this system because they thought they would have a Hillary, a Bush, a Clinton, all
forever.
Yeah, exactly, forever. And then suddenly a twat, an outsider like Donald Trump comes along and goes, oh, what? I can do everything I want, because that's exactly how you set this up. And it's exactly as you say. Technically, they could take it away, but they have forgone the mental fucking, the sort of, just the way of thinking, the worldview, that they think they should be the ones challenging the president. They've lost that completely. And it's so cucked. And when they say, oh, you actually saw a bit of it standing up when it was like the Muslim ban, where you actually had like judges and stuff, intervening from a constitutional perspective. Like your Congress should be doing that, but they're the whipping boys of it's of the presidency. That's what it is. It's not the president; it's the office.
Yeah, Yeah, I from the beginning, I've never taken the whole El Duce shit seriously because they continue to make him. I've seen people show like images of like Mussolini,
Yeah,
and then they compare him to Trump. The thing is that like, if you really believe that, the second he won, the second Hillary lost, you would be moving to get Congress to take back the power from the presidency. You didn't do
absolutely.
that. You didn't do any of it. You didn't take back any of the power that was given to just even Obama. Nothing at all. So you don't believe it.
This is the thing. They expect a corporatist, globalist president. That's what they expect.
Yeah.
And when you have a protectionist, which like more small business sort of friendly and a nationalist, then
yeah.
I mean they can't afford to take away the powers that they have spent the time to invest in the presidency. They don't want to take them away. They're just like, oh my god, he's doing something we don't like, and they will continue to bitch.
Yeah. The thing about what I love about the immigration and especially the trade shit is that like it's not Trump. Like Trump isn't doing any of this. Like it's Wilbur Ross, who's the Secretary of Commerce. Like he's doing all the trade shit. Like he's strategizing with him, but the person who's writing it up is all Wilbur Ross. And the whole immigration thing, it's Stephen Miller. And the fucking thing is, the press finally figured it out that it's not Trump, it's fucking Stephen Miller, and it's also Steve Bannon.
Yeah,
he has a back door into the White House, and it's through Stephen Miller.
Of course he does. But I watched
because he's best friends with Stephen Miller.
Yeah. But I know. And I watched those interviews that you posted.
Yeah, those are insane.
Yeah, dude. Bannon is a fucking smart guy.
Yeah, he is.
He knows exactly what's going on, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's getting shit done. And you're absolutely right. It was Stephen Miller that has been nailing things, and they just love Trump. He's such a magnet, but Stephen Miller isn't getting them the clicks, and they know it. He's never going to get them the clicks.
Well, the reason why is that he's behind the scenes. That's Stephen Miller. He's been the only time he ever came out from behind the scenes was when the one
press conference.
Yeah, that one guy resigned and he did that press conference. It fucking just
the cosmopolitan bias.
Decimated. It was so great.
I woke up. I was still on Twitter at the time, right? And I woke up, and I was laying in bed, so I just grabbed my phone. I was like, "Yeah, okay, what hilarious thing?" And all I saw was my feed was just full of Stephen Miller is creepy. And I was just like, who the fuck is Stephen Miller? I don't know who this is. So I had to look him up. And it's like, okay. And I was like, okay, why are they calling him creepy? Oh, he demolished them? Right, okay. But they don't have anything. They're not going to say they don't have cosmopolitan bias, because that would be fucking ridiculous. So now he's just a weird, creepy Jew. And that's literally what they were saying. And I was like, wow.
what I love about the immigration thing, because I don't really have much here. We'll have a story on ICE that's actually really depressing that we'll get to. But the brilliant part of the whole of Trump is Hitler, Stephen Miller as a Jew is somehow Hitler, which I find offensive, by the way. I don't like that. Everyone's Hitler. All they do is enforce the law in the books.
Yeah.
It's all they're doing.
Oh my god, the border thing is the funniest fucking thing. It's like, okay, we're allowed to stop and search everyone at the border, yeah. Like prosecute everyone at the border, yeah. And we should really, shouldn't we? Well, if we're going to be anti-immigration, yeah. And then, what's the problem?
The fucking thing of like, okay, if you come into the United States and you have a prior conviction and it's an automatic felony, like that is like decades and decades and decades old, and it's like, we're just enforcing that now. Oh my god, El Duce has returned. That's my line of Trump being Mussolini. El Duce has returned.
Dude, honestly, right? Just I use Facebook a lot more than I do Twitter, obviously. And it's essentially normie book, but the amount of literally pictures of
there's so many fake images. There's so many fake images.
Even the real ones, right? The picture of the camp from the air, and then a picture of like a Holocaust camp, and they're like, "Oh, never again." It's like, dude, and I just post beneath it a picture of Butlin's holiday park, and it looks exactly the same. It's just rows of like apartments, but and from the air, all of these look exactly the same, and it's like you are acting like fucking lunatics right now.
And what I can't stand about this is that like it is 100%. I have zero doubt in my mind. And I won't say this for every person that believes the propaganda, but this is a fucking strategy that was dreamed up by political strategists that sent it to the press, who looked at it over the weekend, that said, okay, this is going to be our week.
Yeah.
For the first 3 days, and I believe I already said this to you, but for the first 2 days, The Hill, which is an establishment beltway, which we're currently looking at, 24 articles in 2 days. 24 articles on one topic.
Dude, there is a reason that it's the right. There's Helen Lovejoy is the won't someone think of the children? You know, that's the meme. It's not no one left wing. No one ever thinks that the left wing gives a fuck about kids. The pro-abortion lobby doesn't give the anti-nuclear family lobby don't give a shit about kids.
The lobby of single moms.
Yeah, exactly. You can't possibly give a shit about kids and want to destroy the nuclear family. That's the most detrimental thing you can do to a child, and yet that's one of their campaign platforms. We want increased social security, dude. Like welfare programs. It's like, dude, that's just kryptonite to the nuclear family. Like you're actively hurting children by promoting this. You know, it should be disincentivized to be on welfare. You know that, right? You know, and it's but they don't think that.
Yeah, the thing about quickly, the whole thing with Social Security, especially with Bernie Sanders, is that like I'm not necessarily against it just for the sake of like to avoid elderly poverty and also just to make sure that
I'm not really thinking about elderly. I'm thinking of
right. For young people, especially there should definitely be some kind of incentive for young people that are definitely able-bodied to not be on social welfare, especially when they can fucking work, and that is a heavy percentage of people, by the way, that can fucking work
of the unemployed anyway. But like. It's one of those things where it's just like it's the incentive is just all wrong, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Especially now, what's your excuse when the economy is allegedly doing very well? We have like high growth, very low unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. It's like why, like if jobs are going up, and especially when we're doing protectionist shit, the jobs should be here.
They are.
So there's no real excuse for you to be on your ass unless you're disabled, and that's my fucking job, or I spend 60 hours a week investigating people committing fraud.
Yeah, and even then, okay, I'm totally down for giving disabled people a good quality of life. Totally down.
Sure.
For it. But you're not disabled, you're lazy. Get a fucking job, you know what I mean?
Well, my big thing is that I think that I'm not sure of what the issue is exactly, but I definitely think that people in prison should be used for labor.
No, absolutely not. Totally disagree.
I think it should be used as an incentive.
No, okay, so I really disagree with that because it's no. Okay, so basically, it's the same as making people work for their benefits. No, effectively these things are, I guess you could class them as entitlements. You are compelled by the state or benefited by the state in this particular circumstance, and it should be without exception and without favor. It's as an entitlement. It's something that the state does. Is the state's duty to do this, regardless of what your circumstances. Regardless of whether you're, rich, poor. Well, I mean, whatever it is, But it's something that is for every citizen. And if the state starts, it's remarkably authoritarian, in my opinion, for the state to make you work for an entitlement.
It's not. I never said about welfare. I said for prison.
But I know, but it's something that the state does without favor to citizens. Like that, the state is responsible for this. I mean, in your country, it's not. I mean, a lot of the time, it's fucking private prisons, and in my country as well, they're starting to increase private prisons.
Less so now. They're cracking down on that pretty harshly right here.
I should fucking hope so, because we've got I think we've got 4 new private prisons under the Tories, and it's just like, man, there's something.
It's not a good move. Right? It's not a good move. I'll tell you that.
No, it's disgusting. And again, it's like one of those things, like being ruled from the EU. It's like, I guess it's like my liberal spidey sense or something. I'm just like, no, that's not right. It shouldn't be that way, and it shouldn't be that people like you're saying the work. The reason I mentioned the benefits is because we have the workfare thing here, where the Conservatives were trying to get people to basically work at Sainsbury's or Tesco's for their benefits. It's like, hey, why the fuck don't they just hire them? If we're not giving it free fucking, and effectively that turns it into slave labor because these people need that money to survive, and yet they're not employed and they're not getting a job from it, and they're spending their time and labor giving a corporation energy that they don't deserve. And it's the same thing with prison. It's like, look, okay, if you've broken the law, it's the state's job to put you in prison, but the state doesn't then have the right to force you to labor.
Well, I guess that's the difference we have. Effectively, it would be, but it would just be, in my opinion, part of rehabilitation efforts. Because in my opinion, like
Louis Le Vau, secret authoritarian.
In my opinion, prison
bring back state slavery.
Prisons would ultimately be like, in essence, like a CIA project of we are going to experiment on you. We are going to propagandize to you 24/7, and we are going to force you to work. And it is going to be in the hopes that once you leave, you will understand that you are meant to be a productive citizen in society, and that you should hope and pray every day that you do not return.
I'm for rehabilitation as well, but I'm not for turning prisons into Orwellian nightmares of just dystopian, dictatorial chambers of suffering. Like, I don't think that's going to rehabilitate
it's not arbitrary suffering. It
sounds pretty fucking awful.
It's to an end.
Okay, I'm not saying it's not without reason, but still, I think that's not good enough. I think the ends don't necessarily justify the means.
I do.
Seriously. I mean, you realize that a percentage of those people are probably going to be innocent.
I'm aware of that.
So, how many innocent men do you put through grueling 20-year totalitarian?
That's they're being treated equal, and they don't know.
You're a communist. Then. I'm not for people being treated equally. Treat them on their merits.
In prison.
They're still people.
Unlawful people.
No,
disorderly people.
They're actually
deviant.
They're not like illegal immigrants who don't have a right to be in the country. They're still citizens, and they're still
citizens, but they still violated the law.
Yeah, but violating the law doesn't mean in my citizenship.
And in my opinion, they owe a debt to society, and that should be.
And they're paying that in prison.
I don't think warehousing is paying your.
But that's pretty goddamn Rousseauian, you fucking collectivist. You should look at it like they've let themselves down, and then that 20-year timeout that they're taking from society is to teach them a lesson about themselves.
But the thing is that, like, I think from a philosophical perspective, you may be right, but I think from a pragmatic perspective,
from a utilitarian perspective,
we have a serious problem with recidivism in the United States, and I think that the status quo of just warehousing
kill everyone who's committed a crime.
No, I don't agree with capital punishment.
Oh, fucking hell! Right, okay. So Orwellian prison systems are fine, but capital punishment is not fine. Mm-hmm. And I love the way that you weren't even like. The first thing you jumped to wasn't, I disagree with punishing thieves as rapists. Like that wasn't where your mind went. It was, no, I just don't think that method is correct. Okay, so what would freeze them in carbonite?
No, because that's just warehousing. You're not rehabilitating them. You're not creating the circumstances by which that they can understand that they've done wrong.
So we just need to make them suffer.
No, we need to show them. we need to. It's basically how you understand the idea of rehabilitation. If rehabilitation is just warehousing people to the degree that they learn how to become a better criminal and then leave prison with that position, that disposition, and recidivism stays at 80% or whatever it is currently, then you have an ineffective system that doesn't serve any real purpose.
Do you know what countries have effective systems?
I've been told Scandinavia.
Yeah, and the recidivism is actually surprisingly low. And do you know how the prisons are run?
Like daycare centers.
Yeah, like fucking daycare centers. It's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do the thing that we used to do in the 1800s. We'll run an experiment, follow style. No, I'm not joking. That's what we used to do in prisons. I know, but we have a long history of experimentation in prisons in this country.
I know you do. Yeah.
And so my thing, and I think we should do this. I should watch my words here. We should run experiments of we do the European strategy of the daycare center, and then we do my strategy of the CIA black op of basically propagandizing people and basically trying to instill in them that it's not only that they have betrayed themselves in a standard that they should hold to as a citizen, but that they have also betrayed the nation.
Okay, I've actually got a better idea.
Okay,
I think I think that we should pass a law that states if your child is sent to jail, you will be personally involved in their rehabilitation. And then what you do is you get whatever professional licensed therapist, some official, well-educated, well-meaning middle-class official of the state, that sort of, like a social worker or something like that kind of thing. So they've got this kind of natural air of authority and patronizing caring, and then your mum is sat next to you or your dad is sat next to them, while they're saying, well, that why stealing's wrong. So let's talk about why you did this, because we don't want this to happen. This is us being disappointed in you. Now let's actually think about this. And man, I bet recidivism goes down just out of sheer embarrassment.
Like I said, we'll run the experiment.
And not only that, man, I bet if the parents thought there was going to be some fucking backlash to them, they would be getting their kids in line like fucking that, man. If it was like, wait, I'm going to have to spend every week, 2 days a week, every weekend in prison talking to you for 4 hours a day. If you go to prison, I will fucking slap you,
I guess maybe. I don't know if I necesserily agree. I think
family pressures
sure. I don't disagree, but I think that because my understanding is that what a lot of, and I've seen this with people even in my own life that were definitely I'll say deviant for a decent word, that went into the military and turned their lives around instantly.
Well, yeah, there are going to be people like that too, obviously.
And so what I think that in terms of deviant behavior in the prison system and going to prison, it should be discipline. That I think is the thing that will cause, because maybe you're right, it won't work for everyone. Patronizing care will actually work for some people, but I think for a lot of people, the discipline is what they're lacking, and I think that's going to actually affect people more.
I mean, I'm not against the idea of making someone spend 20 years in the army if they commit a crime.
Well, it's not necessarily prison. It's not necessarily I understand that that too. I've seen arguments for that too. I'm very concerned about having too much criminals in the military, but
well, I mean,
but in effect, but basically it would basically be I know what you mean. It would be the prisons would have a more military style structure, but also it wouldn't be this isolating, cold, drab, empty, gray place. I don't know if you've ever been to I've been to 3 maximum security prisons in my life.
Twice. It's a great way of employing veterans, isn't it? If you're
prison guards.
Basically, we just want you to turn it into a military training camp where we just don't train them to fight. We're just going to be going through the
self-discipline.
The discipline and the exercises.
Yes.
Keep them occupied all day. They're not just going to be lounging in a cell. No, they're going to be running around a fucking field. They're going to be jumping through hoops, climbing over things. No, you're not sitting in your fucking cell. Just get running. But I think fucking all day.
I think that and the thing is with work, it wouldn't be necessarily, and that's what I said earlier. It wouldn't be from a perspective of just benefiting corporations, but if it could be done simply for the ability to see productive behavior as sure. But my point is to see productive behavior as part of your day. To instill that.
I agree.
That kind of discipline. Because I think that, especially in my life, as growing up as a millennial kid and just in a cushy upper working class family, it was jarring to get in.
I've got a really great idea. Okay, instead of working for corporations or making money, right? What they should effectively do is design a program where they essentially build their own house.
Sure.
Wouldn't that be a great idea? I mean, maybe not the house itself, but right, so you're here for 20 years. Okay, well you can, you've got semesters, you're in university or something, and then you would just be right, okay, I've got 6 months where I'm building chairs. And it's okay, what are you doing? Well, I'm going to build 3-4 chairs, and then the next semester I'm going to learn how to build a table, and so at the end of it, you've got a dining room set, and and you could literally fucking have storage space. Okay, oh no, you've got to buy storage space. Yeah, but the guys have got something. They're invested in something. At the end of it, they've got something.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think a trade school would be a good strategy for prisons.
Yeah, well, they're making their shit. I think that's a great idea. In fact, no, I've just thought about it. I think that's a fucking awesome idea.
So you agree with my work idea? There we go. Well, you've conceded.
The way you frame it with capitalist exploitative.
No, it's not. It's not at all from a capitalist.
But it's got to be for themselves. You've got to be making them do things. Sure. That's what it is. It can't be for other people.
My position is that people in the prison system should be inundated because, like I said, I've been to a few maximum security prisons, including Attica twice, and they are drab, empty, just isolating. You feel the weight when you're there, and when you leave, you feel you take a breath. It's Jesus Christ, I'm glad I'm out of there. And I mean that for real. It's terrible. I've been there twice, and it's been terrible both times. It shouldn't be like that.
No, I
In
agree.
my opinion, basically, it would be, like I said, like a CIA black site where it would be nonstop propaganda. You are inundated with it 24/7.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I'd have like liberal American propaganda.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what it would basically
like
be.
wartime propaganda, sort of like
Yes,
you're
yes,
working for freedom. You're working for you.
yes,
You're going to get out there and be the best goddamn American you can be because you're here because you
yes,
fucked up. So fix that.
yes.
That's the American way, the American ethos. We're
Yeah,
gonna
it would
build
be
something new.
it would be rehabilitative. Like you would have
Yeah, it would, yeah.
basically think of like where you would have personal messages from the president saying, this you shouldn't see this simply as a punishment. You owe a debt to society and to yourself. And once you leave
Don't
here,
say you owe debt to society because
no, I
then
think
no, but I know that you do, but like, and what you don't, you owe a debt to the victims of your crime. That's who you owe a debt to. You don't owe a debt to wider society because what you're doing then is giving people who weren't involved in the crime or in any way, shape, or form, like they weren't the perpetrator or the victim. You're giving them moral authority over the situation. And I think that's a bad move. And I think that's like academic agent goes on about Rousseau all the time. And he has got a point in this regard. And I think that's what he's trying to say. It's like you're collectivizing, you're being a collectivist about it and giving them like undue authority. Like they can make all the moral judgments that they want, but they don't have a claim to try and morally demand you do something. They can make their arguments. And if you agree with them, blah, blah. But the way you're suggesting when it's, it's for society, it's like, fuck society. The society's full of pricks. All right, I know I'm one of them. Okay,
so I don't know. I know what you're saying, but it's hard for me to agree to it because it's like you have to understand like part of this is my job. Like this is all I'm inundated with this 24/7 of like scumbag fuckers that just break the law and they don't give a shit. They don't fucking care.
I know, I agree, and you use their victims. That's how you do it, because then you can genuinely point to the people who are hurt by this person's actions. I mean, that's what accountability actually looks like. And I mean, the people who are hurt are part of society. You are implicitly saying, "Oh, look, you're doing damage to society by hurting Joe Smith over here, or whatever their names are, obviously." But it's not that you're not helping society. You are in a very real way. It's just you're doing it in a very specific way that needs to be done, and that means that everything is kept just. You can't have like ideology creeping in when you're doing it on the level of reality, things that have happened, documentable events. You avoid letting SJWs or anyone else, right-wing collectivists, whoever it is, getting their claws on the process by focusing on what's
okay, sure. I will definitely concede that's very much a concern because if we lived in a more ideal world where that wasn't a real possibility, then maybe I would stand up more for myself in my position. But I think that unfortunately the circumstances as they are now, I do think that it is important to keep it in an individual sense, so long as we have lunatic collectivists running around doing shit.
And the thing is, I'm not saying that it's illegitimate to say for society at all. I mean, there are definitely times when you can just refer to society as the general entity that people experience when they what they mean is just people they don't know who aren't particularly invested in what's going on. That's what they mean when they say society.
Sure.
There are people out there just going about their lives like innocent. Like this is another thing, innocent bystanders. Like, dude, what if you don't know anything about these people? I bet if we did an investigation and a full investigation to the lives of every one of these victims, you would find like 3 of them have got child porn. One of them's a rapist. This woman's a compulsive stealer or something. Like the innocent fucking bystanders. I don't think you could find a single fucking innocent bystander everywhere. Everyone's human. Everyone's flawed. Everyone's got something about them that's not great, and it's a vice they have, or it's whatever. Everyone's something. The question is just how bad is it? But look at these innocent. These fucking angels. There's always a bunch of saints that are just hanging out on a street corner when the gang shooting happens. They all just get caught in the crossfire. It's amazing. None of the villains ever get hit. Like. Seriously, I just want a more realistic view of the world, But I tell you, I like the idea of militarizing the camps. I like the idea of militarizing the camps, like the prisons. Like, and when I say militarizing it, literally, you don't teach them to fight. You just teach them to feel like a disciplined part of a whole. Yeah, like they feel like they are part of society.
Yeah, well, that's what I think. Because you need to instill values into these people that aren't deviant, because I think that that's ultimately the serious issue, is that these people are not like when people say, "Oh, they're insane," it's like, yeah, some people are insane, but the fact is that most of the people committing crimes are not actually insane.
No, they just don't think they're going to get caught.
They have antisocial personality disorders. That's the actual thing. They have issues of being antisocial and engaging in behavior that's ultimately deviant, that's criminal. And I think you need to instill in them the value of not being deviant. And actually,
well, yeah, but like, I mean, when you say, like, the thing is, it's saying deviant again. It's a catch-all. It's not a descriptor of like the individual people, because I mean, like, people commit ultimately, like, the one reason anyone ever commits a crime when everything else has been taken into account for every other different ideological position, personal, position, or like, financial interest, all that sort of stuff. When it comes to it, the last thing and the most important thing that's considered is, will I get caught? No one ever commits a crime thinking that they're going to get caught. Otherwise you wouldn't do it. Like, if there's a cop standing on the street, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm going to rob the bank now." You'd wait until the cop had gone. Like, you would have to put it off. And so I think that when it comes to, like, I don't think you can generalize in that way by just calling them deviants. That's too easy. So a lot of people, I mean, it's too black and white. Like, stealing a loaf of bread is not the same as murdering a family of 4. And like embezzling from a massive bank.
I'm definitely not equating those two crimes. But what I am saying is that I don't find it justified for the overwhelming amount of people that do commit crimes. I'm not persuaded that they are not deviant, that they are not engaged in behavior that is abnormal. I'm not. I don't see them as like a victim of their own bad choices. I see them as someone that made a choice and it was the wrong one, and they should have known that. And it's I don't know.
And they probably did know that, but they had other pressures on them that encouraged them to take the risk.
I guess, but like I said, I don't really.
Well, that's true. I'm not saying that's. I mean, then it's up to the person and the crime as to whether it's justified. I mean, if you're a starving man and you're like, okay, I'm a starving homeless man, no one's giving me any money, I literally can't eat, I'm just going to steal a loaf of bread. Are you going to tell me that that's not justified?
Yes, it's not justified.
Really?
Yes.
See, that's the thing. I told you, it's not black and white. I think it is justified for him to try and steal. I'm not going to sit there. So. Yeah, but I don't think you can say, well, he's an immoral man for doing that, trying to steal a loaf of bread from a supermarket.
I think so. You got to understand that, like,
supermarket for his subjective needs. I mean, I'm not saying it's a legal thing. He should be punished.
Is the supermarket morally responsible?
Am I going to sit here and but is the question? Am I going to sit here and morally condemn a starving homeless man for stealing some food from a grocery store? No. I think that would be ridiculous. You would do the same thing in his place. But that doesn't mean it's not lawful. That it's lawful and that he shouldn't be punished. He should be punished. But you would appropriate, like, choose an appropriate punishment for the crime. Like, proportionally, he's not doing it out of malice. He's doing it out of desperation. Whereas some people do commit crimes out of malice.
Maybe so. It may be out of desperation, but I don't think that it's. I don't think that you can put the onus on, like, because you're basically, because my thing is, my concern is of the supermarket that he's stealing from, who's acting lawfully.
Yeah, and
why is it that I should penalize them?
We're not penalizing them. The loaf of bread will be returned.
Well, we're making excuses for why their shit deserves to be stolen.
No, that's ridiculous. Come on, we're going to return the loaf of bread to the supermarket. Obviously,
he ate it.
Well, okay. What do you do when someone steals your car and burns it? Do they give you a new car?
Not
Sometimes
usually.
you just have to accept a loss, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Hopefully you've got insurance, and I'm sure the supermarket does have insurance. Whatever restitution can be made should be made. Obviously, you return the loaf of bread, but like, there's no point treating the homeless man like he's a murderer or like he's morally deficient, because he wasn't doing it because he's morally deficient.
Oh, man.
I mean, the reason he didn't start stealing bread on the first day that he was homeless, he was just he obviously tried other means, and now he's starving and desperate. Those other means failed. He just needs some bread. Like,
we're just gonna have to move on.
I don't think the homeless guy is a moral leper in that way.
we
can move on. Sorry, we can move on.
I won't say that I disagree with that, but we'll just leave that hanging and move on because I don't like homeless people. I don't like criminals. I do find them to be morally deficient. I do consider them to be lesser than me. And
why is a homeless person morally deficient?
Because I've seen them engage in petty theft all the fucking time, and it disgusts me.
Yeah, but they're homeless, dude.
I don't care. You know whose problem that is? You know whose fault that is? Not mine.
Well, that's true, but often it's not theirs either.
And there are plenty of charities, there are plenty of fucking churches, there are plenty of ways by which for you to rebound in your life. And the thing is that I've seen plenty of people lose a lot and have almost nothing and come very close. Even my own family come personally close to losing everything. And yet the way they got themselves out of that position was to double down, work hard, and make all the right choices, not commit crimes, not steal shit.
I agree with you.
I
agree with you that would be good. But like, who's a friend of mine felt bad for this homeless guy and took him to McDonald's. He was telling him, I didn't personally do this. I always give money to homeless people, but I never. That's the only charity I ever do as well. I only ever give to homeless people. But this guy, my friend took this guy to a McDonald's. And when they were sitting there eating, he doesn't like giving them money because he's like, they'll spend it on drugs. I'm like, I don't care. You know, if I was homeless, I'd want some drugs as well.
I do.
But this is the thing, right? So he took him to McDonald's, so he had a meal, right? And the guy was just telling how I can't remember what he was involved with horses. I can't remember what it was, like not a farrier, but something similar. But basically, it was a fairly specialized job, but it was a well-paid job because you don't get that many of the people doing those courses to become whatever some horse specialist. I don't know. But the recession hit, and the company that he worked for left, and so suddenly he was out on his ear, but he was like, okay, that'll be fine. But then his girlfriend left him or something, or she died, I think. And so suddenly, like, he found himself with these debts, and he just had no options and lost his house. And he just ended up on the street. It was just like, right. Like, he couldn't get money out of his account because it was overdrawn. There's like nothing there. And so he couldn't buy anything. And so he was just stuck on the street. He didn't have a job, didn't have a house. So it was difficult to claim any kind of benefits. And it wasn't any of this guy's fault. He didn't do this. And so it was just like, I don't know, man. I just can't share the opinion,
And then I guess we just disagree. Because like I said, I
disagree.
I every once in a while, I'll get hit up for money by somebody just randomly on the street. And sometimes I will give people money. So I've always been a fairly generous person, I would say. But my thing is that I do look down on people that do that kind of thing.
I'm not saying you can't look down on them. I'm just arguing for how the system should work.
And like I said, I find it personally repulsive, and I don't like it. I don't like, because my thing is, when the last time I got hit for money was I was at a gas station. I just got gas, and I paid for my gas, on a corporate card. And so I paid for gas. And this guy comes up to me and he hits me up. He goes, dude, I'm out of gas. Like, I need your help. Can you give me $5 for gas? And I just look at this person. And at first I told him no. And then later I gave him $5 just to be generous. But the thing is that afterwards, when I left, I said to myself, like, I don't know the circumstances of the thing. But the thing is that the guiding voice in my head, my conscience said, and I have a very weird conscience, but my conscience said, why don't you just give the guy a fucking job application? Because that's what he needs. That's what my conscience told me. See, and I should have listened to it.
Dude, I totally appreciate the kind of autistic self-reliance, right? I really do appreciate
Well, the thing is, I've been employed since the age of 15. Yeah, I've never not had a job in my before my whole life.
I've not had jobs before. I spent 6 months unemployed, but I've been, like, when I was 13, I ran my own paper route. So basically, like, because there was no organized thing I was living out in Germany on a military camp. And there was no organized thing. So out of my, in fact, it was someone else. Someone else had started this like tradition of like basically just walking around houses and knocking and saying, "Hi, would you like me to deliver a Sunday paper for you?" It'll cost you a Deutschmark, because this was years ago. Depending on the paper, there's a certain markup. But and so basically every Friday I'd go around, collect the money, and then on Sunday deliver the papers. And every week I did this. Every week I made a lot of money. When I was like 13, 14, I had an amazing Warhammer 40,000 army because I could afford it because I worked for it. And So, like, I totally agree with you with the sort of autistic self-reliance. You are the one who does things. Totally agree. But there are times where, like, there are forces outside of your control that just conspire to fuck you.
Sure.
And there's and sometimes you find yourself just stuck.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Going back to, and I can give you an anecdote for this to explain at least my mindset before we move on, because I'd like to, even though I'm still holding this up. For an example, I was jogging in my neighborhood, and I saw a homeless guy walking around, and what he was doing, and I caught him doing it, but he stopped doing it and walked away. And if he wouldn't have walked away, I would have called the fucking cops on him. I caught him going through people's mailboxes to steal shit. And in my area, most of the people around me, if they're not new young people that have moved in, they're all retirees. And they're very comfortable they live very comfortable middle class lives. Not like super upper middle class, but middle class lives.
Yeah, just comfortably middle class.
When I see somebody that's homeless digging through people's mailboxes to potentially steal shit from people that have worked their entire fucking lives for what they have and have now retired, I'm utterly repulsed by that. I feel for the person that has lived within the constraints of the law and has made all the right choices, and that is now being robbed.
Yeah, and that's just.
Like I said, I place the onus on the thief, not on the person that's being robbed.
Yeah, but the onus is on the thief. I'm not suggesting it should be removed from the thief. The thief is one who should be punished, or rehabilitated, as we've decided. Which I'm telling you, I'm loving the idea of rehabilitation that way through the.
Absolutely. I'm sure that
I don't see why, other than tradition, that we just make prisons a dreary.
I don't like
inactivity.
I don't like the idea of needless punishment, and that's what prisons currently are. It's needlessly punishing warehouses. They're awful. I don't know if you've ever been through any. I've been to 3 maximum security prisons, and every one of them has been the same. They have been terrible, just super drab, super gray, just crippling in terms of how like isolating and like you feel like the walls are like enclosing on you. It's just so
don't they spend 23 hours a day inside a cell?
I'm trying to remember what's the word. It's like it's like taking your breath away.
Yeah,
it's like that. It's what's the word? Asphyxiating. That's the word. Asphyxiating. It's that kind of feeling when you walk through them, and it's like they shouldn't be this way because it's not doing anything. It's not.
No, it's not reducing the prison population, is it?
No, it's not preventing recidivism. So it's what's the point?
And not just that, though. They're filled with bored young men. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to fight each other.
Yes, you know what I'd be doing on a loop other than nationalistic propaganda? Jordan Peterson videos 24/7.
Yeah. Dude, literally sort yourself out. Dude, I would literally do that. Jordan Peterson, sort yourself out. By the way, and it would literally be them running around a running track for 23 hours a day instead. They'd be begging me for time in their cell. Please, can I just sit down? I'm so bored. I'm so exhausted. Yeah, not but it's like
I think the Jordan Peterson aspect of sort yourself out wouldn't work for everybody, but I do think that for a certain amount, especially young men, I do think it would be revolutionary for them, especially if they're coming from broken homes and shit. I think it would be very powerful for them.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I'd like to see some very serious reform in the prison system, not like, oh, let's let everybody out, because I don't fucking agree with that. I like the whole thing. Oh, we've legalized marijuana, so open the floodgate. It's like these are still people that willingly committed crimes.
Dude, I'm actually loving the idea of writing a kind of prison schedule. I'm kind of loving the idea. It sounds really fascinating. So, okay, what can we get them doing? Literally, like every morning for like 2 hours in the morning, it's exercise. You get up at the crack of dawn, you do 2 hours of exercise, then you sit down to breakfast.
Yeah. And you're inundated with propaganda as you sit and eat.
Exactly. And if you don't like it, don't commit a crime.
Yep.
You know, there's no fucking reason you should just be sat on in a fucking jail cell. Like, why do we do this?
When they sit and eat, there's nothing playing, there's no music, there's no sound. It's just them communicating with one another. And guess what they're fucking talking about?
Bitching about shanking matey over there. That's right.
Yeah.
He tough talked me. Oh, well, fuck that guy. I'm going to stab him. Join my gang. Yeah, I know. It's fucking
all right, we have to move on. I'm getting all kinds of people saying move on.
No,
So
you're not. I'm watching the chat.
Oh, really? I have people messaging me saying.
Okay, yeah, we probably should. Sorry, it's just a fascinating subject. Sorry.
No, I think we could bring it up again another time because
we'll talk about
I
it another
think
time,
that
we're
other
not
than
done
our
with this.
moral differences on the issue of crime itself, I
The
think
solutions we can definitely.
yeah,
talk
definitely,
about.
yeah, we can definitely agree on the solution. So before we get to this funny thing, this is a very sad story. This is an incredibly sad story. This is a terrible story. So ICE,
Yeah.
Immigration Enforcement, put out this tweet with this wheelchair-bound veteran. Okay, so I want to reiterate, this is his dog, his trauma dog or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
This is Justin Gardner. I think it's a Gertner. Who was a Marine. So he's a veteran. He served the country, and he was badly wounded in the war. So he came back as a crippled veteran. Okay, this guy didn't live the rest of his life on fucking disability. Instead, he became part of ICE. So he stayed within the public service and now is working for ICE as a technician of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, even though again he could live on disability for the rest of his life, as I've known some veterans to do who were crippled in this way. Instead, he's
because of the military training, they can't bear to sit around and do nothing.
Right, and he's still working. And plus, I know a bunch of people that are crippled that were in the military that now volunteer for different things and stuff like that. But in any case, so I saw this image and I said to myself, well, good. This is what you should want. This guy isn't crippled and emotionally crippled by the fact that he's lost his legs. He has been traumatized in a war. He was traumatized in his service to the country, and he's still choosing to serve. This is a very good person. This is a very productive person. This is someone that people should aspire to be. And this just would be why people should thank the people that have served their country, because many of them are like this guy.
You would call him a man of good character.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I saw this and I was like, wow, this is something you should tweet out. It's very inspiring. So what happened is that the media got their hands on this image and they saw this right here and this here. Mm-hmm. It's hard to see, but this is like, it's not like, I forget what kind of lettering it is, but I think it's Greek lettering. And then there's this symbol here.
It's Nazi lettering.
So this symbol here is the symbol of his company or the platoon or whatever he was a part of in the Marines. That's what this symbol is. And this was something else, and I forget what it says. But a whole bunch of left-wing outlets basically came out and said that what he had on him was Nazi iconography.
Yeah.
They said specifically what he had on him was Nazi iconography. Now, what people have to understand is that is an incredibly serious charge to lay against somebody.
It's fucking
lunacy. That is an
lunacy.
incredibly serious, because the thing is, Nazi iconography and tattoos, that exists. That's real. I've met people with Nazi iconography on their fucking arms.
Yeah,
I've met them. That's a very serious charge to say to somebody, because what you're basically saying is that they are an actual neo-Nazi. This isn't like, oh, they're alt-right, they're an incel, blah, blah, blah. No, you are literally saying that you can demonstrate that this person is a neo-Nazi. That is what you're saying. Is an incredibly serious charge.
Publicly avowed, like to get, like, it's one thing being a secret alt-righter shit poster or something, right. It's another thing being like the Klan marching type,
Yes.
Like the American History X type.
Yeah, and that's what they're basically equating him to.
Yeah.
And so, the tattoo on his left elbow was Titan II, the symbol for his platoon where he fought in Afghanistan. The symbol on his arm, which I'm not sure if they covered here, but that also was innocuous. The Greek lettering was innocuous as well. It was like his some number related to his service as well. It was something completely innocuous. And this guy was maligned as a fucking Nazi. And it got so bad. It got so fucking bad that ICE had to release a statement about it. The organization had to release a fucking press release statement regarding this guy and saying, no, he is not a fucking Nazi. Okay, the writing on his right arm is that of the Spartan Creed, which is about protecting family and children.
Oh, holy shit, the Spartans are fucking Nazis. Don't bring them into it. Fucking hell.
I don't think it was actually about
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm playing the everything.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I definitely because in the next Assassin's Creed game, which I'm considering getting, I'm definitely siding with Athens. Fuck the Spartans.
Yeah, the Spartans were cucks.
I don't care how. The Athenians are so hegemonic. Yeah, I'm glad because they were fucking hegemonic against all the shithole nations around them.
The Athenians were the Americans of Greece.
They had problems with demagogues and all the rest, and rhetoricians and all that. But guess what? That became the foundation of Western liberalism. So the fucking the Spartans and the Persians are getting fucking Iraq as far as I'm concerned in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that, and that's how it should have been in the actual Peloponnesian War. Unfortunately, Athens lost, and I can tell you why Athens lost as well, right? They fucking lost because they didn't beat the Spartans on their own terms, right? The Spartans had a very, well, not necessarily a small army, but like they had a small core of Spartiates, I think that's how it's pronounced, where like these were like the elite soldiers, and they could like drum up a bunch of perioikoi, you know, to get sizable numbers. But the Athenians should have just made massive fucking armies of archers. The Athenians could have done. They had the peasantry. They should have armed their fucking peasants because the Spartans had the helots. They couldn't do this, you know. But the Athenians could have brought 50,000 fucking archers to a battlefield and just rained it on them.
Oh yeah,
you know? And it would have just been a nightmare for the Spartans. And yeah, the Athenians should have beaten them on the battlefield. Sorry, this is military history.
Well, it's also because like they lost certain battles, and when the generals came back, they executed the fucking generals.
Oh yeah, but that happened all the time. Yeah, there was always accountability in the army because the army was so deeply tied to the state.
Well, as far as my understanding of the history, it was very political in terms of the executions.
Yeah, but the state was the army. That's the thing. People forget.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The citizens were the army. Like the landowners went out in their army.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
well, that was actually something praiseworthy of the Greeks. That it was actually like the aristocracy that actually fought.
Yeah, exactly. The aristocracy. This is the thing, right? In ancient Greek Republic, the aristocracy wasn't illegitimate necessarily.
Yeah.
They were like, you know, this is the thing. This is why these aristocracies persisted for such a long time. It's because they were the people actually doing the body work. You know, they put on the heavy armor, got the short sword, and then went in and stabbed someone. You know, so it was like it wasn't illegitimate. You know?
Another funny point is compared to Marx or even like Nietzsche or anyone else is that unlike them, Socrates was a veteran.
Yeah, Socrates, we know he fought in at least 3 battles.
Yeah,
and the thing against the Spartans, and he distinguished himself bravely. He in fact, there's a story of him saving a young man called Alcibiades who ended up leading Athens. He's like essentially like the Milo Yiannopoulos of Athens. But imagine if Milo Yiannopoulos is actually hard as fuck.
Yeah,
but acted like Milo Yiannopoulos. That's like, honestly, I should do a video on him sometimes because Alcibiades he's got the most exciting fucking life you've ever seen.
Dude, there's a million Greeks that were crazy in terms of their history,
and it's all the Athenians. The Athenians have got all the stars, you know. But but yeah, with the executing the generals, I mean, they did this all the time, right? Like there was when Athens lost the war, just before they lost the war, they were losing at sea. And they lost a sea battle to what's his fucking face from Sparta, and there were a bunch of Athenians left in the sea, and the fleet flooded.
Right.
And the generals, 9 of the generals were executed for letting these citizens drown. Yeah, and so the admirals, sorry, and so it was pretty crazy the accountability they had back then.
Right. Well, the thing is that like I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if that was the right thing because obviously they made it
ridiculous.
Right, but the thing is that like ultimately I think that was one of the reasons why they may have lost that war, and it basically got fucking conquered, if I remember correctly.
Athens, what it was is basically they had what they built. They built the long walls, which were like 2-mile long walls from Athens to the sea, and they had a really powerful navy. So they were effectively like an island because the Spartans were shit at siege warfare.
Yeah,
they couldn't do it because they had a tiny number of people, and siege warfare costs men.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of men, and so basically the Spartans established hegemony over Greece by just winning land battles, and the Athenians realized that they couldn't really be touched by the Spartans, and they had a massive navy, and so they just went around and they turned the Delian League, which was meant to be a coalition of equals, into the Athenian Empire. And then they just commanded this empire of the Aegean by fleet. And the Spartans couldn't really do a lot about it until they finally built a navy and then just spent all their money on the navy. and that's how they won. They won on the Athenians' terms, and the Athenians should have won on the Spartans' terms by raising big armies of archers and just fucking being cunts about it. But anyway,
yeah,
I just fucking love the Peloponnesian War. It's really exciting.
Well, I don't like the ending though. I don't like the ending.
No, I don't like the ending, but I mean, like, it annoys me that Hollywood hasn't done like a massive.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the whole thing. I hate Assassin's Creed as a franchise. I don't like it at all. But when the next one was like, yeah, by the way, it's taking part in Greece, and you can not only do you fight, it's a fight between the Spartans and the Athenians. You can choose which side you fight on, allegedly, but also you get to meet Socrates and do missions for him. And I was like,
okay, so it's actually during the Peloponnesian War. That
I don't know if I can overlook this. This might be the one that I actually buy.
I've never bought an Assassin's Creed game either, but that does sound awesome. And
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, this actually looks interesting. And they're like, then they show the one chick that you could play. It's like Alexos and Cassandra, and she goes and then she meets Socrates, and it's like, you actually meet and work for Socrates in this game. The thing is, he's like, they've shown it. He appears to be like an Athenian nationalist, and I'm like, holy shit, bro.
It was.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that like, you basically have to choose a side, and basically you may side with fucking Socrates in the game. That's fucking awesome,
dude. Make Athens win. Yeah, Athens.
Make Athens great again. Yeah. Make Socrates the new tyrant.
Yeah. Dude, that does actually sound cool as fuck. But it's a gold mine that Hollywood just ignores.
You overthrow basically the game is you murder all the demagogues and rhetoricians, and then basically you have Socrates come in. He's like, okay, we're having a revolution of the mind, or you die. And it's like, yes. This is the greatest game ever.
It does sound awesome.
I hope that happens in the game. If it does, I'm fucking buying it. I don't care like how sequel bait it is and all that. But anyways. So yeah, this was I'm glad we could turn it around to something funny, but yeah, this is a very, very sad story on the account of this fucking poor guy who was literally labeled an actual neo-Nazi based on his veteran-related tattoos.
Well, it's completely tells you about the political environment at the time.
Yeah.
Here's a tattoo we don't recognize, but looks kind of scary.
Yeah, because we have no knowledge of the military. That's why.
Of course they don't. Of course they have no fucking knowledge of the military. You know? But it's just like, oh, Nazi. And it's like, it's exactly the same as this fucking border camp thing. It's like, what happens? Oh, if the kids have, if the alleged parents of the children apply for asylum, they have to be kept in what is effectively a jail because they're criminals and yet they're appealing it. But we can't keep a kid in jail, so where are they going to go? Some sort of summer camp thing. And I saw the fucking insides of it, and they're definitely camps.
I continue to call them processing centers because that's what they are. Like, what the fuck do you want?
The actual processing centers are the ones with the cages, like the chain link fence.
Sure.
But again, they're not fucking prisons either.
No, that's what I mean. It's literally just a processing center. Like,
but they only spend a few hours in the processing center.
Yeah, well, it's like when you go to fly, you go through security, and that's just you standing around in a fucking line. That's all it is. It's literally just you processing fucking paperwork to the security.
But that's the thing. The kids there just look bored. They're just sat in fucking enclosures like.
Or if they're toddlers and they're whiny like they would be in 99% of other places.
Exactly.
Except for like maybe Disneyland. Maybe that's where they're all happy.
Yeah, but the thing is, then they go to what looks like a daycare, basically. Yeah, and then they spent basically like a boarding school. I mean, I went to boarding school when I was 13, and I cried occasionally. Well, no, when I was 10, sorry, and I cried occasionally for my parents. I recognize exactly that kind of fucking cry. They'll get over it.
My whole thing is that my whole thing is that when people are saying, "Oh, this is Hitler," Hitler has returned, that whole meme.
It's so dumb.
Well, the thing is, I can think of, and I went back and forth with a few people, including Raging Buffalo, who I'll give a shout out to, is a subscriber of mine. We were going back and forth, like basically coming up with different ideas that were far more harsh and draconian. That would save the taxpayer, by the way, hundreds of millions of dollars, which is what is costing us to run these fucking facilities. We could literally take these people, bring them back to the border, and say, fuck off. And it would cost us very little, but then we would basically be just throwing people out. There would be no processing. Because if they came and said, oh, I'm from asylum, which a lot of these people are doing, they're saying, I'm an asylum, I'm fleeing. Okay, we have to process it now. We could just say, okay, nope, we're suspending the whole process. Get out. No processing. No verifying anything. Bye. and save hundreds of millions of dollars. We could just do that. That's a lot more harsh. Or the kids, okay, we separate the kids from the parents. We could just drop them off in a city and it's Mexico's problem. How about that? That's harsh. And it saves us hundreds of millions of dollars.
I guess, like, the thing is, like, no one's suffering with the way that, like, no one's suffering unduly. That's the thing.
No.
Nothing like this. This is the thing that the who was the guy? I saw him on CNN. I can't remember who it was.
It could be anyone.
The guy, yeah, it could. He was some guy with the administration. Whoever's in charge.
Was it the Womp Womp guy?
No, that was hilarious. Whoever's in charge of the agency doing it, whatever. Like some guy who's directly involved in it. He's just like he basically came on CNN, and his position was quite unequivocally, no one's done anything wrong here. And I completely agree with him.
Yeah, they shouldn't back down from
anything wrong there.
They shouldn't back down because there have been instances of actual malfeasance, such as people being raped and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
but the thing is that it's already an epidemic thing, as you said in This Week in Stupid, of like people being raped when they cross the border. And the whole thing is that like you can necessarily then make the argument that the wall is a moral thing.
It is
because you're trying to prevent fucking rape.
Yeah. It's literally an anti-rape tool.
So the whole thing, and it's the argument that I made with the last video, the commentary I just uploaded today, that when you introduce the moral argument of something, you better be ready to square up as it relates to the fucking moral argument. Because if you introduce that as an argument, it's immoral that we're doing this. It's like, yeah, but we could be doing something that is demonstrably way more immoral, and it is far cheaper.
Yeah, but they're wrong about it being immoral, what they're doing.
They're wrong about that as well. But the thing is that just if you were to take it, I accept your moral argument. I accept it. Not that it's wrong, okay? I accept it. I can prove to you that what we're doing right now is far more moral than what we could be doing and saving taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, I am personally sending my tax money to the federal government so that they can warehouse people that shouldn't fucking be here. That's what I'm currently doing. We have a social welfare program for non-citizens. That's fucking stupid. But the fact is that I'm doing it out of the benevolence, and my representatives are allegedly doing it out of the benevolence and generosity of all Americans.
Yeah. And it's not that. It's I think a better way to look at it is to think
we could be fucking doing what Israel's doing. Yeah,
I know, but that's what I mean. It's like I would think of it more as maintaining a certain standard that you want to hold your civilization to.
Sure.
I mean, you could say, well, if execute every non-citizen on site, and technically the government hasn't actually breached its own mandate, which is protect and serve its citizens. But it wouldn't be very humane. No,
exactly. I agree, and that's the thing. Like the whole thing of this moral argument that continues to be put forward, it's like, you people are ludicrous. One, as you said, the whole thing is you're wrong. That's the end conclusion of this. You're just wrong. But the thing is that like they fundamentally don't understand that like what we're currently doing is humane. It is humane.
It is humane. Absolutely.
And it is costing us hundreds of millions of dollars for the sake of
being humane. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
no, I totally agree.
Fucking hear it. It's ridiculous.
Anyway. I completely agree. I mean, like, and you are absolutely correct. It is humane, and it is being done for the sake of being humane.
Yes.
And I mean, that's why you put them up in what are effectively summer camps. Like the left's crocodile tears over the separated children. Dude, shut the fuck up. You fucking socialists. You were the ones who want a giant welfare state. You want separation of children from family members. That's what you want. If you want that. That's the inevitable thing you're going to fucking get.
I don't know. All I know is with the Democrats is that, like, I swear to God, like the more, because fucking dude, the assistant, whatever it is, assistant chairman to the DNC, the Muslim guy, I forget his name, trying to remember. Oh God, he wore a shirt. I forget his name. He wore a shirt that was in Spanish that said, "I believe in open borders." That he literally wore a shirt that said that.
It's like Jeremy Corbyn literally calling in to Maduro's radio show and speaking in Spanish, saying, "Well done, comrade."
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's that insane, because I think that's actually an extra step. let me look that up.
It does actually sound worse, I'll admit.
honestly,
I was so pissed off about it, dude. So pissed off about it.
When was that?
Oh, it was a few years ago.
Here we go. I found it. It was Keith Ellison. Keith Ellison did it. Let me link the article right here. So Keith Ellison, he's a progressive. He's a self-styled progressive, although progressives don't really like him because he kind of sold out Bernie Sanders and etc. He wore a shirt at some march that said literally in Spanish, "I believe in open borders." No, it says, "I do not believe in borders." That is actually what the shirt said. Well, I do not believe in borders.
He may as well run for president of Mexico then, because that is a winning ticket.
Yeah, and the thing is with that is like, okay, like I actually like the idea formally of this guy becoming the head of the DNC, and I see this kind of shit, and it's like how, like, do you not understand that you are so far to the left that it's like you and like Chairman Mao. It's like that's who is left. Yeah. Like everyone on earth is to the right of you when this is your thing.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Jeremy Corbyn's probably still just a little bit more.
Yeah, I was gonna say this guy may actually still believe in property rights, so he may actually be to the right of Comrade Corbyn. Yeah. But like this is pretty fucking far left, and this is the assistant chair to the fucking party. This is a guy that's responsible for creating the platform of the party, walking around in a shirt that says, "I don't believe in borders," not even in English. So it's like, it's just insane. Anyways, let's get to the actual
holy shit, look at this, right? Like, what? So Corbyn's wing of the Labour Party and Corbyn himself just praising Maduro and defending Maduro. Oh God! I mean, not still like a lot. Well, in fact, yeah, one's in 2017, but basically up until 2015.
Oh my God!
They were very, very fucking open about their support for Maduro because he was the socialist. He was their socialist, and then after 2015, when it all started going to hell, they just shut the fuck up and started going, "Well, it's not real socialism."
They should.
It took a wrong turn.
President in quotations here.
President. I mean, literally, quote, Hugo Chavez took a wrong turn and it's no longer a socialist country. Is that amazing? That's literally John McDonnell's fucking...
They literally have a list. They have a list of all the people. I love the end of the article. Viva la Revolution. That's great.
Yeah, that's literally how they feel about it.
That's a great article.
Honestly, the Labour Party can just suck my dick. I fucking hate Labour.
Yeah, that I'll tell you, like I've said before to you a few times now, that whole property rights thing of like that tower that burned down. It's like, yeah, we should just seize apartments. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Let's calm it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Fuck,
man. That was literally the first thing out of his fucking mouth.
I couldn't believe that was real. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Well, you have to understand, this was somehow the fault of Russian property owners. And they looked into that as well. Something like 1% of all the property in the district was owned by someone foreign. So Jeremy Corbyn's allegations that, it's an epidemic of foreign businessmen buying up all the property. No, it wasn't. It was all just a lie, obviously, if you can imagine that.
Socialists telling lies? I don't know. It sounds kind of silly. Anyways, so let's get back to this article here, which I actually have a few articles here based on it. And that is the fact that this came out just the other day on the 15th, a few days ago, actually.
What's the title?
Harvard rated Asian American applicants lower on personality test, suit says. So this is something that I believe. This is something that appears by all means credible, that this is how they're discriminating against Asians in their application process, is that they're rating Asians as basically, because they have a heavy investment in their academia performance, they're basically discounting that so that they can then discriminate against them. By the way, this is guess who is also included this? Very likely Jews. That's very likely also who's included in this. They just don't say.
Well, it could well be, couldn't it?
So, yeah, by all means, the more time goes on, the more that it is absolutely certain that they're going to win this fucking lawsuit. Because by all appearances, Harvard is actually discriminating specifically against Asians, and especially East Asians. That is like the number one group they keep discriminating against, because that's their highest application amount. That's who keeps applying. and they keep getting turned down for no other reason than their fucking race.
But they work hard. Hard work is white privilege. I mean, Asian privilege.
Apparently so. Well, and this is a question I've been asking forever as a meme, but it appears to be the actual case. Asians, according to progressives, are white.
Yeah.
They are actually white by their own standard.
Definitionally, yeah.
And what I hate about this especially is that Asians are even a smaller minority in the U.S. than blacks. They're an even smaller minority. But it's like, no, because they're too productive and their kids are too bourgeois and academic, we need to discriminate against them because we don't have enough unqualified black people at our university. It's fucking insane.
Mental.
And this, so what happened? This was sent out on the 12th. I found this article. This is actually a deep dive article to find. They found this email from the president of the university, Drew Faust, where he basically outlines what they're doing in terms of the discrimination and fucking defends it. Defends it. So this is what it is. The Asians are part of this group called Students for Fair Admissions. And so this is what the letter says. As the case proceeds, an organization called Students for Fair Admissions, an Asian group, formed in part to oppose Harvard's commitment to diversity, will seek to paint an unfair and inaccurate image of our community and our admissions process, including by raising allegations of discrimination against Asian American applicants to Harvard College. These claims rely on misleading, selectively presented data taken out of context. Their intent is to question the integrity of the undergraduate admissions process and to advance in a divisive agenda. And so they go on to just continuously say diversity, 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 diversity. But the fact is, we now know what their qualifications are based on, like how they qualify the admissions process. It's based on a survey that is been constructed for the purposes of discriminating against students or applicants rather that are overly qualified based on their academic achievement. They discriminate based on that.
This is exactly what I'd expect. Maybe I'm cynical at this point, but like, I guess this is exactly what I expected affirmative action to look like.
I don't know, man. Like this to me, like I still today, like the thing is that like there's a whole thing going on with discrimination laws going to the Supreme Court. There's a big story today about the Supreme Court kicking down a case and saying that the federal courts actually got it wrong. And now that like it may look like a guy that basically just said like, I don't serve gays at my florist place. I'm not going to do your arrangement. Like it's looking like because of that, eventually there's going to be a suit that reaches the Supreme Court and they're going to get rid of the discrimination laws. They're going to go away.
Yeah. Yeah, they
because these activist groups won't stop going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but like, I just guess the way I was looking at this is just like, okay, universities are dominated, and it goes right up to the top level of these universities. See, I mean, just literally any of them. There have been dozens of them where the student body is effectively the Black Lives Matter version of the student body has taken over the president's office and like squatted in there, made their demands, and then who was the guy who was like the ultra cuck?
Oh, the guy at
I can't remember which one it was. There are so many of them.
It was that was it Weinstein? Not Weinstein.
No, it was Weinstein's one. Yeah, it was Evergreen.
Evergreen, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Where they were literally telling him when to fucking pee.
Yeah.
It was just like, are you insane?
Actually,
and so if these people are basically doing if the university is controlled is headed by someone like that, then that attitude is going to filter down all the way through the university, and you'll end up with like Lindsay Shepherd situations where you have like the social justice inquisition on campuses. And we know that these exist. We know that like they have a chilling effect. And I wouldn't be surprised. I would be amazed if they didn't try and get their fingers on the hiring process and try and do exactly what they're being accused of at Harvard there. I mean, this is just what I expected from them.
It's amazing to me because I just had the Amazing Atheist, and I haven't followed up on this, but he actually came into my I did a video, or I did a stream, and I basically complained that the Amazing Atheist TJ Kirk has like an insane bias against Jordan Peterson and thinks he's a total retard that's right about practically nothing. And it's like just as like Jordan Peterson's like, yeah, he says some goofy shit every now and then, but this is the biggest thrust of his entire being. Is the universities are out of fucking control
Yeah, they are.
And they're actively discriminating against people, and they're enforcing political or progressive dogma.
Yeah.
And it's racist, it's discriminatory, it's totalitarian, it's out of control. It's at every fucking major university.
And if anyone wants to see like an example of this, is Portland State, where Peter Boghossian is, and he has been the target of an SJW Inquisition. They've threatened his house, they've threatened his family, they've tried to do everything they can to get him expelled from the university.
Look at
including multiple false rape allegations.
Yeah, look at Weinstein at Evergreen, where in his case he's a progressive. He's a progressive who was on campus and he had to leave after threats of people walking around campus asking where he is, threatening violence.
Yeah,
like mobs of social justice activists looking to fucking harm him.
Well, so's Peter. He's a progressive as well.
Oh, is he? I didn't even know that.
He's completely progressive, and it's just like, but he's not a pussy. He's not going to be bullied,
Right.
And he's got a fucking spine. Seriously, if people watching should keep up with what Peter Boghossian does, because he's fighting these people. That's why I was there. That's why we're taking a giant shit on their bias response teams in the middle of the university where they would have bias response teams. Took a massive fucking dump on them. It was amazing. I bet they were furious. No, seriously, because if you read these things, I mean, literally the bias response team stuff. Like I did a video. The whole thing's recorded. It's called Kindly Inquisitors, and it's just like they literally are like inquisitors.
Look what happened with Lindsay Shepard. I mean, that is crazy.
But anything that it's not even you don't even have to do anything wrong. If you express what they believe to be bias, then what someone reports to them as bias, then they will discipline you. And it's just and they want to expand this to just everything. And
to society at large.
Yeah, exactly. But everything you do in a university, and everything, they want to seriously restrict the number of words you can use. That's what
they're totalitarians. There's not any aspect of life they don't want to have control over.
Well, they're creating newspeak, and they want you to never say these things. So in a few generations, these things will never be said. Yeah, because no one will know the words.
Like I said, they're totalitarians. They are literal totalitarians.
But they're literally doing what they did in 1984, deliberately so. They create new dictionaries of new words that they try to enforce on people, so the old words just go away.
Yeah. I absolutely agree, and they're fucking crazy. And I think that, say what you will about Jordan Peterson's arguments about fucking whatever,
don't
but
debate God with him. Who cares?
Yeah, don't debate God with him. Pretty much, that's where you basically can solve the issue here. Yeah. But in terms of what he has to say about universities, he's like the progenitor of that issue, and he is absolutely correct.
Yeah, and not only that, he's like a fucking nuke against them.
Oh yeah,
they can't beat him.
They can't debate him at all. Anything I've ever seen him debate somebody, and I just rewatched your video on his interview with what's her face from Channel 4?
Yeah, Kathy Newman. Yeah,
Kathy Newman, and I watched it. And I was like, I can't believe how powerful he was in that interview, where he just knocked down literally every fucking thing that she sent his way.
Getting to the point where she's literally saying, so you're saying we should rearrange our society along the lines of the lobsters or something to that effect.
Yeah, it's just a deflection.
Dude, but that is it. Just think about that. That is the fucking stupidest thing it could have been possible for her to say. It's so dumb. It's like, look, Catherine, okay, wind that back a second. Think about it, right? You've got a tenured professor of psychology.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Do you think he's arguing that we put our claws in the air and start making dominance hierarchy motions to try and make the other lobster back down? Do you think there is anything about what he's saying there that's going to result in that? I mean, give yourself some credit. Would you interview that kind of crackpot? Would you spend the time out of your day to talk to someone who legitimately thought something like that? That you have miscarried so badly when you get to that point that you should probably be like, okay, well, what exactly do you think then?
Yeah. I think that I said it in a Twitter video reply to what TJ said, and I said that by all means, I don't think that Jordan Peterson is the new Christopher Hitchens. I don't think that. I don't think that he's that level of public intellectual from my perspective. But I do.
Is, man.
I don't know if I necessarily agree. But
Hitchens was wrong on Iraq.
Sure, he's wrong about a few things, but the thing is that
no, he was desperately wrong in Iraq. He made a surface level moral condemnation of Saddam Hussein, basically. And it's like, okay, that's great, but we're going to fuck it up.
Yeah.
And history showed. I mean, it's easy for me to say from a position of hindsight, but like, there was a severe deficiency in the analysis there.
Oh yeah. Oh, the thing is with that, I think it was a dishonest argument. I think that he had I think he had a vested interest in seeing the United States remove that kind of force from the world and saw that as justified, but it didn't really make that argument because he thought that on itself it wouldn't actually work.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Christopher Hitchens, it's more his personality that's legendary, I think, with Hitchens. I mean, don't worry. Yeah, obviously he's a massively smart guy. Amazing.
Well, I just mean from the breadth of every book that he wrote was on different topics altogether. Like the issue of Princess Diana on Kissinger. They're very well researched.
Yeah, and the Clintons themselves. I'm not trying to dim the brilliance of Christopher Hitchens, but the thing with Christopher Hitchens is now he's dead. He has a legend, And so, I just want to point out to people that Hitchens wasn't perfect.
No, absolutely not. I've seen articles take down some of the arguments that he's made, and I don't think he ever responded in kind to actually debunk them, which is by all means fair criticism against him. But I think that if you were to take the example that I give of just the breadth of different things that he took in his history, and also the role that he played in the atheist movement when it wasn't shit, I think that he was one of the greatest minds of his time. I think that there's very few people that can stand toe to toe to him on so many different things.
Oh, absolutely. I would never doubt that. But I think the same thing can be said about Jordan Peterson. I mean, watching him debate Matt Dillahunty was almost embarrassing for Dillahunty, in my opinion.
I've been told the opposite. I've been told that he debated Sam Harris and Dillahunty and got embarrassed. I didn't watch them.
I don't know about the Sam Harris and Dillahunty one, but I saw him debating Dillahunty one-on-one, and he was just basically a step ahead of Dillahunty in the argument the whole way. As an experienced philosopher making the argument, he was a step ahead of Dillahunty, and Dillahunty was kind of getting a bit run around in circles, and I think it's because of the specific bubble that Dillahunty lives in that he's found himself kind of. There are certain types of arguments against effectively what Dillahunty's defending that he's not used to, and that's what Peterson got him with. And watch his he just put out they just put out an Oxford Union one where Peterson is people just ask some questions. He's just knocking him down fucking reliably on a broad
I saw that. I didn't see it though. I saw it's recommended, but I didn't see it.
I was on my treadmill earlier. I watched about half an hour of it. And Peterson covers a really broad range of subjects too. It's just different subjects to Hitchens, obviously. Mm-hmm. But obviously, as a professional psychologist, when Peterson gets to talk about people, he's unbelievable. He's on fire.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's just he obviously knows what he's talking about. He's not blustering. He's not he's not trying to make himself do it. He sounds like he's just recalling his professional expertise. And then when he starts talking about the philosophy of social justice, he's done the work. I think he's done the required reading to understand these things. And he actually addressed criticism. I see Peterson actually addressing criticism, in the Oxford Union thing. One of the criticisms Marxists have been hitting back with recently is that, well, Marxism is a modernist movement. We think we're scientific socialists, blah blah blah, and that's a fair criticism. And Peterson addressed it. He said, no, I'm not saying that they are a postmodernist movement. I'm saying they're using postmodernism to knock down liberalism to reintroduce Marxism. And on that, when you say that, that is 100% correct from everything that I've found so far. That is a true statement. That is exactly what's happened. And what's worse is that some of the most brilliant minds in all of philosophy who have created postmodernism, I mean, these guys I would hate to think what their IQs were. The Frankfurt School. It must have been disgracefully high. And what did they do?
I can tell you, based on my own attempts to read it, it's a fucking Byzantine, philosophy / ideology.
It is, and on purpose. So you have to be hyper intelligent to fucking be able to do anything with it. And it's a deliberate barrier of entry, I think.
Yeah. It seems like it seems actually
Yeah.
deliberate, which is pretty kind of
That's
suspicious.
No, dude, absolutely. And it is suspicious. It's a tactic. It's a strategy. You know? And like, I did that.
What was it you said that it's disturbingly Machiavellian? And I was like, yeah, it is. It really is.
Well, that's what Stephen Hicks said about it. You know, and he's
right. Yeah, that exchange you have with that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, the thing, and he's very much the same with Jordan Peterson. That when Peterson talks about psychology with absolute practiced ease, Hicks does that with philosophy. And I've watched a bunch of his. In fact, Hicks is amazing actually. Right. I've watched a bunch of his live presentations, and like he's not like me. I obviously like I do the work, so I've got all this stuff, and so I write myself essentially a script. You know?
Right.
And I'm terrible.
He's more free flow.
He does 100% free flow, right? He literally just puts the slide up of the thing that he's talking about. And it's a picture of the thing or whatever, and then he just starts talking. Then he explains in great detail and at great length, and in a manageable way exactly what is happening here, why it's happening, how it connects to the other things, and it's completely crystal clear. He uses as plain language as possible, and it's just like, and he's totally unpretentious with it, right? And then afterwards, though, because he's speaking to a room full of philosophy students, the questions he gets are unfucking believable, right? And he's literally just there smiling, great question, and then he'll go on to answer it on its own terms, and it's just like, I mean, like phenomenally intelligent is my impression of Stephen Hicks.
Good.
And he's the guy. Yeah, exactly. Good.
Hopefully, he gets more prominence. We need more people.
Honestly, I might email John Peterson, although I'd be amazed if Peterson isn't already in contact with Hicks. But seriously, a live show between them, like Sam Harris, whoever, just discussing the issues of the day would be fucking incredible. It'd be a genuine pleasure to watch.
Sure, I would do that. See if you can set it up. I know Peterson's touring at the moment with Harris.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to see him in the O2 in July.
Did you see? Did you see the interview that Sam Harris did with Dave Rubin? My God.
What, the recent one?
Yeah.
No, what happened?
It was terrible.
Let me go get a drink and then tell me about it in a second. I'll be back in like 5.
Sure. So while he's gone, I guess we will switch to something else so we don't have static air. And we can get to these things because they don't really matter, and as it relates to anything that we're discussing, and that is the new allegations for people in gaming that are self-described feminists or progressives that have been taken down for allegations against them as being sexual predators. So first, we'll start with BattleTech, which is a game that is pushed on my Steam page for pretty much anything. I could be looking into any kind of game, and this game will pop up. BattleTech is very popular. I'm not really sure why. It is said to contain progressive politics. And the guy that headed this was Tyler Carpenter. That is, I believe, the guy that created this whole thing. And he is now gone from his company. He is now gone from Harebrained Schemes, whatever the fuck his company. I believe he was removed. Let me double check that. Yeah, he resigned from his position in the company. And that is because he has been accused of sexual harassment. And I wonder if his tweets are still protected. So that's number one. This is a big deal too, because this game actually sold really well on PC that I'm aware of. So this is another progressive fucking cocksucker that went down. And I'll get to your super chats in a second. We'll get to that in a second. So next up, this isn't that. There we go. Actually, I'll save this for Sargon when he gets back. So Brian Kurdzniak, I believe it looks like Polish. So Intel CEO Brian Kurdzniak had to step down recently over violating company policy by engaging in a consensual sexual relationship with a subordinate. They don't say sexual, but it was a romantic relationship, and it likely was sexual. So he's responsible for the guy that gave $300 million to a diversity initiative for Intel. And he was also someone who sponsored Anita Sarkeesian back when she wasn't getting 1,000 views per video. And the problem is that this guy's also fucking married. And this is a great article here because they also include his wife and him together. So this is another virtue signaling, male feminist, $300 million to fucking diversity initiatives. Anita Sarkeesian is my hero. I am a feminist, blah, blah, blah. Person in gaming, because Intel's a gaming manufacturer, CPUs and all that, who's now gone down. He's had his own Me Too movement. He's a cheating scumbag male feminist who's now gone from Intel. He's I believe he resigned. I doubt he was fired as CEO. Did he resign? Whatever. So yeah, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch another fucking male feminist virtue signaler go down. I'll save that for when Sargon gets back. And okay, so I'll wait on this article and I'll get to the super chats. So Will says, Louis, you missed a golden opportunity. You should have streamed Sargon stream. Okay, you've already said that. I already commented on that before the stream. Joe said, for Britain, decent manifesto, awful branding. Josiah says, on Google Chrome, if you press Control-Shift-T, it will reload the last tab or exit a window. It would save you 30 minutes. Thank you, Josiah. I'll probably forget that 30 seconds after the stream ends. Bazinski says, yeah, Brazil is a shithole at the moment. That's too bad. Or shithole at the moment. That's too bad, Bazinski. Josiah says, Louis, what do you think of electing heads of intelligence agencies? I've been tossing around the idea, but not sure if it would solve anything. I'm not really sure what that would accomplish. I don't really know where that would fit. It's an executive agency, so I'm not really sure how that would work. Joe says, actual argument from a young Remainer. I want to stay in Europe because it'll be cheaper for me to go abroad and go clubbing. I hate my age group. Yes, Joe, that sounds very bourgeois. Dale says, been a while, Louis. Thanks for the earlier upload. Nice to get some sanity for once. Just want to toss you some cash. Thank you, Dale. There'll be another upload soon that I can promise. It might not be even a monthly video where I'll charge, but there'll definitely be another upload soon. Will says, how about corporal punishment instead of prisons? I don't really know. I'm sort of leaving that topic alone because we went on about it for like an hour. Enter the Phrase says, disagree with you, Louis. Who's to say then it doesn't become an incentive purposely to send people away for slave labor? Gulag springs to mind. Yes, we've already hashed that out, but thanks for the support there, Frey. Matt says, one of my classes has rule for managers. 1/4 of people never steal. 1/2 will steal if they think they can get away with it. And the final 1/4 will anyway. Sure, maybe. I'm not really sure in terms of the statistics related to that, but it's at least decent as a saying. DeHammond says, Dimio Hamatar for Lord of the Lobsters. I'm not really sure what that means. Bull Moose says, Louis Louis and his body pillow Sargoy, perfect. Thank you for the support, Bull Moose. Another Mobile Crusader just came in across the wire. Mobile Crusader says, I was going to give you the money during the early stream the other day, but I wasn't logged into my PC at work. 5 for now, 5 for then. Thank you, Mobile, for that support. So yeah, we can so we can get to this article from One Angry Gamer, which is always, is this another? Yeah, it's all Billy D, and I'm glad that he covers this because I've seen people say that this outlet goes a little bit too far now and then, but I do think that it's very important to catalog all the shit that goes on into gaming that's related to diversity in gaming, SJW presence in gaming, and all the rest. And so this article from earlier in the month talks about Battlefield 5, which I had a bunch of people ask me to comment on, and I did record a commentary, but then deleted it because I didn't think it was important enough for me to cover. But EA, by all appearances, is fully invested in this, and it's every fucking game. They're like Ubisoft at this point. Like, every fucking game has to have progressive propaganda in it. Every fucking one. It's not just limited to BioWare anymore. It's Battlefield. It's their latest NHL game. It's fucking everything. Everything that EA is producing at this point has some aspect of SJW propaganda in it. And, like, the problem is, as I've said, like, I don't know at any point when they're actually going to pay a price for this. Like, when do gamers actually stop buying shit? When do they stop just, like, being the zombie consumers that they are? That's my question.
Sorry to be the sorry to interrupt, important subjects.
It's not.
I know, I'm joking. Tell me about the Sam Harris, Dave Rubin thing.
Okay, well, we'll get back to this other article here. So say that again. It was Dave Rubin and so Sam Harris. Sam Harris went on Dave Rubin, and he went on this. He said a few things that were stupid, but the thing that really got me was he went on this fucking tirade about Trump that was so detached and stupid that I couldn't believe it. And I actually featured a part of it in my most recent commentary.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
And it was over the whole thing of North Korea, where he was basically condemning Trump for not sabotaging the negotiations, and doing so from his erudite, highfalutin, just moral. Like, I've erected my own, like, glossy, gold encrusted pillar to stand upon, to dictate to the world in a snooty, erudite sense that I am the moral superior of Trump, when in fact he is not. And it went on and on. He talked about it for like 20 minutes. It was ridiculous.
To be fair, almost anyone's the moral superior of Trump. So,
well, not in the position of a president.
What was he saying exactly?
He was basically the thrust of the argument was that Trump has basically, because of him throwing the starburst at Merkel, because of threatening and then following through on tariffs against our closest allies, that his dismissiveness of our allies towards at the G7, when they're actively, like, Theresa May has actively come out and said shit against Trump. And guess what? Like, that naturally reacts. It justifies a reaction from Trump, in my position.
Yeah.
When you speak ill of the president of the most powerful world the most powerful nation in the world.
Yeah, but she has to morally condemn the things that Donald Trump's doing that aren't progressive because she's a conservative.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
No, I'm not joking. That's
I know.
Process. It's fucking ridiculous.
I know. But the thing is that, like, he takes those examples of people not liking what he says, and he incorporates that into his criticism of, well, the first thing Trump should have done the second he met Kim Jong-un, who doesn't speak English, by the way, by all appearance, he needs a translator, was Donald Trump should have spit in his face, told him, "Excuse me, but you're a very bad man, and I don't deal with very bad men." Like, that's how Sam Harris thinks that's how he approximates how the actual negotiation should have taken place. How the first meeting between these two parties ever should have occurred was that Trump, like, minces into the room and says, "Excuse me, but according to my progressive friends in the Bay Area, like, you're hella bad. You are totes fucking not progressive." And then just that was literally what he argued. Literally just condemn him vaguely. You have a bad human rights record. And just vaguely say that to him.
Shouldn't he be more concerned about making him condemn Saudi Arabia?
Well, okay, so
it would be more up Sam's alley, wouldn't it?
That's part of it. Okay, that's part of it. Not that Sam gives a shit about how we've basically enabled China to repress their own people. No one gives a shit about that, which is my main thrust.
I'd expect him to be more concerned about theocrats.
Sure, as an atheist in a fucking big portion of one of the four horsemen, supposedly, allegedly at this point. He's such a fucking cuck for Buddhism. But anyways, so he goes on to say that because Trump didn't do that, that makes him the immoral actor in the situation. Like, that's what makes it warranted for the world to condemn Trump, because he didn't go to the first negotiation in person between the United States and North Korea ever and ruin the whole fucking thing. That was immoral for him not to do.
Yeah, but Donald Trump's acting as an agent of the state. In fact, the most important agent of the state.
But here's the problem. This is the thing that really got me hot in that commentary, was one of the things that Sam Harris has been complaining about, rightly, in my opinion, is that it is a real and imminent danger to the United States and to the Western world, that there is the real possibility that a Pakistani nuke or a North Korean nuke could end up in the hands of a terrorist. And that is a real threat. But for whatever reason, even though Trump's entire reason for being in Singapore when he was there was to denuclearize North Korea. That was the entire stated purpose of him showing up, was for the purposes of denuclearizing North Korea. So it begs the question to me, is your concern denuclearizing North Korea because you know that a nuke could fall in the hands of a terrorist, or they launch a nuke of their own and we go to war and millions of people fucking die?
Yeah.
Or is it bourgeois social norms? Which is more important to you, Sam Harris?
It's his norms. It's his social norms.
Yes, by all appearances. Even though he said the opposite under fucking Obama.
Yeah.
He is such a fucking idiot. You know, I listened to him ramble on for 20 minutes straight about the fact about how Trump is the moral inferior to everyone on the issue of that topic. But it's like, you fucking, and the thing is, Trump gets back and to the White House, and fucking every reporter is condemning him, saying that he should have destroyed and self-sabotaged the negotiations. Every reporter is saying that. And a reporter who was Asian said to him, who was probably like some reporter for a Korean outlet or whatever, or for work for CNN as an Asian reporter. She says to him, like, why did you do this? Why didn't you say this? Why didn't you ask him about whatever the fuck Wambi or whatever his name was who died over there? Yeah. And he looks at her and he gets angry for like a second. And I play this in the video and he goes, because I don't want to see you and your family destroyed by a nuclear weapon. That's why. And it was his immediate reaction. It's like, no, that is his impulse. That isn't fucking optics. That isn't a line that Obama and his team workshopped for 4 hours before he came out and said. That was his immediate reaction, without hesitation, is, I don't want to see you die in a nuclear exchange. And yes, that is the moral consideration. How is it that hard to fucking understand?
It's just the level of argument you're making. It's like, on what grounds are you arguing here?
I just couldn't believe that someone as supposedly intelligent as Sam Harris is completely confounded by it, arguing that Trump is immoral for doing what he did.
He knows better. Sam Harris knows better.
We should know better, you would hope, if he wasn't.
He definitely does. He definitely knows better.
Trump deranged, but it's like, you listen to Trump himself, his own words for why he's doing what he's doing, why he's saying these things. What is his first reaction, his impulse? It's, I'm trying to prevent nuclear exchange. That is his immediate reaction to being.
I don't see why we should doubt that either. You know, I mean, what?
Well, apparently because he's fucking El Duce. He's fucking Mussolini. He's evil.
Well, yeah. Apart from Trump derangement syndrome, like obviously ignoring that, I don't see what possible reason.
I don't like the thing is gets me so angry. It's like, I don't understand why you can't just give him this. Why can't you just give him this? Why can't you just say that he's trying to do right? What is wrong with you? Why are you so fucking retarded? Like, what is wrong with you in terms of your own personal character? And I'm making this a character attack. What is wrong with your own personal character that you can't even just concede this? That he's at least trying to do right?
Why are you even asking? You know exactly why. Fucking hell, Louis.
Well, the thing is, like, don't you have some respect for Sam Harris? I did.
Yeah, but you know why he's doing it. Come on.
Well, he's a fucking Clintonite. He's a fucking upper middle class twat.
That's not the reason. Clinton could easily come out and fucking start negotiating with North Korea.
Maybe.
oh, come on, like she's got fucking scruples. What, you know, of course she can.
Well, no, but the thing is, it's not a matter of scruples. It's a matter of competence. That's my real problem with it.
But that's the only reason why there would ever be a question of it. It wouldn't be whether she thinks it's morally justified or not, you know. So Sam Harris being a Clintonite, it's not exactly, you know.
That's the other thing is like fucking look at Libya and everything else with her.
Exactly. It's, you know, we're not talking morals really, are we?
Well, no, we are. But the thing is that he introduced the moral argument. I didn't. I hate the moral argument, but he introduced.
I know. But what I mean is like, it's the reason that he's doing this is because of the people he's surrounded with and the weird cult-like environment they have built, and he has refused to leave.
By all appearances.
No, but you know exactly, because what he's saying, like, he's giving you standard progressive talking points. You know, he's making them in his own way, obviously, but he's just parroting this nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
And it's exactly to toe a line, so other people don't chew him out on Twitter or in emails. And this is going on all across like left wing academia. Like, I speak to these people regularly, and it's constant. Sam Harris is one of the major targets for it because of his fucking profile.
Yeah.
You know? And now he's just buckling to it. And I don't necessarily blame him for doing that, but like, he should be standing up and saying, you know what?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I can't defend him buckling to it. I won't.
No, of course not. I know you can't, but
like, of all people, he should definitely understand. Like, why can't he? Like with Ben, people just brought up Ben Shapiro in the chat. Like, he's too like Trump is actually opening the eyes for a lot of people on Ben Shapiro because he's been two-faced about a lot of shit, which I find hilarious.
Yeah.
But the thing is that with Sam Harris, like, I truly expect better of him. I truly do. I really do expect better of him to not do this kind of shit.
Hitchens would,
because he's greenwalding Trump, which is what he invented. He invented the word greenwalding, where you intentionally lie about somebody's intentions and what they're doing. That's what he's doing to Trump.
Yeah, exactly. But Hitchens wouldn't be cucking to the progressive left.
Oh, dude, no way.
Hitchens would be BTFOing them.
God.
Peterson probably wouldn't even be necessary if Hitchens was still alive.
Dude, I can't even imagine the world we live in if Hitchens was alive.
Yeah.
Like, where he would be.
He would be such a wrecking ball against these fucking authoritarian fuckwits.
Yeah.
No one else would get a look in edgeways, you know. And this is the thing, Sam Harris should be channeling that spirit. And I'm pretty sure there's a part of him that knows it.
I would imagine so, but like the thing is that like he's going down the same road of Bill Maher and just like self-insulating in terms of your own echo chamber to where you actually lose relevance to anyone anyone who's a conscious person, anyone who's actually conscious in terms of what they're listening to, like understanding like what's being said, whether it's true or not, its relevance to society and the world at large and all the rest of politics. Like if you listen to Sam Harris rant for 20 minutes about that bullshit, you realize in that 20 minutes, this motherfucker isn't worth listening to if this is what he's saying. And Sam Harris is an incredibly intelligent person. So why is he saying this stupid nonsense that some cocksucker on MSNBC could be equally saying? Why? You know, it's unbelievable to me. You know, it's somebody who's intelligent who's making a dumb man's argument. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. He is. He's making a sort of progressive reactionary argument.
Yeah, well, a blue checkmark progressive, I would say.
Yeah.
Because progressives, I don't even think at this point they're intellectually capable of talking about human rights of whatever. Besides which, they're fucking materialists, so the progressives can fuck off. Progressives talking about human life, that's great. That's a rich joke. This is why the kids getting separated is like, oh, you guys I know, it's such
shut the fuck up. You know, it's really inappropriate.
Next thing you know, the Chinese are going to come out and start talking about human life. Oh wait, they did with the human rights panel.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the phenomenal thundering hypocrisies are just too much for me to bear. They're like, oh, you're not a left winger. It's like, well, I'm not necessarily ashamed of that, but I'm still center left, I'm afraid.
So yeah, anyways, getting off of that, let's get to this really quick. So the CEO of Intel who endorsed, and I think he gave money to Anita Sarkeesian, and he did the $300 million diversity initiative back in, I think it was 2015. That's when he did it. They gave $300 million from the company to a diversity initiative, and he was a big virtue signaler, male feminist. Yeah, he just went down for cheating on his wife and having a relationship with a subordinate. So he's another one on the list.
Well, reset the clock.
Yep. I just thought this was great because he had a direct connection to Anita, and he virtue signaled at the tune of $300 million.
Ooh.
There's some anime titty right there.
Yeah, that's a nice payday for whoever's getting that. Where did the 300 million go?
Fuck knows.
What was it saying? Diversity initiative.
Yeah.
It's the Intel diversity initiative.
Yep. The guy that cheerleaded that and resulted in that, he just went down for a Me Too thing. And it's provable. He was actually true. He was cheating on his wife with a subordinate at his corporation. So,
God damn.
Reset the clock.
Yeah, reset that fucking clock.
I just thought I would bring this up just because for old time's sake, because this guy actually played a part.
They were crowing over that $300 million.
Yeah. This was right after Gamergate.
Feminist frequency, undoubtedly.
Yeah, this was still when Gamergate was going.
Mm-hmm.
This is January.
Dude, it was in response to Gamergate.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye there, Brian.
I tell you what, I love. Is it Billy who runs this? A guy called Billy?
Yeah, Billy D, yeah.
Yeah, I love that Billy D is fucking on all this. I use them all the time.
That's what I just said earlier, is that I've seen people saying that he's going too far and cataloging this shit. I absolutely disagree. This is fucking necessary. Yeah,
and I'm very, very fucking glad that he's doing it. Otherwise, I would have no idea that just happened. There's loads of stuff that he's covered that no one else covers. And it's important shit. It's important, you know?
Oh, here, I'll do this cartoon really quick. This is funny. So it's this guy, it's this corporate guy, and he goes, "Ladies, I'm sure you've heard about this epidemic of sexual misconduct cases. As a feminist myself, it shakes me to the core, which is why I want to handle this story properly. I want an article with a real feminist perspective on this." And so you have two feminists that say, and the one says, "Let me write it. Fighting the patriarchy is all I live for." No, me, I literally have a degree in women's studies. So it's two feminists. And the guy stands up, he's got no pants, and he goes, "Please, we'll have a way to settle this. We'll have to settle this the usual way." So I thought this was funny because it's like the old school, like creepy chauvinist bosses. Yeah. They're just all male feminists now.
Yep. They love women.
Yeah. I got to find out if this website has a Patreon because I got to support it.
Yeah. If anyone's worth supporting on Patreon, it's Billy.
I gotta look that up if they have one because I'm not even sure if they do or not.
Yeah.
I don't see it linked anywhere. But anyways, we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so we'll loop back really quickly. So apparently in New York City, they're actually trying to use Harvard standards of diversity, and
it's not anti-Asian, it's anti-racist though, Louis. Have you not even read the headline?
Basically, the best schools are changing their administrative standard because literally, they're changing the administration or the admissions tests because too many Asians are getting in, and I'm not joking. Mm-hmm. That is literally why they're going to change these tests because because too many Asians are getting in. And I gotta say that. Being what I know about New York City, I think there needs to be a little bit more meritocracy in New York City. I think that's one of the problems of New York City is there's not enough meritocracy. So I'll just come out and say that I'm not in favor of, and the New York Times wrote multiple articles about this, and the Chicago Tribune wrote an article. Like all of these Asian rights groups, these Asian identitarian groups that fight for Asian shit, they're all coming out being like, "Bro, we're a minority. You're not supposed to be racially discriminating against us." And they're like, "No, it's like this is for diversity." They're like chanting it back to them. "We must do this for the sake of diversity. You have to go, Asians. You're too productive. You're not the right kind of minority. You're not retarded, and you're not doing poorly in society. You're doing too well."
Well, that's literally their problem, is that Asians are smart and hardworking. And smart and hardworking people get ahead in meritocracies. But if we have to demonstrate that we're a meritocracy, then we're not a white supremacy.
Yeah, and they're very likely also doing this against Jews too, by the way, just including that, because I find it very hard to believe that they're discriminating in their admissions based on academic performance, and somehow Jews are getting through that. I don't think so. I'm surprised. I'm surprised I haven't seen 1,000 articles talking about that, where it's also Jews that are being looped up in this. And it's like, you have to understand this, like Harvard University, the Ivy League schools, they used to actively discriminate against Jews. They used to say, no Jews. We're excluding Jews from our admissions. We don't care because they're Jews. And literally we have looped back to like the late 19th century where we're discriminating against people again. It's fucking insane.
Dude, it's literally what they like. I mean, try going to like the Times of Israel or something like that. Like, what was the university that was happening at?
Harvard, for starters. I highly doubt it's just them.
Oh yeah.
I just like I'll just never get over the fact, like, I'd love to meet one of these fucking people that are like, yes, we need to actively discriminate against Asians because they're literally too intelligent. We need to bring in less qualified people for the sake of diversity. When again, Asians in America are a smaller minority than blacks. Black men are 6% of the U.S. population. Asians altogether are 4%. So there's no comparison to this, and yet this highly productive, intelligent, very bourgeois middle class minority in the U.S. is being actively discriminated against because they're performing too well in our society.
Wow,
how fucking insane is that?
They're demonstrably privileged.
So yes, so all I'm saying is that this thing, what's happening now, it's actively bringing about the racial merger between whites and Asians, and so I'm for it. I'm actively for discrimination because this if there's anything that's going to bring whites and woke whites and Asians together, newly awoken Asians, this is the thing. You are bringing us together, so I'm supporting this.
I think we can meme this as well. We need to start memeing hybrid vigor. I'm just saying, it's a demonstrable benefit. That's all.
Yeah.
And we're basically going to be, assimilating a higher IQ than ourselves. We're going to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
2 or 3 IQ points on average from this. This is, if we really want to make something of the white race, we can. We've really got to think about this.
Yeah. I just find it's just amazing to me. Actually, I was gonna say something intelligent, but then I forgot about what I was gonna say, and I'll say something stupid instead. Is that imagine a society where every woman is roaming millennial. Imagine that. You would have technically white women voting fucking like Trump, like by the margins that were similar to black women for Democrats. It'd be like 90%.
I love the way what you're advocating for here is being sensible and being decent. Like that's
I just don't understand. Like, to anyone who, like, this is the thing. Like, once upon a time, it was like, yeah, we don't want to see discrimination. Yeah, we don't want to see segregation. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like this used to be just like no duh, like leftist opinion. But all of a sudden, it's like, hey, those fucking Asians are a problem. They're too productive.
You know why, don't you? They're a threat to equality.
No, they're a threat to equity.
Well, no. Equity would be treating them fairly, as in we want equity. We want them to be left to their own devices and succeed or fail on their own merits.
Well,
but that's not good for equality. When you have a specifically small, like, hardworking minority who are intelligent, they're gonna earn loads of fucking money. That's terrible for equality.
Well, I mean equity from the stance of like making sure that blacks and Asians are on the same mediocre level. That's what I mean by equality. Equality.
I think we need to take the word equity back, because it basically just means fairness, and this is not fucking fair.
Sure. Well, yeah, sure. I'm using it in the sense of a progressive would. Yeah,
I know, but that's the thing. We should reclaim this. This is definitely something. I mean, Christina Hoff Sommers does it with feminism. She says that she's an equity feminist, doesn't she? She wants people to be treated fairly. That's
fair enough.
I could call myself an equity feminist, judging from what I've seen of Christina Hoff Sommers' approach to feminism, because it just seems like liberalism to me. Yeah, sure. and so like I could go for that, but like equality, when anyone else says it, you think equality of opportunity, equality under the law, equal rights. Sure, no, they mean like material equality.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And that's the problem with the Asians. They ruin equality.
Oh,
They're too good. They're too good.
Yeah, they're too. Well, the thing is that like they've shown, and this is the whole thing of their discrimination of, like they're grading them on like 5 factors, and it's like academic achievements, personal story, which, like, I just, it's so amazing. It's like, I came from a broken home, blah blah blah, and I managed to get here. It's like, bro, everyone has their fucking sob story. Like,
yeah,
are your grades good? You know, like
that
should be the only fucking thing. I don't give a shit that you've had a hard life. Like, I get, like, the thing is that when I was at your thing in Midtown with Tim Pool talking about how he had a difficult life, and I agree, it was difficult. Like, especially he said at one point he was homeless, and it's like, wow, like I can't believe like you turned yourself around so completely. That's great. But it's like I don't think that should be something that is used. Like, that's good as a personal anecdote, and I'm glad to see that someone in that capacity has turned themselves around so completely, and that's great. But it's like, that shouldn't be how you get into the top universities of the country, in the world, pretty much. Like, you shouldn't be getting into the universities because you have a sad story to tell. That to me is fucking ridiculous.
Man, I tell you what, going on the Times of Israel was a mistake.
Yeah, I get off of that. I don't.
Seriously, it just sounds like an alt-right publication, just written in normal language. Like everything.
Well, they're pretty fucking pro-Israel.
No, it's not pro-Israel. It's the Jewish identity. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think that's what the alt-right sees and doesn't like. And I guess by reading the Times of Israel, you can kind of see what they're talking about.
It definitely is. The Jewish identitarian thing definitely is something that exists. But my whole thing is that, like, that is such a, of all the identitarian things, of like to basically criticize, in my opinion, the most, like, the biggest minefield of them all is the Jewish identity.
Yeah, it is.
That to me is the biggest fucking
It's
minefield.
become completely sacred.
Yes, and it's so hard to argue against, especially like keeping in conscious that, like, one of the reasons it got so fucking out of control is because of the Holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, no one does this with the Armenians or the Rwandans.
That's true. That's true.
No one does this with anyone else, and it's, I think it's people's self-interest just being played off. I mean,
that's true. I will agree with that. I do think there's a lot of self-interest in it.
There is, and I just want to be, honest. I don't really give a shit about the Holocaust. Like, I'm sorry that it happened in history, like 80 years ago. I'm really sorry that it happened, but it's like, it's not relevant to what's happening now.
Yeah, I would say that it's been diminished in the capacity that it's used in rhetoric to which it's been undermined. Like, I'm someone that grew up very conscious of, like, I grew up very much as you did, very invested in history and wanting to learn, and especially with the Second World War, that's one of the areas that I studied when I was younger. But the thing is that, like, the problem is that I do think it's important to understand the history of it, not just from like the moral perspective, but just in terms of what happened, how it happened, the industrialization of genocide.
Like, of course, all of that's interesting and fascinating in its own way. Like, psychologically, how does a nation do this? And when you actually start reading the literature, you realize it's not just something that comes about.
Right? Yeah, sure.
It's not just something that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
It is a massive cultural phenomenon that takes decades. I mean, centuries in the case of Germany.
Centuries.
To the point where, I mean, like, Hitler, in Mein Kampf, Hitler talks about how he initially, when he moves to Vienna, he thinks of the Jews as just Germans with a different religion. And when he got to Vienna, he despised what he called the anti-Semitic press. He thought they were, because he was quite bourgeois, he was just like, they're just below me, blah, blah, blah. And obviously, as he flipped to being a Nazi, he suddenly started to embrace them and agree with everything they said, blah, blah, blah. I mean, neither side was, I'm not saying that the anti-Semitic press is right, but what I'm saying is that, like, there's a groundwork that has to be laid, a psychological sort of, like, groundwork. Like, it's an organized campaign by a major political faction,
Yeah.
And then this faction not only gains control, but gains control in a country that never accepted liberal democracy. That's the thing. Germany was the home of the counter-enlightenment.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
they
yeah,
are the ones who rejected liberal democracy. And
yeah.
what happens? Oh, what they become fucking Nazis. Like, well, no shit. They call on Heidegger and fucking Kant, and like philosophically, you can see the trend. And it's like it's never going to happen in Britain or America or anywhere else. It's never going to happen. Like bringing up the Holocaust is not an accusation against the Allies. So if you're part of the Allied intellectual tradition, when someone says the Holocaust, you go, "Yeah, I'm glad my country put a stop to that."
Good, I found it.
Like,
this is one of the good books I read on to understand like how Nazi Germany occurred. This to me is one of the best subjects I read. It's called Der Untertan, but it's literally translated to Man of Straw. It's not in publication anymore, which I find very creepy that it's not. But it's basically an explanation of where the authoritarianism was always there, but how it took the militaristic elements. And you are right. Like so much about it was like the counter. Like it was a basically a cultural resistance to intelligentsia, and that it became basically the cultural zeitgeist. That it became the popular thing to be as a conformist and an anti-intellectual.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. They were very like the Weimar Republic was really weird.
Yeah,
it had lots of like really nationalist Prussian-style German conservatives and unbelievable numbers of Marxists who, in large number, became National Socialists because the Prussians were obviously incredibly nationalist, and so that was like a dominating feature of the culture. Just German nationalism. It always has been until modern days, obviously. But yeah, like the Holocaust is not something that just comes out of nowhere. And like the lionization, I mean, Kant literally said that he was doing it to defend religion. He wanted to weaken the Enlightenment because the Enlightenment was basically destroying religion. and he literally says that he's doing it to defend religion. And it's picked up by various other sort of French and German postmodernist sort of philosophers leading up to the Nazis. And Heidegger was a member of the fucking Nazi party. I mean, literally, he persecuted Marcuse, who's the guy who's the leading star of the Frankfurt School and one of the most influential people over postmodernism. Like he was his tutor. He was Marcuse's tutor, and he joined the Nazi party and persecuted Marcuse, and Marcuse had to flee to America. I'm not joking. It's literally what happened, and it's like these things are so intertwined. Like, and Heidegger's unbelievably influential in the Nazis. It's like it's not going to happen in a liberal democracy. When someone says, "Oh, well, a Holocaust could happen here," it's like, well, actually, as we stand now, no, it couldn't. If we went down the same road, then yes, but we're nowhere near that road. We're completely on the opposite road, going the other way.
The thing is that when people say that kind of shit, when they say that a Holocaust could happen here, it's either three things: empty rhetoric, an insane amount of ignorance, or an admission on your part that you would be willing to kill people.
Yeah,
you would be willing to genocide people, and that's how you know.
Well, I'm not saying that we couldn't get to that position.
No, absolutely, we could. I mean, we could. Yeah. People are talking about it rightly that the polarization in the United States, if pushed far enough, could lead to another civil war. I absolutely think that's possible.
Civil war won't cause a Holocaust.
No, it would be a civil war.
Exactly. It'll still be terrible. Don't get me wrong. It'll be awful, but it'll just be lots of people dying on all sides.
Yeah.
It will be awful, but it won't be a Holocaust. It won't be genocide.
No.
Genocides are created for very specific through a predictable pattern. Like it's a minority that's demonized by the majority. Literally, like it's the apex of collectivism. It's like, well, they are the problem, therefore we should just exterminate them. And this who's the Hutu or the Tutsi that actually committed the genocide? And it was literally a giant conspiracy within this ethnic group. Like tens of thousands of them got machetes one night and just went and killed them all.
Yeah.
Like 1 million people in a night, and it was like, holy fuck, with machetes and like. Dude,
I watched a movie on that. I think it was Hotel Rwanda. Yeah, that was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, I've read a bunch about it, and it's just like I was just fascinated. It was kind of macabre, just like
yeah. Well, it's the thing of like trying to understand the psychology, even in part, so like you understand it yourself. So if it were to, like, if you see imprints of it being possible in your own country, you'd want to recognize it.
Absolutely, and there's just nothing like that in the West.
Well, that's the thing that's why I think this book should be promoted by more people, because when I read this, it shows you the example of who's underpinning the fascist party in Germany. Like who are the kind of people that liked this kind of sentiment. Like it says in here, the chauvinism, the jingoism, the ultranationalism, anti-Semitism, proto-fascism, like who was attracted to this? And it's correct, especially in the Nietzschean sentiment of it is those with a slave mentality. It is those that seek power and their own strength in other people. It is not the individualist. It is not someone that is a liberal. It is not someone that is naturally strong in their own right. It is fundamentally weak people.
By Nietzsche's comparison, I haven't actually read the Genealogy of Morals because I fucking hate reading Nietzsche.
Nietzsche is very hard. He is very hard to read.
Yeah, no, he is. I've tried reading loads of stuff, and I'm going to get to it.
He goes off on tangents, which is I love it because it's actually something true about me. Is he goes off on tangents and he's writing.
I've probably read about a third of about a dozen. Well, I don't know however many, loads of his books. I've read about a third of them, and it's taken me like literally hours to get through a small number of pages. And I'm just sat there like, just stop speaking in aphorisms, you cunt. Yeah. Just say what you're trying to say, and I'll evaluate the merits of it. So I'm a very direct thinker in many ways. It's like, oh God, it's so annoying. But I'm going to get to the Genealogy of Morals. But basically, it means I have to read about what other people have read of him. And I'll get professors and stuff, but like the master-slave dichotomy, like individualists have the master morality.
Absolutely.
You earn your power and it's legitimate, and you are a virtuous person by earning this.
Yeah.
That's how you gain virtue. It's completely the opposite to the collectivists.
Yeah, it is. Most of Nietzsche's writing, not all of it, but most of it is basically a furious, impassioned rant about the purpose and the righteousness of individualism. He was a radical individualist.
I know, yeah.
And imagine what's amazing about Nietzsche is that, like, again, this guy is coming from the fucking swamp of collectivism and institutionalism of fucking Germany.
Doesn't it tell you everything? But in Germany, he was considered insane and died as a mental patient.
Yes.
Was he actually mental, or was he just not really a German?
I think that is why. I think that's why in his writing, especially, it is just. And that's what I loved about it. It's all of it is impassioned.
It is. It's hilariously impassioned.
Yes. And I think the reason for that was his general frustration of just being surrounded, inundated with fucking collectivism and just obedience to the institutions.
Totally. I mean, like, the problem I have with Nietzsche is it just takes so fucking long.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, it's one of the hardest reads I've had to get through.
It's a fucking nightmare.
But I love the passion, though. I love the passion.
Yeah. I love the fact that he randomly capitalizes words. Like when he's shouting, when he's emphasizing
I do that too. I learned it from him.
When he's emphasizing something, and so it reads like he's shouting the thing, and it gives it a real sort of tempo.
Yeah.
I do. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's tough.
No, it is tough, but it's like one of the reasons why now when I talk about like when I say order. It's order in two ways: either order generally, or order meaning in terms of like law and order at a societal level, but not just at a society, not just in terms of the institutions, but also in terms of society, culture. When I mean that, I use order with a capital O, because it's more of a philosophical understanding of order.
Yeah, I see.
Because it's not just about the laws; it's whether people in society actually adhere to them, if they wish to adhere to them.
But yeah, bringing this all back to Jewish identitarianism.
Okay.
I was annoyed that Jeremy Corbyn got absolutely cratered by them. I'm annoyed because a couple of reasons, actually. I don't like seeing identitarianism being used in an aggressive way. I think it's really unhealthy. I think it's really unfair, right? But secondly, it didn't refute Jeremy Corbyn on any of the core points of his wrongness.
Like, that's great.
Jeremy Corbyn isn't wrong. He's a bigot. And it's like, okay, but he's still wrong. And I really want to talk about how he's wrong, because there are loads of people that you wouldn't call bigots who are still really wrong in exactly the same way that Jeremy Corbyn is wrong. So can we, unless we're going to say that every Labour supporter is a bigot, which I'm happy to do. I'm joking, obviously. But we need to address the arguments.
Are there any like union, or I guess union/unionist labor supporters left?
No, about 16%, I think, are white men, poor working class white men. The normal union member, the average union member, is a middle class white woman.
Really? That's amazing.
Oh yeah, an office worker who probably works for the NHS.
You don't make a good case for nationalized healthcare.
I like to think I'm making the case against socialism, actually.
Well, that's true. I just mean like all the institutions always, because that's one of my big things about like the public sector in the United States, man. Like so many people that work in the public sector are just insufferable fucking people. It's unbelievable to me. But anyways, yeah. So I won't disagree, and I think that somewhere in 100 years from now, should we manage to defeat the identitarians, we're then going to have to approach the Jews and say, okay, it's your time now. We got to get rid of this, because it's not very productive. I've noticed Jewish identitarians.
Yeah, so the ACLU, they've abandoned the First Amendment.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually do the Wall Street Journal's article here, but they have it behind a paywall, so they can fuck off and die. Yeah. So this was a leaked internal memo where basically the ACLU has finally bent the knee to the progressives within the organization. And the ACLU is dead. The one issue that kept them afloat was the First Amendment. And it was a few cases in a row. But the big one that finally sunk them was they defended in Charlottesville, the Unite the Right organization. They defended the guy that organized it in court to make sure that he could have the march, and that's the march where Heather Heyer died. After that, internally, they lost a ton of financial support, and internally, it basically was the progressive coup d'etat that was, in essence, just sustained pressure.
Yeah.
And the guy that runs the ALCU currently is a fucking cuck, and may actually be an actual cuckold. I may not be maligning him. He may actually be a cuckold based on his disposition. Very very effeminate. He just bent the knee. And it appears to be that the ACLU is now just another progressive activist group. Just another interchangeable group.
They defended Milo?
That was another big one.
Yeah.
That was another big one.
They've fallen, man.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because I am a former member. I was a former member of them, and I've said to people, it's amazing to me that nowadays, and it's on my desk, if you can hear this sound, that is my NRA card. I'm a card-carrying NRA member now. And I am a former ACLU member. I can't begin to tell you how it's not a matter of like rightward drift necessarily on my part, but it's just a matter of repulsion from people that are not principled. You are not a civil liberties group. I consider it a leftward drift on their part. Oh yeah. Like when you're so far left that you've abandoned the foundation in which liberal democracies are based on. Yeah, liberal republics, really. But when you have ceded that, you've conceded it. You just say, fuck the foundation of Western liberalism. When you've conceded that, you've gone so far left, I can't fucking follow you, bro. Well, it's the most frustrating thing in the fucking world, man, because it's like the thing that guarantees the death of a liberal democracy is an ever-growing portion of the population who aren't having their voices heard. They vote for right-wing authoritarians. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is it like, are you a liberal Western nation when you are no longer liberal? When 70% of the public, let's say, believes in hate speech laws and doesn't believe in free speech and wants actively to remove the First Amendment, at what point are you no longer a liberal nation? Yeah, well, this is them on the track of fuck it. That's the question that's happening in Hungary right now. I mean, Orban's literally bragging about having an illiberal democracy. Someone saying in chat that the ACLU is said that they're not going to do this. That this was they're going to continue to
fucking
defend
mistake.
Milo. I don't believe you. I don't fucking believe
I think
you.
they're just going to keep their mouths shut.
I have actively seen the ACLU slip and slip and slip and slip.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, for me, the final breaking point was when they defended collective rights for Muslims and Sikhs all the way to the Supreme Court and won, where they are actively pushing for the Islamization of the army and the police force. Fuck you. That is not a fucking liberal position. So anyone defending collective rights can fuck off and die forever. You're not liberal. That's my line in the fucking sand.
Yeah, I totally agree, man.
Collective rights for the fucking religious. Go die, you fucking pieces of shit. I swear to God, if I ever met the cocksucker that runs this organization, I would spit in his fucking face.
Dig up Christopher Hitchens, march his corpse down to wherever.
Seriously, like, it's just like I can't understand. Like, I'm a civil libertarian. I'm an advocate for individual rights. You know who we need to fucking fight for the rights for? For people that fundamentally don't believe in secularism and want to infiltrate the military and police. What fucking is insane?
Like you do have to support their rights, but their rights are not the right to take over an establishment and Islamize it.
Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, here's the thing. Here's the argument against what I'm saying. Okay, I think that in the army or in the police force, you should be able to wear a cross. You should be able to wear a turban. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, fuck you! If the army says you have to wear this uniform or you have to wear that uniform,
right.
You know,
that's my position.
If the army says you're not allowed to wear a single fucking religious symbol, okay. You can't wear a religious symbol.
That is my position. Here's the thing, okay? That's my position. I don't believe that anyone in the military or in the police should be showing their bias on their fucking sleeve, literally.
No, I
fundamentally stand against that.
Yeah,
and if you say, well, it's a matter between I join the force or I'm able to practice my religion or I don't, then fine, you don't. Fuck off.
Well, they're meant to be agents of the secular state. So
right, exactly. You are literally an agent of the state. You're acting on behalf of the state.
Specifically a secular state.
Yes.
I mean, you know, if the Mutaween turn up in Saudi Arabia, I expect it because they're an Islamic theocracy.
Right.
You know, but in a Western secular democracy, if someone turns up with religious garb on, I have questions.
I couldn't imagine, like, if I was in Buffalo working and a cop came up to me in religious garb with a badge on his vest, I would be fucking. I'm an atheist.
I don't think
I'd terrify me.
I would find that disturbing. I mean, and the thing is, right? What if you're a Jewish guy and two Muslims turn up
seriously,
in whatever traditional garb that they're wearing, and you're just like,
you think that guy's gonna get a fair fucking shake?
What if you've just had a hate crime against you by a Muslim gang in your location, and then these two Muslims turn up? Are you really not concerned about bias?
It's insane to me. Like I it's amazing to me. Like, but the thing is, okay, right. So getting back to what I was saying, if the argument was, I think this is not what I think, but hypothetically, if this was the argument, I think that if you are a Christian, a Buddhist, an atheist, blah blah blah, you should be able to represent your somehow not political beliefs on your sleeve as a cop. Let's say that was the argument. Is that actually what went to the Supreme Court? No. It isn't an egalitarian policy. It's specifically for Muslims and Sikhs.
Really?
Not Christians.
Really?
Yes, and they won. I read through the case and they basically said it's for the sake of religious liberty. That was the fucking thrust.
Yeah, but how could you argue against a Christian doing it then?
It wasn't included in the law. It wasn't included in the lawsuit. And then following that, when it went into the practice of the NYPD and the military, Christianity wasn't included in the policy.
So a Christian's going to have to sue them then?
Yes. In order to get fair representation for allowing to be biased on the force.
Yeah.
You're carrying a gun and a badge in the name of the state, and you're allowed to be biased. I'm glad that's the direction we're heading in as a society.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. It's not that you're allowed to be biased. It's that you're allowed to proclaim your bias.
Yes.
Like it's one thing being biased, but it's, you know, and then
right. Well, the thing is, you can still be biased in a uniform, and we don't know. But the thing is, you're proclaiming your fucking bias.
Yeah, exactly. And at least there's the sort of, it's more than that. It's the, if you're not allowed to wear your religious iconography on your official uniform, then it's a statement that it's more important for you in this role to be secular. That's the higher value. The lower value is your religious affiliation.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
that's an important that's an important dichotomy, and what they're saying, if you put the religious symbol above it, then you're saying it's okay to be pro that rather than pro secular.
the one that I lost on ultimately, and everyone defends it, so maybe you will as well, is the Sikh that basically said that if he wasn't allowed to wear a turban in the army, he wouldn't serve. And
yeah, I mean,
I was it
serve.
repulsed me from a nationalist perspective and a patriot's perspective, but also someone who's deeply suspicious
Well, he's
of
just
those.
a religious zealot, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that like either you concede to me or I don't serve. And it's like, no one asked you to. It's a voluntary army, you cocksucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's your fucking angle in this?
Yeah, he's a religious zealot.
Well, that's the thing. I hear everyone defend the Sikhs. I don't defend the Sikhs. I think the Sikhs are they have their own fucking what's it called? Not takfir. What is it? The thing where it's moral to lie. What is that? The
Takir.
What is it?
Takir.
Takir. Yeah, that's it.
Do they? I've not heard anything about
I think the Sikhs do. I think that's my general collectivist suspicion.
In Britain, we have a very long history of the Sikhs, and the Sikhs have been some of the loyalist soldiers to ever serve Britain. So, like, and there are I mean, like and maybe a lot of it was because we used them to keep down rebellions in India, and they were maintaining their status. But like, even when they could have just run away and had no punishment for it, they didn't. Like, in many examples, actually, of battles. I mean, the most famous one is an Afghanistan force, an Afghani force, a Muslim force, obviously, of 10,000 Afghans, attacked an outpost where there were 21 Sikhs. And the Sikhs just sent a runner to go let everyone know that these Afghans were coming. And then the rest of them just stayed there and fought to the death.
Wow.
Yeah, man, it's the most heroic fucking account. And it's just
I think that it depends on the history, but the United States does not have that history.
I mean, in Britain, we don't have problems with Sikhs.
Sure. It would be like,
I never heard them.
It would be like in the United States if a native was like, I'm going to specifically wear native garb and not wear the specified uniform that literally every other soldier is wearing who's any other religion. No one made exceptions for the Jews. No one made exceptions for the Christians. No one made exceptions for all these different people. But all of a sudden,
one of the Queen's Guards, the Beefeaters, it was in the news the other day. Actually, he was allowed to replace his traditional bearskin hat with a Sikh turban, and I'm really against that. I'm sorry. If you want to be one of the Queen's Guards, you need to wear a bearskin hat because that's what the Queen's Guards wear.
Yeah, that's again, you can say what you want to. I find that deeply suspicious.
Well, it is. It's us cucking to a religious zealot. I mean, I'm not saying Sikhs don't have religious zealots. They just don't tend to blow themselves up.
I can't understand I don't it's so suspicious to me of I'm a patriot. I'm for your country. You just need to change some things. I find that deeply suspicious.
It is.
And so I know I've met plenty of cool Sikhs in my own right. I've met Sikhs that live near me, but the problem is that you got some bad apples that you need to start dealing with.
Every fucking religion has exactly these people. It's the people who take the religion really fucking seriously.
Oh yeah,
every religion has this. It's and this is why the differences between religions matter. Because despite the fact that in every religion you get people who take them really seriously, the response is different depending on the religion. Like the Buddhists set themselves on fire. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's like they're not all the same.
Oh yeah. Well, there's definitely some Buddhist extremists as well in the world, and I don't just mean the one region of the world. I mean the ones that commit suicide and that's pretty extreme.
It's hardcore as fuck.
Especially back when the Japanese were Zen Buddhists. Holy fucking shit, bro.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Buddhism definitely does contain. I'm not that well read on it, but I do know that Zen Buddhism is supposed to be like the fucking lunatic one, the lunatic sect of it. Anyways,
I don't pay that much attention to Buddhism.
Let's get to this article from the New York Times that said, "Do you know where your Pride T-shirt was made?" This is an amazing article from earlier in the month where basically you have all of these you have Levi Strauss, H&M, all of these like super bourgeois, like high retail outlets are selling pride shit, and it's all made in the third world.
Of course it is.
And it's all in nations that basically persecute gays. And it's just like basically this article introduces the idea of basically, yeah, this is a super corporate holiday and we're making all this shit with exploited labor in the foreign world. And I just, even in India, Bangladesh, like all these different places where homosexuality is a crime and like it's just oh man, it's just hilarious to me because it's like all this is middle class virtue signaling.
Yeah,
that's all this is. It's your meaningless, like utterly like no one. There's no resistance anymore. You've beaten down everyone. There's no one left to resist you, and you're out there saying, "Look, some people have a problem with the fact that I'm a middle class 20-something bisexual white girl." It's like, bro. No one cares. You are literally the most privileged people in the fucking world. Just stop.
You're also some of the most uninformed people in the world because you never go to the places that you talk about. You never meet people that you're on about.
And for the sake of you not being raped and killed, I'd advise you not to go.
Yeah, exactly. Do not go to the Mexican border. You know, like, just...
But yeah, they literally had...
There was the worst fucking story, man. There was this... I think it was a French girl or a German girl. Like, she before she got married, like the year before or something, she was going to hitchhike around the world and in a wedding dress or something. I can't
oh my God.
But no, but like to show that the world's full of kind, loving people. She got to Turkey and got raped and murdered.
Jesus Christ.
I'll find it. Hang on.
Yeah. There's plenty of people in the chat apparently disagreeing with our positions on the Muslim Sikh thing.
I don't know. I like about that a second hand.
Go ahead and get the article.
Performance artist killed on peace trip. I put it in the chat. Performance artist killed on peace trip is mourned. So this Italian woman, sorry. Two friends, both performance artists, hatched the idea that about a year ago, wearing white wedding dresses, they would hitchhike from Italy to the Balkans to the Middle East to send a message of peace and marriage between different peoples and nations. But after just 3 weeks on the road, one of the two Italian artists, Pippa Bacca, or however, 33, was killed by a driver who offered her a ride. Her naked body was found on April the 11th in some bushes near a Turkish village after a suspect led investigators to the site. Although the official cause of death had not been given, local Turkish authorities said that she had been raped and strangled.
Yeah, welcome to why you should have read Hobbes.
Yeah. It's true.
Because
he's really boring, so don't.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like,
yeah, you
have to understand. Like, I believe like this whole world, man, it needs a boot on its neck because humanity is civilized as the boot on the neck allows it to be, man. Because
but this is what happens when middle class Western women decide to act on their beliefs about the rest of the world.
Stressing the need for global harmony. Jesus fucking
That's
Christ.
what happens. Middle-class lefty woman doesn't understand these cultures, doesn't understand how they think or what they're going to do, and bad things happen.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's like I can't say specifically, but it's like the John Lennon effect.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's about having a narrative about the culture.
Right, I know.
Based on what the culture's actually like.
Right.
Like, obviously, and like Muslim cultures are insanely patriarchal and but like insanely like family based as well. And this is what the honor system is about. The honor culture is about. And so like this is why, like, you know, men will kill their own sisters if she dishonors the family. And people without families are treated really fucking badly. And women who aren't acting as Islamic standards would dictate are just considered to be prostitutes.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like, dude, you have to understand this culture, or at least something about these cultures, before you just decide to flounce in there like the privileged middle-class white girl that you are, in a wedding dress saying, look, this is my art project. Oh, fuck off. You lunatic. You're going to get yourself hurt.
Yeah, I don't really know how to like explain how I would like I feel about this kind of article because it's like, you know, obviously I don't want to like laugh at this person who got fucking raped
No,
and
it's
killed for their own
sad.
stupid beliefs, but it's like I don't know how to explain it because this is not that uncommon of a fucking mindset, really.
Oh,
It
it's a
really
fucking
isn't.
massively common mindset.
I don't
First world women are incredibly patronizing to third world men. It's amazing.
I don't really know how to explain to people that like growing up in an upper middle class suburb or like in a townhouse in fucking in midtown Manhattan, like
Yeah.
you fundamentally don't understand like you don't understand like the force that's been used, the murder, the war, the all the things that have led up to the point where we are now. Like the world that we live in now is basically a world that has been pacified in the Brazilian sense. It has been beat down, brutalized, forced to be civilized. It has not been kumbaya, a revolution of the mind in that we're all going to be a bunch of like prancing faggots. It's like this world has been beaten down and knows that like I guess not knows,
Okay, let me put it in this way, right? Okay, so Western Europe is generally made up of high trust societies, right? So these societies trust their citizens to be lawful and to be law abiding and to not give into like familial loyalties over justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is something that's basically been trained into Western Europeans for the last few hundred years, since the Enlightenment, in fact. But before then, they were a lot more like people would have been in the Middle East, as in
Sure.
more familially based, as in more bonds of loyalty based on clan, effectively.
Sure.
You know, and the Middle East is still very much like that. That's why the honor system matters to the families. You know, like mafia don sort of thing. You know, but this woman was from Milan. You know, she wasn't from the south of Italy. If she was from the south of Italy, I bet she wouldn't have gone. You know, she would have understood their cultures more because it's more like that. And like it's just fundamentally different, you know, and it's not saying they're bad people or anything like that, or you know, all of them bad, but like there are certain things that make you look like a target, and that's fucking
right. Well,
them.
my point was that like the only reason why we don't live in a world where we have the mongrels roaming around raping and killing everyone is basically because forces in the world, pretty much just from the West, have pacified the world.
Yes, Western liberals went around and shot everyone who did bad things.
Yes.
Yes.
And now we basically have these self-contained nations that have a lot of bad people in them that act on bad things because they have bad values and the rest.
Because the liberals aren't there shooting the people who do bad things. Yeah,
yes. Because I mean
imperialism
with the whole thing, and it's why I brought up Japan earlier. It's like we radically changed their society, not by asking them.
No.
We forced them to change.
Same with South Korea. And they're much better societies for it.
Yes. And it's like, people just don't understand this, that like, and that's why I'm not a fucking like libertarian, because it's like, you fundamentally don't understand that like, say for example, take Toronto, take Canada, take a city and get rid of the police. What happens?
Oh yeah, chaos. This happened.
It's
in
instantaneous.
Ontario,
it's instantaneous.
Yeah.
And you can still have cities. You can still have cities.
It's actually not instantaneous. I remember reading this one where it was in like 69 or something, where the police force struck for the day, and it took 4 hours for the first bank to be robbed, and that's in Canada. You know.
Yeah.
But and after that, it just descended into chaos, and the police had to step in again.
Yeah. It's like people, and this is the thing, she doesn't understand this. Like she doesn't understand that like rules, like laws and rules of society only exist because, or not that they only exist, but they're only followed because there is the concept of being held to account for your actions. And that some people like me, if the cops disappear tomorrow, I would obey the law because that's my personal convictions. That's my character. Yeah, I'm not going to break the law arbitrarily. But the thing is that there's a lot of fucking people that will just get whipped up into a mob mentality and go fucking insane.
And not only that, like it's inevitable that order will be restored. Like,
well, you better fucking believe it.
But it's who's going to restore the order. It'll turn into essentially mafia. It'll become feudal. again.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what will happen. It'll return to feudalism. So
You
we
bet.
may as well stick with what we've got.
Already
It's
discussed
obviously
this
better.
many times before, and I've always said that, like, the minute order breaks down is the minute I'm forming a militia to restore it. Like, I'm not
exactly.
fucking
I'm
living
gonna
in
be
a
the guy on
society
top.
without order.
Like, seriously, Owen Jones had better pray he doesn't get his revolution.
Owen Jones, you better hope you fail, because you're the first person getting shot when chaos breaks down.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, if there's no law and order anymore.
Well, that's the thing, is like, somebody like this fundamentally doesn't understand that, like, that these other nations, like, they don't, they're just, again, they're not pacified. That's my disposition on it, is that, like, they still have a real problem with, like, the natural adherence to the law that many Westerners have. Like, especially, I would say it's also true of Latin America and South America, is that there's not a natural disposition in the society, culturally or whatever, not necessarily ethnically, but, you know, culturally, of just, you have to adhere to the law. And that's such a it's such a pronounced thing, except for recently, where all of a sudden it's popular to disobey the law.
Yeah, but your nation's quite unique in this way, because like most nations acquire their laws after long histories of existence.
Absolutely, like yours, for example, absolutely.
You're the nation of the Enlightenment. You were founded on reason, on crafted laws that would be good for the population, and they obviously have been. You know, the Enlightenment was correct. You know, most countries aren't that lucky. Most countries have to.
No, I've said it before. Like, it's very easy to be an American nationalist, because it's like, we founded in like 200 years later, we're the fucking hegemon of the world.
Yeah,
like, tell me one nation ever that's ever done that.
Yeah, but who did you take over from? Oh, the other Enlightenment hegemon of the world.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that we again, like, all consideration to the English is that we took your Enlightenment values and then perfected
the English in continuance.
Yeah,
that's all that. I mean, intellectually, that's all you could really consider America to be until the Progressive era, you know. And then it starts becoming a bit German, and it's fucking great. But everyone did, so fucking
yeah. I'm hoping that the English can actually, like, maybe we need to, like, bomb your country with some, like, related history texts of the Revolutionary War, and be like, oh yeah, these actually were good values to fight for.
Actually, I think I think one quite clever thing to do would be to bombard England with American propaganda from World War II, because the Americans
absolutely
spoke unbelievably highly of the English. And it was just one of those things where it's like, this is what an outsider's perspective of the English is like in the 40s. And it was just of these hard bitten people, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean especially the bombing. The bombing. That's insane. The fact that, like, you're getting pounded with aerial bombardments, and you're still on the fucking front lines fighting. Yeah.
And just like everyone, like, I love the fucking GIs, like, pamphlets and stuff. They're like, you know, if you go into a home, they're going to invite you in because they're very polite, and they're going to give you food, but try to refuse it, because the chances are they don't have any. And this is you'll be well fed back at your barracks. They're not, they're on rations, and it's shit like this. And it was just like the moral character of the people was just like, it was really like, reading these things. I remember reading them years ago and thinking, wow, they thought we were amazing. You know, they just thought we were in a really disadvantageous position of being really close to Germany.
I think that out of all the most, I would say that arguably the most tenacious party in the war overall was the English. I mean, the absolute shit kicking you got, and despite the fact that they were still fighting.
Well, in 1940, we were the only people standing against Germany.
Yeah,
it was
people that got absolutely embarrassed in that war, to my recollection, were, well, the two big ones were first Japan, but also the French. The French got fucking rolled. It was unbelievable how poorly that war went with them.
Well, I listened to Dan Carlin's Ghosts of the Ostfront, and he goes through some of it, and there was another one as well.
Well, the French were so arrogant. They thought, we're going to build all these bunkers and all this shit along the border. They went to a forest and they kicked their ass. Like,
well, they went through Belgium. They just went through Belgium.
Yeah, that was it. They went through Belgium and they rolled into France, and nothing opposed them. It was like, what the fuck were you thinking?
And the French couldn't muster enough forces in time or whatnot. It's like,
I couldn't believe, reading what was written about that. I could not believe it. I was like, God damn, like, I couldn't.
Although I've got to say, that who was the French general after it fucking happened? Like there was a French general who he went to bed at like 9 o'clock every night, and everyone's like, "But there's work to be done, so yeah, and it'll be there tomorrow, and I'm tired." And it's just like, I really like that attitude.
The Nazis are invading. I got to get some shut eye. All right.
Yeah, exactly. me lacking in sleep is not going to help. So,
Jesus Christ, France, my God.
Yeah, I don't know who. I can't remember the name of the general, but
they think, and they're trying the same strategy with the Eiffel Tower, and they think that's going to work against the Muslims. We'll just build a fence. That'll work. Good luck, France. Good luck.
Yeah, you let them in through the airports, you idiots.
I can't believe the same people that were running around their country lynching the aristocracy. Those same people are like, yeah, we'll just let the Muslims in.
I mean,
God, haven't you fucking learned anything about repression, you idiots?
It's not even that, right? I really think that in a lot of Muslim cultures, the thing they respect is strength. You know?
Yes, that's my whole point.
They come from these fucking dictatorships or authoritarian regimes, and they rule their own households quite strongly.
Yes.
A lot more strongly compared to Western men, anyway. Right, and then when they come over, we just roll over.
Yeah.
And it's like no, look, we need to let them know that they're going to get a firm hand if they step out of line. They got to follow the rules.
I blame the middle classes. That's what
absolutely. It's the progressive middle classes.
God damn! Like, what were you guys doing? What have you done to us? What have you done to our countries?
They think that these people are children, basically.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, with a child, you have to discipline it. You fucking idiots.
Yes. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's true.
John Lennon, man, I swear to God, I bring him up all the time, but I swear to God, like him and his politics, I swear to God, changed this world. I swear to God, it spoke.
Imagine all the people living together.
It spoke to the ethos of like the most bourgeois mindset, and it just carried over through multiple generations, and it sucked the life out of the West. I don't know, like it just basically it created this mindset. Well, it created two kinds of mindsets, and especially it's basically two kinds of mindsets of cultural relativism and capitalism as an ideology will liberalize the world. Yeah. That to me is the two things. Cultural relativism and capitalism is the end all be all, will solve every fucking issue.
Well, I mean, they already think that capitalism dominates every space on Earth. They already think that. You know, I mean, they think Africa is a capitalist paradise, you know, and it's just like, what the fuck are you lunatics talking about? But it's the no borders thing. It's the imagine everyone living together in harmony. It's like, yeah, it's then
well, part of that is imagine that there's no property. That was another part of that song.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate communist song, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the thing is though that it appealed.
Yeah, it's idealistic as fuck.
And I don't know what it is though, but like I really do think that I don't know what is it about that song, but it's like the rhetoric that I hear from these people that are ultimately utopian lunatics that are also like in charge, you know? That's what they believe. It's every fucking lyric of that fucking song. And it's just I don't know how to summarize it other than to say like you've taken your politics from John Lennon and you're fucking insane. Oh man.
I know but it like you said, it captures like the ethos of it.
Yeah,
you know? That's
I absolutely think so.
And it really has like it laid the groundwork for generations to become commies. Good job.
And not like overtly, but like
no, subconsciously, idealistically.
Yeah, subconsciously or like culturally communist. Yeah. Like it's so bizarre.
Wouldn't this be the ideal end state of humanity? It's like. I mean, maybe, but it depends what they believe, doesn't it? You know?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of fucking world you want to live in, where you basically want the world to be like this ultimate collectivist, like haven, where there's like no offense. There's nothing that is abnormal. Like it's basically what's that movie with Sylvester Stallone?
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man, yeah.
Yeah, but what I mean though is like, okay, imagine all the people living in harmony or whatever. It's like, okay, then what are we going to do about the jihadis? Like that's the first question. If we're going to live in a borderless world that also involves jihadis, we have to submit to the jihadis.
Well, my position is, as it relates to humanity philosophically, is that there's always going to be jihadis.
Yeah, there will.
I don't think there's ever going to be a point in the world where we are not going to have some violent faction somewhere.
No, there's absolutely not.
Because it's part of, like, evil behavior is part of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, these people, the kind of person who's attracted to extremism is a certain kind of personality generally.
Yeah.
You know, it's like people who need it for their own personal failings, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't think that we're never going to get rid of psychopaths. As far as I know, even on a genetic level, we can't get rid of psychopaths or psychopathy specifically.
A certain percentage of the population is always going to be like this.
Yeah,
and, you know,
they're going to have antisocial personality disorders, and there's nothing you can do about that other than try to medicate them and get them off the fucking street.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
take care of the homeless. Thanks, Louis.
Well, I mean, in a different kind of way.
I
mean, in a different kind of way. If you want to get back into it, like it, if you want to hear my position on the homeless, it's Sylvester Stallone and Rambo. It's we're driving you out of town. Stay the fuck out. That's my position. And if I was the mayor of my area, that would be my official policy: is anyone homeless that comes in this area, it's a crime. We're gonna drive you out, and you can get lost.
It's a crime to be homeless.
Yep.
Fuck, Louis. That's fucking authoritarian.
I don't care, dude. I don't like homeless people.
Jesus, I can see that.
You're getting driven out. You're getting driven out of town, and you're gonna get a boot in the ass, and you're gonna turn off the body cams for a second, and we're gonna say, "Stay the fuck out! Don't ever come back."
Louis Le Vau 2020. Yeah. I have the final solution.
The homeless are gonna be finally dealt with. That's gonna be the line. Anyways, the last article. The last article we got is Twitter CEO. Jack Dorsey, and the thing is, especially someone who's been politically conscious as much as I am, I can't believe he made this mistake.
I know, it's dumb. It's just dumb. It's like, dude.
One, I've eaten at Chick-fil-A in the South. It's shit. I don't like it. I've eaten there multiple times. Their chicken sandwiches are overrated as fuck. They are not good. They're like soupy sandwiches. They're worse than Burger King. So they're not good.
What?
Well, I'm saying just in terms of it's just a standard of a brand. They're worse than Burger King.
Yeah, so Burger King, all right. What are you talking about? Are we going to have a franchise war here?
No, I'm just saying specifically if you think that Burger King is generic, like generic fast food shit that tastes super bland, you should hate Chick-fil-A because it's far worse.
Dude, bacon double cheeseburgers are going to be the thing that kills me.
Anyways,
Burger King's amazing. But anyway, Jack, by the way, Jack Dorsey, you should probably unblock and unsuspend my Twitter account because
did he block you?
Well, no, he suspended my Twitter account. Obviously. Well,
I thought, like, I was going to say, if he blocked you, holy shit, is that a case that he actually did it maliciously?
Well, I'm sure he probably did have me blocked, but like, the point is, Jack, aren't you worried about getting sued? Because I actually have a lawyer in America right now.
I don't think he is. The state of that fucking social media platform, I think they don't care.
Jared Taylor's suing Twitter at the moment.
Good luck to his stupid ass.
Oh, dude, he's winning.
Oh, he is? Oh, man. Imagine getting embarrassed in court by fucking Jared Taylor, fucking people.
Dude, right? Well, you've got to watch.
Taylor.
Put a few of these pieces together, right?
The only reason Jared Taylor is worth listening to remotely is just to hear him say white, because it's funny. And the fact that he's a fucking weeb. Yeah, he's a fucking weeb. He grew up in Japan.
That's from June, right? Look at this one from May.
Hold on, I'm going to save these articles so I can put them in the sources later. You got another one here?
Yeah, get the other one up, right? So Twitter can sue him.
Right, yeah.
He can sue them, right? And also, then you've got Donald Trump can't block people on Twitter, right? Because he's interfering with their careers. Okay, well, I'm actually a member of UKIP now, so I think I might sue Twitter because I'm pretty certain that Twitter have banned me for ideological bias anyway.
Yeah.
Because of their ideological bias, and now they're preventing me, a politically active person, from engaging in the public dialogue under Donald Trump's Twitter feed for malicious reasons. I'm pretty sure I have a case to sue Twitter at this point. So, Jack, all I'm saying is just fucking unsuspend my account.
Once you get done with Aquila, then that's next. Be warned.
Maybe. Seriously, the Aquila case is starting to wrap up. I'm honestly going to ask my lawyer whether he thinks I have a case.
Well, ask him. I mean, float it. Just see what he says.
I am absolutely going
That would be. Make sure I was going to say, regardless of the outcome of this case with Aquila, make sure you do a video.
Yeah, I will. But you know, it's assuming the Aquila one goes well and I don't have any further problems. I don't see why I wouldn't sue Jack. If Jared Taylor can do it, I mean, I'm absolutely certain that I've been banned for the same reasons as Jared Taylor.
Probably, yeah.
Defamatory. You know, it's like,
everyone in the chat's going crazy saying that you should do it.
Dude, I'm on it. I'm going to talk to my lawyer about it. 'Cause, I mean, if he doesn't think I can do it, then obviously I'm like, well, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to do an Aquila and not listen to my lawyer's advice or something. So I'm absolutely certain that her lawyer's going to advise her that her, you know.
I just got a super chat from an account called Weeb that says, "Take this $5, buy a rope, and hang yourself with. Chick-fil-A is fantastic." Sir, you are objectively wrong. Chick-fil-A is shit. I've eaten it in the South. It is shit. I could shit in a sandwich and it would be better than Chick-fil-A.
Twitter is in a place at the moment where it's looking at really bad lawsuits.
Oh yeah, especially after that stupid ruling. Because I think this ruling is fucking retarded. But if you can piggyback on it and get your account restored to it, or get your account restored and get a settlement, oh my god, that would be funny.
Exactly, right?
Because you know they would settle. They can't keep losing cases like this.
Yeah, and then look at that Washington Post one as well, right? So Google and Twitter are facing this, and they're getting it from all directions. Like this is just like the Twitter.
Is it all to do with blocking?
Yeah, no, purging the accounts and stuff like this, right? And then you've got the point where Trump has become a political mecca on Twitter, where they've ruled that, or this judge has ruled that his fucking Twitter account actually is part of the public dialogue.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, then we need to talk about who is. I mean, literally, how can you ban anyone from Twitter who's even vaguely talking about politics?
Yeah, especially someone of your magnitude with your subscriber amount.
I've got nearly 1 million fucking subscribers. You know, like this. Like, I think that I might be able to actually just screw them over. But no, they screwed me over. Fuck them.
You know, it would be a good thing to have a testimony on your behalf in the lawsuit would be that guy you met from UKIP to specifically say that you are a political activist and engaged in the public. Because that would be an actual party representative saying that you are engaging in English politics or British politics more broadly, and that them censoring you is akin to Trump. Yeah. Like just censoring someone for political bias. Yeah. When you are a political actor, and this is what you're using as your platform to engage in politics.
I'm just saying that it seems that all of the stage is set. That's all.
Yeah, I agree.
And I will be asking my lawyer about it, because why wouldn't I, given what appears to be quite an easy opportunity?
All right, the super chats are adding up, so I'm going to get to these super chats. Shekels and silver to you, my brothers. I was at the PSU event. Awesome. I'm 48, and it's unbelievable that the progressive march to academia still goes on even long after I was undergrad in college. And that was from Nathaniel. So thank you, Nathaniel. Bazinski says, I went trick-or-treating with my Merkel costume and all I got was a rude man giving me Starburst and told me to be thankful for it. Thank you, Bazinski. I apparently had a run-in with Trump. Josiah says, remember when Hitchens wrote an article titled Why Women Aren't Funny and then followed it up with Why Women Still Aren't Funny? That guy would have been the most, would have red pilled more people as fuck. Yeah, I remember him doing a Vanity video when he worked for Vanity and basically doubling down on that article. Oh my fucking God, was that video funny. Oh man. Hitchens was such a fucking ball buster when it came to this shit. Bazinski says, corporate diversity programs are just code word for, sponsored corporate harms. Maybe. Apparently, at least in Intel. An account called YouTube is Gay says, reset the clock. I read him. The problem you're having is that you're not having the chicken chunks. Use this to buy some. There are no Chick-fil-A's around me, and fuck Chick-fil-A. Bazinski says again, if Twitter is sued into failure, it would be a blue checkmark Holocaust.
Oh my god, that would just be the
Oh,
final
dude,
solution to the blue check mark
There
problem.
would not be a single outlet that wouldn't cover that, to like basically comparing it to like 9/11. Because dude, that is where they live. That is where they live.
Dude, that would be the
They
funniest
live
thing.
on Twitter.
The Twitter check marks are literally like, this is our own 9/11.
They would rush to have investors buy the company to reopen it. I swear to God that would happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They tried to do the same in Gorka.
Yeah, exactly. It would be even more pronounced with Twitter, because again, they live and thrive.
Twitter.
Tweets are stories every fucking day.
Oh yeah, dude, Twitter is basically the source of like half the news these days.
Yes,
these lazy shits don't have to get off their ass.
Yeah, they're not out breaking stories. They're just getting shit on Twitter.
And can we use this image or this video in our article and credit you? Why don't you give them some money?
Nah.
Some money. You want this? You want the media? Normally, you'd have to spend money to go and get it.
Well, they will under the EU, maybe.
Exactly. You know, exactly. It's like if they were, well, even then, no, that's not even the same fucking thing. Like that's actually the benefit of the journalistic class. Like if you're linking to someone's news article, you have to pay them money. Fuck off.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
Ridiculous. You know, if you want to use some random guy's media, what you're saying is, I'm not going to spend the money it takes to get a journalist on the ground to record it ourselves, so we've got our own footage. So why don't we give you 50 quid or something? You know, the plane fare would have been thousands of dollars. You know,
No, you cut out there.
Hated everywhere.
Okay. Next was another person saying Chick-fil-A is great. You are hate speech. Fuck you. Thank you for the support, Pat, but fuck you. You're wrong. Bazinski says, check your Twitter. So I will do that, and I will hold on. I will stop presenting to everyone and click this off, because we're now out of articles, but I will check my Twitter. I know that we've been going for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna retweet this person that quoted me and say Chick-fil-A is worse than Burger King. I'll quote that. Bazinski says the reason the French did not resist the Germans was due to the fact that they had a turbulent government changes right up to the German invasions. I need to find the title of the book to tell Sargon.
Probably. I haven't looked into the French.
As far as I know, they had everything bet on a poor military strategy and just got fucking rolled. That's my understanding of that war, quote unquote, that war. Somebody says, how does it feel to be a greater liberal than Sargon? At least you didn't join the Republican Party. Well, I haven't, and I wouldn't, because I don't like the Republican Party. I wouldn't compare UKIP to the Republican Party.
I think they're a bit more libertarian than the Republican Party, to be honest.
Somebody's saying that we should discuss the white extinction anxiety New York Times article that came out today.
That's interesting, isn't it? They sound like the alt-right again.
I didn't actually read it, but I already know what it's going to say.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but was it written by a Jewish person? Well, I'll
look it up. White anxiety.
Well, I only say this because it's bringing identitarianism into it is weird. So I don't think that white people feel an extinction anxiety.
I've seen a disturbing number of.
To me, that's an alt-right talking point.
Yeah. God, what the fuck?
You know, so it's you know, I don't think.
Hold on.
I don't think most white people think like that.
Where the fuck is that? It was trending on Twitter for quite a while today.
Yeah. Was it New York Times, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. For whatever reason, I can't spell anxiety because I'm apparently autistic. Hold on. Okay, I found it. I got it here. It's by Charles Blow. Now I remember.
Right. It's by a black identitarian.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me share this. Wasn't it? Well, he's actually a very bourgeois, blue check mark corporatist. Actually, I've reached my limit of articles.
Okay, I'll run through it quickly. I've got it on mine. So he starts by talking about the border crisis, blah blah blah. So he's taking this from Pat Buchanan. The existential question, however, thus remains: how does the West, America included, Stop the flood tide of migrants before it forever alters the political and demographic character of our nations and our civilization. In describing Western liberals' aversion to instituting racist and xenophobic policies, he wrote, we are truly dealing here with an ideology of Western suicide. Well, we are. It's not about the race, it's the idea. It is the ideas. They are the anti-enlightenment side.
Yeah.
Like, they proudly so. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean,
anything else in there worth reading?
Sorry, the internet just cut out. I was going to say, like, don't sit there saying that Western civilization is white civilization, because I'm about to fear the Spanish, the Italians, and the Greeks. So,
I saw that today. Actually, somebody was talking about. It was actually that the Assassin's Creed game, and they were saying, "Oh, more white protagonists." I'm like, are the Greeks white?
Not really. I don't think they're white. But then I'm what the alt-right would consider a Nordicist when it comes to that. I mean, obviously I don't care about race, so race doesn't figure into my political philosophy at all.
I don't know. I look at somebody who's brown skinned, brown haired, and brown eyed, and I go like, yeah, you're about as white as fucking Japanese people, bro.
They're not white, but they're European.
Yeah, sure, they're European. They're Southern European or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Mediterranean.
But I don't give a shit who isn't in the white race. But if we're gonna have this discussion, then okay, like, I don't give a fuck. But if you want to talk about this. But but they want to talk about this. But yeah. So white people, the majority of people in the United States, well, obviously, country founded by England. Oh, it's mostly white people.
People in chat are like, so all of a sudden the Greeks aren't white, but Japanese are white by progressive standards.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. Didn't you look up
Jesus.
like the reflectivity of the skin? Like, if you look at like the actual amount of sunlight the skin reflects or something.
Oh yeah. There's actually a scientific method. I've looked this up before. That actually, like, there's classifications of like skin pigmentation, and the Greeks are definitely, the Greeks and Italians are not part of it.
Yeah, but the
Japanese, Spanish too.
Of course they're not. But the Japanese absolutely. I mean, one of the ways they used to call the
Japanese were actually part of the same skin pigmentation group as whites. That's actually true. I'd have to look it up, but that's demonstrably true.
Yeah, and so the East Asian merger needs to happen even quicker.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We are literally the same race. So what is the alt-right's complaint? I mean, your lord and hero, like the only intellectual you actually have, Jared Taylor, is actually like what would it be, like a Japan, not foe, but Japanophile. Like, he is an actual weeaboo.
Yeah.
He grew up there and loves them because they're an ethno state. He's like, he can't stop praising the Japanese. It's like, bro, like, you just want to get the racial merger forward, even though you're an old creepy man.
Well, all the more incentive to do the racial merger, in my opinion. But yeah, this is I'll keep going through this, right? So
go ahead.
For the first, as Brookings reported last week, Brookings is a left-wing think tank, for anyone who doesn't know. For the first time since the Census Bureau has released these annual statistics, they show an absolute decline in the nation's white non-Hispanic population, an accelerating phenomenon that was not projected to occur until the next decade. Well, that's not really very surprising, given how America takes in 1 million migrants a year, illegal migrants a year. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Your borders are wide fucking open.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, it's just the size of America that prevents it from, like...
Well, it's just amazing to me that people think that, like, because when you add 1 million people a year legally, and that's, like, the minimum, like, that's your, this is what our legal system is, 1 million a year fucking legally, like, you can't, that can't go on forever. It can't. It literally can't go on forever, because, like, how do you expect the fucking government to last? It can't pay for all this shit. It can't pay for all these people because, again, every person that comes in, that's a house, that's utilities, that's electricity, like, it's sewer system, it's roads. Like, it's one of the reasons why LA and California has insane fucking traffic, because people are pouring into it like it's a fucking Mongol invasion.
Yeah,
you can't house this many people.
But you know what's weird about this? It's almost the way that they're framing it is almost like they're arguing for white identity politics, right?
Yes.
So the report continued, right? Second, the new numbers show that for the first time there are more children who are minorities than there are who are white. from every age from 0 to 9. This means that we're on the cusp of seeing the first minority white generation born in 2007 and later that we can perhaps dub Generation Z+. The Applied Population Lab at the University of Wisconsin-Madison also issued a report last week that pointed out in 2016 more non-Hispanic whites died than were born in 26 states, more than any time in US history. Some 179 million residents, or 56% of the US population, lived in these 26 states. The report also noted that when births fail to keep pace with deaths, a region is said to have a natural decrease in population. A finding from previous research on natural decrease, which is consistent with our findings, is that once an area begins to experience a natural decrease, the trend is likely to continue. Only California, New Mexico, and West Virginia have experienced a natural increase after the initial onset of the decrease, and in each case it was only for a year. This is happening. America will soon be a majority-minority country. This is a black identitarian in the New York Times, or at least someone who cares about identity politics.
He's a major contributor. He's someone that's taken seriously.
And if he's saying this, it's like, okay, then you're saying that white people now must look at the world through the lens of racial politics. So in this case, why would white people do anything other than say close the borders?
Yeah. Well, it's also, I'll tell you one thing is that like it basically begs the fucking question of like, well, you have all of these affirmative action programs that specifically discriminate against whites and Asians. Why are we continuing with those at all? Why do we have any discrimination laws in the books? Why do we have all these different things? If these are going to be tools that you very likely, you just say like, we're going to inherit all these powers and we're going to use them against you. Like that appears to be the thrust of their arguments. And it's like, you're not really helping the stability of the fucking country, bro.
All manner of current policy grows out of this panic over loss of privilege and power. Immigration policy, voter suppression, Trump economic isolationist impulses, his contempt for people from Haiti and Africa, the Muslim ban, his rage over Black Lives Matter and social justice protests, everything. Well, he's interpreting it in the wrong way, but he's not necessarily wrong. He's not. I wouldn't put it in the white. I wouldn't put it in the realm of white people. I would put it in the realm of just the people who live there, like the people already living in the country. You know. Like, they've got legitimate concerns about cultural differences with these other cultures.
I don't know, man. I've listened to that guy before, and like, it's very like a guy like him. It's like if you
right.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that like if you basically want to see the United States become the top that flies off the table and onto the ground and shatters in 1,000 pieces, that's the kind of guy to keep putting forward.
Oh yeah. That's exactly it.
That's the guy that's basically kind of ripped this country into pieces.
But
that kind of rhetoric is ridiculous.
Yeah, but he says they like Trump because he's unapologetically defending whiteness. Trump is not a white identitarian.
No, he's not.
And so all this means is that their definition of whiteness is the European Enlightenment. That's what it is. That's what they think whiteness is. That's what the white cis hetero capitalist patriarchy is. It's the European Enlightenment.
Yeah. Well, that's the things I keep stressing more and more is that when people say patriarchy or when they say white supremacy, especially with white supremacy, man, it appears to just be a code word for literally liberal West, a Western liberal republic, representative government. Like that appears to be what they mean by when they say white supremacy.
Yeah. It's Enlightenment values. That's what they mean. Whiteness.
Yeah. And the thing is that like, I don't know. It's just like when they say that, and like they basically just go far enough to where they will fully admit that they don't believe in, but not only that they don't believe in pluralism, but they don't believe in representative government. It's like you basically are creating the justification for your own repression.
Yeah,
you know,
saying we want to repress you. If you don't repress us, we're going to repress you. So someone's going to have to pick up a gun.
Well, the thing is that basically what they're creating is, and what we do ultimately, especially on your part in terms of your audience size, is because of you highlighting these things, eventually what's going to happen is that you are going to get somebody with our bias or our disposition who gets into power, who's going to be whispering in the ears of the next person in the Oval Office. And so if you get somebody that is in that position that has our disposition, when, let's say, the president or a senator or whomever, and they ask the senator, the politician turns to the person and says, hey, we have these, in essence, progressive communists that want X, Y, and Z. What should we do? The person is going to say, they're trying to overthrow the system. You should be repressing them. That is what they're going to say to them. And it's not because they're not because they're just this lunatic authoritarian, but it's because they're going to understand that these people are fundamentally dangerous to living in a peaceful, bourgeois, liberal nation. These people are trying to disrupt and overthrow the entire fucking thing.
Yeah.
And I think that people like Charles Blow, man, they could be the intelligentsia here and now, but their paradigm, man, if they keep pushing shit like this, it's eventually going to reach the ears of those in power, or enough people that elect people into power, where they like somebody like Charles Blow 20 years down the line, if Trump is basically the new trajectory of politics, which I've seen people argue, which I won't even speculate, but if Trump is the new era of politics, he's the new paradigm that's coming, or has arrived and is now on its first legs, Charles Blow, you're going to get blackballed in the future, bro. You're going to be gone. You're going to have people saying like, wow, we don't really want to affiliate with you because, we're friends with people and they fucking hate you because you're a lunatic. And it's not because it's because of you. Like you're generating animosity against you. Like that is one of the things that I've seen. And that to me, I think is what a lot of people would agree with in terms of where we of like the new the liberalists, the new liberals, like this newfound thing of libertarians that are not like anarchists and people that are center leftists but are principally liberal. You see this new zeitgeist being created, especially in social media and on YouTube. And one of the things that I think is like the coal in the like the mine of the engine is them. It's progressives. It's them that are spurring this onward, that are fueling this.
Yeah, and they do. It is like Jordan Peterson's saying. They do represent just a counter-enlightenment force. That's the purpose of what they're doing.
I agree. I think that like like I said, once you get down to the bare bones of it, you see that these people are actually revolutionary. And when people say that, like they don't understand that, like it's revolutionary to things like such as representative government. It's revolutionary towards the idea of liberal principles and civil liberties.
They're very open about it. They say that they want revolution. They say this all the time, all across universities, all across America and Britain. They say we want revolutions.
And the thing is, though, is that I think a lot of people don't actually understand what they mean by that.
No, they don't. They don't take them seriously.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately, one of the problems in the West is we have a lot of fucking corporatists that just lay down and they think that like, oh well, we'll just throw some money at them and that'll solve the problem. Like, meanwhile, they're infiltrating like every corporation in the country. I don't really understand like what the establishment thinks. Like they definitely are willing to parrot their bullshit for the sake of political correctness, but like I don't know. Well, like what do you think goes through the mind of somebody who's like an upper middle class person who like is it a manager or an executive or a politician, a congressman who basically is dismissive towards these people in society when they are a real force? Like, what do you think they think in terms of why they shouldn't pay attention to those people?
Well, I think in a lot of ways they're just ignorant of the scope of what's happening. I think the thing is what we're talking about are things that are going to happen like years down the line. You know, they're happening now, and they're starting to get serious now. But it's like I think that they're more focused on immediate concerns.
I guess maybe. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take for them to realize that this is an issue that's staring them in the face. I don't like maybe. I mean, what it requires, I think, is maybe like some kind of radical protest by these people at Wall Street or in Congress. Something for them to actually notice it. And pay attention to it. And when they ask them like, hey, why are you in Why are you like, we're trying to, we're trying to ship American jobs overseas. We're busy here. What are you doing here?
Mhm.
And they could just say, well, we're here to overthrow the system. And then maybe somebody with some money will fucking pay attention for once. Like, I don't know what it's going to take.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I hate to say this, but I'm gonna have to go.
That's fine. I realize we're cutting
so
short
I'm
there.
starting to flag. Got tired, but thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you stayed around for as long as you did, because we went for quite a while and we covered quite a bit.
It's been really interesting stuff. And the thing is, right, I've got no doubt that at some point, because I'm quite relaxed when I'm talking about stuff on your streams, and I know that at some point someone's going to say, "But you said," and I'm going to be like, "Okay, let's have that conversation then." You know, I'm just like anytime anyone ever says, "But you said," I'm like, "Great, we're having this conversation," and it's going to get really uncomfortable because the things we're going to have to talk about are really fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but all of the things that I'm saying here are true, and I'm absolutely sure of it. So
I don't think you've said anything that's that controversial in this. I think maybe I am, but I don't care.
In Britain, a lot of the things I say are massively controversial.
Oh man.
But yeah. Anyway, I'll speak to you later, man. Take care.
Thanks for stopping by.
No worries, man. Take it easy. Bye.
Yep. All right, so we have a few things that I still have to get to in terms of the super chat. So somebody says dog girls can't consent, but you can train them to. I'm not sure. The question is still out there, and I just bought that Fox Girls game on Steam. I'm gonna play that, and I'm gonna delve into the question of whether Fox Girls can consent. I'm not convinced. Party says Sargon ending Twitter is like Pinochet removing commies, completely justified, and the only people getting put in the chopper would disagree. Meritrix says get Sargon to say Leafs deserve the banhammer. Unfortunately, we're out of time for that, but thank you for the support anyways there, Meritrix. So yeah, I'd like to thank Sargon for once again stopping by and having a very extended conversation with myself on a whole range of different issues. Once again, a very good stream with him, and that's why I keep inviting him back, because we keep having good streams, and we even managed to disagree in this stream, which I'm glad. It was kind of a tangent, but I'm glad we actually disagree. Fucking Susan Wojcicki is spamming bullshit on Twitter at the moment of fucking Pride Month garbage. We get it, we get it, Susan, okay? You like gays. You know, 2015 happened and the Supreme Court decision came down. So hooray, fucking gay people. Wow. Jesus. Like 40 tweets in a row of her spamming bullshit about fucking gay people. Oh, man. An incredibly middle-class group of people. That's great. I'm sure they'll be okay, Susan. Don't worry. All right, so I will take one question from the chat before I end this. One, because I gotta go. Because you probably heard it. I had somebody fucking calling me. So let's see here. Let's get one question. Yeah, I do have my birthday on the. Actually, it's in 5 days. My birthday's on the 30th. I'll be working. When you realize Sargon grabbed UKIP by the pussy, that is correct. Biohazard, you are correct. I am working out to some degree, but not much. I really should be doing more. I don't know if I'm going to debate TJ, so I'll end on that question because I even brought it up in the stream. TJ actually messaged me in the comment section saying that if I wanted to debate the issue of Jordan Peterson likely on a stream, I haven't responded yet, and I don't know if I will, because I really don't feel like getting into the mud or the what would it be, the complicated nature that I know he would do with the whole question of his discussion with Sam Harris and even Dillahunty on like objective truth and what have you. I have no interest in fucking talking about that. And I'm afraid that that's what we're going to delve into. And I don't really want to do that. Seppi says, so you're a pussy. I guess so. I got to understand, I haven't ever really debated somebody before on YouTube. It would be the first time I've ever actually gone into something where I'll be actively debating someone. So I don't really have a lot of interest in doing that because I don't really think I'll gain anything from that. But I'll rewatch his video, and I'll rewatch the video by Peterson, because the actual issue related to the issue or the video that is based on, that his criticism is based on, is 100% fine. I don't think that there's much of anything that he can really take issue with. I didn't really debate Jim. Well, I guess conceivably I did debate Jim. I want you to debate Kyle Kalinske. Yeah. I probably would debate Kyle. If he said to me like, "Oh, bro, I'll kick your ass, let's debate," I probably would say, "Okay, fucking let's do it. Let's do a debate," because I'm pretty sure that I would kick Kyle's ass, because he's such an ideologue at this point. I probably just have to approach it like, because the thing is too is I've been subscribed to TJ forever, so it's like I don't really want to have him not like me. Like, that's another part of it. Like, I don't want to not like him. I don't want him to not like me. So I don't really want to do it, because it would also be on his podcast. I'm 100% sure it'd be on his podcast. So I'd have him, his brother, and Paul, who I don't like. I don't like Paul. Like, just shitting on me. So that would be what I'd be walking into. And I don't really want to do that, because it doesn't sound fun. All right. So yeah, I'm considering it. But I haven't really convinced myself to follow up on it and like contact him on Twitter to discuss it, because I think, because the thing is that it's not a matter of like TJ taking issue with one thing with him. It's just a bias he has against Peterson. He just fucking hates him. And like, I'm going to be on there defending fucking Peterson from the straw man that he's created out of a bias because he fucking hates him. I don't really see myself winning, quote unquote, that debate. I see myself like arguing with a guy that fucking hates Peterson, is just going to call me his ass licker the whole fucking time. And then Paul is going to scream at me. Like, that's my prediction of it. TJ disagrees because he has a irrational hatred towards Peterson, and then fucking Paul screams at me over some stupid shit. There's the fucking debate. Yeah, there's a bunch of people saying that debates are shit, that YouTube debates are shit. I agree in large part. YouTube debates are shit. Kyle, I think I could beat. I know his rhetoric is so fucking tried and tedious and what's the word? Predictable is a very clearly descriptor of his style, but I'm trying to think of a good word for it, but it's not just predictable, it's just boring. Trite, maybe that would be the word I look for in his argumentation. It's just it's pathetic. It's poor argumentation. Formulaic is definitely a good word for it. Yes. There's just not much behind it. And I know that if him and I got into a discussion, I would rip him apart. Especially anytime he wants to talk about privilege or any progressive talking points, dude, I'd rip him apart. Pedantic, that's another good word for it. His videos are just one long virtue signal, practically at this point. Yeah, they're not good. But yeah, I'll debate this week whether I want to actually debate TJ or not. Just because, like I said, I don't want it to be a situation where it's like, great, now this guy that I followed for years, I followed him longer than anyone else on YouTube. Like, now this guy I've followed forever fucking hates me, or I really dislike him because I think he treated me poorly. I'm not really. I don't really want that to be the outcome, because after I had that stupid shit with After I had that stupid shit with Jim, that was it for me and him. Like I lost so much respect for him after that, and he got worse. And it was like, all right, I guess I'm done with you, bro. Like I stopped contributing to him on Patreon just because like he acted so poorly and became just a retard after that. I heard a lot of shit like inside baseball, kind of like shit that was passed my way about him working with other people and doing ridiculous shit. I don't really know if I should say this, but there were people that were running around with my docs at one point, and I was told that one of the motivations for why they did that was my stream with him. That because I slighted him, that they were seeking to take me down. And that I was told that there was knowledge on his part of that, and I have to say that I have to take issue with that. It hasn't been proven to me, but it's been alleged to me that he is cognizant of a lot of stupid shit that's done on image boards to other people. So yeah, I'm just done with him. Yeah, I see people asking other questions, but for now I'll just end this stream, just because we've gone on for quite a long time. So I'd like to thank everyone that actually gave in the super chats and asked questions and all that and participated. I know that some people were waiting for like an additional hour, and I apologize for that, but we had some technical issues, and Sargon did his own stream. So we had some issues keeping things backed up, but I'm glad it went as well as it did. So thanks for everyone sticking around, and you'll see a video likely later this week of an upload, and hopefully I can get 2 out before the end of the month, although I'm not sure that's going to happen. But yeah, so thanks for sticking around. Thanks for all the support. Be sure to follow the affiliate links below in the description. Follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Gab, and support my channel and all that. Thanks for being around, guys.